This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Lamar Jackson looked hesitant to scramble and he rarely ran last night, but that's what happens when you miss 4 weeks with a hamstring injury. And yet he still looked like one of the best players in football. His return completely changed the Ravens' outlook on the rest of their season. As Jackson knocked the rust off, he was still the biggest difference maker in Thursday night's game. He ended up throwing for 4 touchdown passes, and the Ravens continued their long climb out of their 1-5 hole with an easy 28-6 win over the Miami Dolphins. And some news around the league, J.J. McCarthy said that his ankle feels, quote, amazing after being out since week 2 with an injury. He said that he is ready to go this week versus the Lions. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on the YouTube stream, 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Starting Monday, you'll be watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Happy Halloween, Brian. It is Halloween. What are you going to dress up as?
Brian Mitchell.
It's certainly not a dude that speaks into a microphone.
I am not going to be dressing up as anything.
When is the last time you dressed up for Halloween?
I told you I was a kid.
But when did you stop?
Well,
I imagine by
I did
13
do one.
you were going to
I did one
clubs.
I would say about, oh Lord. It had to be about 10, 15 years ago. I did a throwback thing for Halloween. I wore a big wig, big bush. I looked like Don King. Like the Jackson 5. I had the biggest bush you can ever think of.
We need photos, dude.
I have photos. I will not be showing them to you.
That's what you always say.
Yeah.
It's been a weird week because the Monday night game kind of threw us all for a loop, I think. And then, Wednesday felt like Thursday. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Or maybe Wednesday felt like Tuesday. I don't even know. But today kind of felt like a Saturday. The roads are empty.
It felt like a Friday to me, dog.
Felt like a Friday to you?
Yeah.
Did you watch Ravens-Dolphins?
I didn't see but about 2 minutes of that game.
You didn't miss much, dog.
Yeah.
The Dolphins are completely. I don't know if we had time for Cooked Index this week. The Dolphins are completely cooked. And they had the one-off last week where they were able to beat the Falcons. But I had a serious question watching that game, man. Tua just completely folds, collapses, whatever term you want to use, in the face of pressure. Do you think that's a result of all the head injuries?
No, I just think it's a result of how
he wasn't always that guy.
He was that guy. When things were wide open for Tua, he was unbelievable. When it got pressure packed, he was never that. He was always like that. It's just, when you look at Tua in college, let's be real. Alabama had an advantage over most
Those
people.
teams were so
That's
low,
why
right?
Saban left once NIL came, because everything was going to be equal. So he was able to do it. Then he got into the pros. He could just drop back.
Everything is not equal in NIL. Bama's still Bama. I mean, they're third in the country or whatever.
Yeah, they still not
Bama,
winning.
Texas,
They're not winning like they used to.
But they have more money than a lot of the. It's not equal, is all I'm saying.
It ain't
But I guess
completely equal,
everybody
but
could
it's
pay.
closer. Say it like that.
Sure.
But when they were back in the day, they got every 4 and 5 stars.
Right.
Now they don't, because people go, okay, well, I can go get some money over here. I can get some money over there. But you look at Tua, when he could just drop back, pat, and let it go, he's on point. But if pressure's coming, he folds. He's always been that way. He's a front runner. That's how he is.
Last night was awful watching it. And so it was 14-6. Miami's driving. They're in the red zone, and it's 4th down, and they go for it, which I don't necessarily hate that call. You're probably not going to win by kicking field goals against Baltimore and a Lamar that looked sharp last night. The play they ran was god-awful. They were running the ball pretty well, and Tua threw it out of the back of the end zone. At that moment, you knew it was over. Here's the interesting question for you, though. The Ravens, I believe, are now 3-5 after winning that game last night.
Mm-hmm.
Washington is 3-5. Who do you think has a better chance of making the playoffs at 3-5?
I don't know. The both of them. I mean, let's be real. If their defense has not been good this year.
No.
If their defense don't get better, they won't make it. Our defense haven't been good, and we've had injuries on offense. If we don't get better, we're not gonna make it. So I say it's more apt that both of them don't make it than anyone makes it.
The record, I would tend to agree with you. The difference is in the AFC North, there's no Philly, right? Philly's already at 6 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, Washington has a backloaded slate of NFC East games. If they go 5-0 late in December in the division, that's going to change a lot of things. But Philly right now is 3 games clear of Washington.
Yeah.
In the AFC North, dude, the Steelers are 4-3. So, they have hardly gotten to a position where they're running away. Baltimore's a win behind them. And Baltimore just, I guess they have had their bye. They just played on Thursday night. White Brian, what are the odds for the Ravens to win the AFC North? I bet they're a lot shorter than you would think for a team that's 2 games under 500. I almost bet they're under plus 200. I would think it's...
Well, you remember when they were winning something, they were still favored to win it.
They drifted below Pittsburgh a little bit, but not significant even for a team with that bad of a record.
Minus 145.
For Baltimore to win?
Yep.
Wow. What is Pittsburgh to hold on?
Plus 200. Bengals are plus 650.
Wow.
Dude, I almost like betting Pittsburgh now. You get 2-1 and they're in first place? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Probably Vegas telling you they ain't gonna win it though.
I sure are. It was a really boring game, frankly. I ended up watching Hocus Pocus 2 with my daughters. It was more entertaining. I was thinking about something today, and it's Halloween, and it's really fun for kids. My kids were up at 6 a.m. to celebrate
Ready
Halloween.
to go, huh?
Yeah, and we're all staying.
I talked to a little Grand Bluey this morning.
Oh, yeah? Have you watched Bluey?
I watched a part of it.
Bluey episodes are only 6 minutes long.
Yeah, but a part of it.
Until you fell asleep?
No, I just looked and then I was like, I can't do this.
I don't think you're going.
So I went to the phone, and
Candy
it was
crushed
still
it.
on.
Candy
it was
crushed
still
it.
on. But that's baby girl, but she was Bluey this morning.
That's Willie's daughter?
Yeah,
So I got to tell you, for all the,
Bluey.
I love it. Yo, Bluey is the best kids show out there. It's actually entertaining for the parents. The only thing it is.
It wasn't entertaining for me, Jay.
Well, B, you have a rather hard edge when it comes to the only problem with Bluey, and for the dads out there, you're going to feel this. It makes you kind of feel inadequate as a father. Because the dad in Bluey always coming up with games, doing crazy stuff, and the dad in Bluey,
That's his job, Jay.
well, he has the same reaction as most dads. You get home and you're like, all right, I want to chill out, and then the kids go nuts, and he's like, oh, God. But except he powers through and makes up some crazy game, whereas a lot of dads are like, yo, give me a minute, man.
Hey.
The only beef with Bluey, sometimes you feel inadequate.
Just tell Bluey he should learn how to have an iPad or a cell phone. He don't have to do all those games. Hell, they got all the games on the phone. Here you go, little kid. Go over there in the corner and play with the damn phone. You do.
Here you go, sweetheart. Have an iPad. It's
Yeah.
called YouTube.com. So I was thinking this morning, I feel like the Washington fan base can use some good news. I think there will be some good news, probably around 12:30 or so. You know what that's going to be?
Jaden gonna play?
I think Dan Quinn says Jaden's going to play Sunday night.
Yeah, I think we already alluded to it all week.
Oh, for sure. Like, it's not a secret.
Yeah.
Like, you
But
know,
just hearing it makes me feel good.
When Rap Sheet tweets out, breaking news, Jaden Daniels to start Sunday, like, that's cool. But it's the expectation at this point. He's practiced for 2 days, spoken to the media. I mean, the Cliff yesterday talked about how good it will be to get Jaden back out there.
Uh-huh.
But I do think we all need to remind ourselves of, like, what Jaden is, who Jaden is, what he could do on the field. And it's been up and down. It's been clunky. Jaden hasn't looked as good this year as he did last year. But, like, at some point, it's all going to click.
Yep.
And maybe it's this Sunday night.
I hope the hell so.
And I always talk about this every year on Halloween because over the course, I mean, we've been doing the radio show now 5 years.
Yep.
But, like, I've been working in the media surrounding this football team for double that, longer than that, probably. What was that, Landfill? Is that a cat? A Halloween spooky noise?
Yeah, it scared the hell out of me.
It's anecdotal evidence, right? Like, in no way is this an official study. But when my girls were little and we'd be trick-or-treating, never saw a Skins jersey. Like, you just didn't. You'd see Ovi. Back then, you'd see, like, Bryce Harper. You'd see sports stuff, but it was never Skins.
Yeah.
Dude, honestly, I feel like for a while there, the most popular stuff was, like, European soccer jerseys. Like, kids were dressing up as Messi or whatever. Last year, though, there was such a significant change. And for kids, anyway, they're still all in, despite the 3-game losing streak, 2 games under 500, etc.
Kids know what number 5 is.
Dude, so I'm driving Shelby to basketball practice last night, and we had to pick up her friend, Caroline. Caroline gets in the car, and the girls are talking. It's funny how kids talk, even though dad's in the car, you're like non-existent. They're in their own world.
Very much so. You don't want the old fogey in their conversation.
So Caroline,
They can talk and you don't know what the hell they're talking about, too.
correct.
As they get older, you're going to realize that.
Caroline's either 9 or 10 years old, 4th grade, and Shelby's like, "Oh, what are you going to be for Halloween?" She's like, "Oh, I'm going as Jaden Daniels." And the power of a superstar is just so significant. And honestly, it's why hockey is the reason so many kids and like people younger than me, but like 20 to 30 were playing hockey in this area. It's not the growth of the sport. It's Alex Ovechkin.
Yeah.
Like Ovi made it. Ovi made kids want to play hockey in the DMV.
Made it cool.
Totally.
Yeah.
And Jaden is making it cool for kids to be Commanders fans. And I think when we talk about, I was on with Florio yesterday, and he asked me, hey, they're wearing the old jerseys this weekend. Do you think there's any chance they go back to the name? And the answer to that is no. Josh Harris has been very direct on that. I wonder if there wasn't a period of time, especially consider Harris, Rails, like these dudes are old school DC guys. If they didn't kick around, hey, man, what if we could go back to the old name? How great would that be? And then last year, the year Jaden had, and the amount, I mean, probably hundreds of thousands
Yeah.
of jerseys and T-shirts and everything that got sold with 5 Commanders on it. They're not going back. And the team has embraced all that stuff.
Yeah,
but like the kids are Commanders fans and Jaden Daniels. It's not
They
going
are.
back.
But I think people have to get to the point where they need to get beyond the fact that everyone think it was just Dan that signed the name. Did you not see the NFL get behind that name change too? Because it was affecting their bottom line. It was not just Dan Snyder that did it. That's why I say it's not going back, because when you made that big of a deal, because you saw that amount of businesses backing away from you, the NFL pushed that as much as he did.
Sure. And the point I'm making is, like, they're going to wear the old school jerseys this weekend. They're going to have the helmets with the stripe on it. I think eventually those are just the jerseys. I think eventually they're just wearing the old uniforms. And whether or not they ever land on a spot with the spear on the helmet, the spear is going to be involved. And I just implore people to just, the current jerseys, uniforms, I don't like them. They don't match. They look like alternate Louisville jerseys, right? Like, you get the old jerseys back that are just crisp and clean and terrific, and you get the stripe back on the helmet. Just being in the locker room yesterday, talking to the guys, most of the guys by now, their helmet has been prepared for this weekend. But there were a couple of guys, maybe IR guys or whatever, like you saw some of the old helmet. Just the helmet with the gold face mask and the burgundy helmet looks so good and so much better than the burgundy on burgundy face mask and helmet. Like, this is a step. Ideally, they win. They continue to win. You've got a star young quarterback. Like, yes, they're 3-5, and this year, I mean, the numbers, the reality of this year will tell you they might not be a playoff team. But just think about how much better things are with the football team you care about.
Yeah,
and
totally.
I don't know. I have an era of positivity about me, Brian. You know me. That's generally how I operate.
No, you don't.
Yeah, dude.
But the whole thing about it, to be honest with you, the jerseys and the uniform, I know what we wore. I don't know if I ever really cared about what the uniform looked like. I just put it on and played. And I think a lot of people, that's the way it was. The jersey stuff, and I think it gets made into more of a thing because when you're not winning and you discuss that. To be honest with you, when we were winning, nobody discussed the uniform.
Well, there was never any.
Even last year when nobody was talking about the
Agreed.
uniform.
Totally.
You know, it's just,
and
that's a thing that has popped up. I never really thought of it to be concerned about it, to be honest with you.
I think a player's perspective is always going to be different than the fan base's perspective, right? Like, that's your work clothes, for lack of a better word. The players, though, do seem legit excited about about wearing the throwbacks. But, like, when the new uniforms got revealed, whenever that was, 2-3 years ago, they're like, oh, yeah, these are cool. What the hell are the players going to say?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate this thing?
Hey,
Maybe privately they'll say something, but not publicly.
As long as I can put it on and the shoulder pads and everything working and fit good, I'm okay with it.
Will you give out candy tonight?
No. I'm going to be away from my house.
Monica's giving out candy, or do you put a bowl out?
Yeah, in North Carolina.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So you put a bowl out or just lights out, nothing?
Nothing.
You are a Halloween Scrooge, sir.
No, I'm not. If I'm not going to be home, why the hell I need to put some candy out there?
Put a bowl out.
Put a bowl out, and then one
Is Maya in North Carolina?
One badass kid come and take all the candy. No, I'm not doing that.
Do you fear repercussions for being the house with
I
lights off?
wish they would. I wish they would. Listen to me. One thing about it, if my lights off, nobody's home. Don't come. Okay, you do something to the house. I got cameras outside. I wouldn't know who's doing what. I'll go back to your house and do you.
Everybody rides around on golf carts, right?
Yeah. Don't come.
I think if you're doing
I'm not going to be there.
the golf cart riding around and the lights are all off, you just go to the next house.
Yeah, you better. Because if you do something to my house, I will find your house. See, the thing about kids.
You're a Halloween Scrooge.
No. Kids.
You yell at me about being Scrooged or the Grinch
kids
during
do
Christmas.
stuff to people houses that won't do something back to them. I think they know Mr. Mitchell will do something back.
For all the kids out there, don't mess with B's house. I think that's pretty clear instruction.
Hey, you can mess with my house if you want. Just you got to deal with the repercussions. I'm going to come back and look for you.
I never knew this. Guess whose birthday it is on Halloween?
I know it's Donnie Simpson's wife's birthday, Pam. Happy birthday, Pam.
Happy birthday,
He always
Pam.
say that's his real boo.
That's a good line.
Who else?
Who would you consider like a scary coach?
A scary coach.
It's Nick Saban's birthday.
He ain't scary.
I never knew Nick Saban was born on
His
Halloween.
wife's scarier than he is.
Miss Terry.
Yeah, that woman crazy.
You know who's probably been terrified of Nick Saban for a number of years?
Who?
White Brian. White Brian's Auburn ass.
Yeah, he's scared of him.
I bet the good folks in Knoxville are quite scared of Nick Saban. Do you think there's any chance Saban goes back now that you got LSU, Florida, Penn State? Like, do you think there's any chance there's a dollar amount that he would go back for?
It's a dollar amount that anybody would go back for. Even Nick Saban will go back for a certain dollar amount.
You think LSU tries to go get him?
I don't think they're gonna try. I don't think. I think they're gonna try to make a splash. I don't know if it's gonna be Nick.
I don't know That LSU situation. Maybe next week we get a Louisiana person on here to try to. It's like the governor.
Well, the governor came
governor's
in,
mad
but
at the AD.
The AD's gone now, and now the AD they just came in Osbury. He's one of my buddies. They went to high school and elementary school, high school together. My buddy Van Ray, who I was in Dallas, hooked up with him. Those two were together. So Osbury is now Verge Osbury is his name. He's the interim AD right now. Don't know if they're gonna hire him or not, but we'll see how this thing goes.
This dude, Scott Woodward, was the AD that hired Jimbo.
Yeah,
and fired Jimbo.
So he's giving
Over
people 100-something
120
million to walk away. But first of all, why you sign a 10-year contract with a coach the first time anyway? That's idiotic. Unless he getting a kickback.
Maybe that's the only way you're getting them to leave Notre Dame.
5 years is enough. 4 or 5 years is enough on the first deal. And if you're doing well after 3 or 4, we could give you an extension. But to just give somebody 10 years automatically, hell no. My family.
I can't stress enough. CK, Jackie Bradford, Frank Crisafulli. Should you choose to pay me not to work, I am available.
Well, it ain't gonna happen.
I'm just saying.
That won't happen.
Right now, people pay me to work, and we work a lot. But if you want to pay me not to work, left hand up. I am available,
it
dog.
won't happen, Jay.
I imagine you're similarly available, though.
Yeah, I'm very much available for it, but it ain't happening.
It is not happening.
Hell, they don't want to give us the money, the amount we were supposed to get for working.
What
they don't give you nothing to not work, please.
What is happening is Maryland Governor Wes Moore joins us next. He's already 1-0 on the week. Texted me last night. I'm taking the Ravens. 4 more picks incoming. Nobody go anywhere. PFT commenter joins us at 11. At noon, we got to try to make some sense of the Nats' new manager. We're going to learn a lot. Mark Zuckerman will join the program. Ask B. Mitch anything at 1 o'clock. Apparently, we have a hype song from Jeff at 12:45. That chair looks awfully empty, so we'll find out.
I was thinking the same thing.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Phil.
Hey, it's Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to the fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for Life. It is official. The Nationals have released a statement that they have named Blake Butera the 8th manager in team history. Today's announcement was made by Nationals President of Baseball Operations, Paul Taboni, who said that from their very first conversation, he knew that Butera was the right person and leader for this role. And Derrick Henry joined an elite club last night. The Ravens star running back reached 12,000 career rushing yards in the 28-6 win over the Dolphins, making him just the 17th player in NFL history to do so. He's also just the 8th player in NFL history with 12,000 yards and 100 rushing touchdowns. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It was a graveyard smash. I got to be honest. My wife loves holidays and decorating and all this stuff. And we have little kids, so I understand it. But, like, kids were up at 6. She made them special spider breakfast, spooky spider breakfast, and was playing, like, Halloween music.
She played that song?
Oh, yeah. I've heard that on repeat. That song, I Put a Spell on You. That song. Speaking of Halloween scaries, Heavy Metal Chris just showed up. I guess Jeff really ain't coming. I'm so ready for Halloween to be over just so I stop hearing the stupid music.
Yeah, I'm glad the stations I listen to hadn't been playing a lot of it.
The one seed of Halloween music, and it's kind of just Halloween adjacent, but they play it, is Thriller.
Yeah, that's the only song that I really see that I think I've heard in the last 2-3 weeks that will remind you of anything Halloweenish.
For me, it's also like Halloween is best when you're a kid. Like when you're a child, probably like, what do you figure, up to like being 12 years old or something? I'm not sure when it kind of shifts. But Halloween in college, till you're like mid-20s, also elite. Hello, Landfill. We got the Gov. Terrific. Can you just pot him up, Landy, please? Governor Moore, how are you, sir?
What's going on? How we doing?
We good, brother.
Happy
What's
Halloween,
happening?
man.
Happy Halloween. What are y'all dressing up as?
I'm dressing up as Brian Mitchell.
B. Mitch is a Halloween Grinch. B is a Halloween Grinch, sir. Knowing your schedule and everything, do you have to, like, are you going to be the Grand Marshal of a Halloween parade or something? Do you have to dress up today?
Yeah, I'm dressing up as Brian Mitchell too.
That's a good idea.
No, man, listen, Halloween we take Halloween very seriously, man. We're gonna have a good time, and you know the only problem is now that like the kids are older. Like before, kids used to be all amped about Halloween and want to do things as a family. Now they just want to go hang out with their friends.
Right.
It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad.
How old are your kids, Gov?
They're 14 and 12.
Okay. I'm still in the
14
sweet spot because I got 10 and 6. They're still very into it.
Yo, just keep them there. Like just, as long as you can, just keep them in those age ranges, man. That is a beautiful range for kiddos.
It's fun, man.
Definitely.
Well, speaking of beautiful ranges, you texted yesterday that your first pick for the week was the Ravens, and
Yes, sir.
man, Lamar is back and looks great.
You know, I tell you, I mean, and I'm always cautious on this because I feel like this happens every year with us as Ravens fans, where it kind of starts off slow, we get disappointed, and they go on a run, and we're like, then we get all hyped, and then we get disappointed at the end again. But I have to tell you, man, Lamar Jackson is actually really supernatural. And if you really watched the game yesterday, and part of the reason that I'm so excited watching him is the thing that hardly anyone talks about with Lamar. People talk about how fast he is, and people talk about what an athlete he is. Let's also be clear. His pocket presence is one of the best in the NFL. Like, he just has a way of reading what's going on around him, how to navigate out of pinches, how to know at what time is it right to run versus at what is it time to do something like ridiculous to throw the ball. His pocket presence is the best in the NFL. And so, I mean, I actually think, and again, I know I'm probably going to regret saying this, but if Lamar can stay healthy and keep on doing what he is doing, I don't know how, come the end of the season, even though he missed a couple games, how he is not very much in the MVP conversation. Because what does it mean to be valuable? It means that your team is a different functional team when you're not on the field. And we are watching how the team is just different when Lamar Jackson is under center.
I mean, they looked really good last night, and B and I were kicking this around. It's kind of an interesting question. So the Commanders and the Ravens now have the same record, but I think the Ravens' path to a playoff spot, seeing the NFC North, the AFC North rather, I mean, they're the favorite to win the division, even though they're 2 games under 500 and a game behind Pittsburgh. So clearly, odds makers believe it.
Well, and I think there are 2 things that odd makers believe in. One is the depth of the roster. This is a very, very good team on paper. And when we're locked in, we're one of the best teams in the NFL on the field too. The biggest question for the Ravens is are we going to lock in? But the other thing is, you're absolutely right, and this is just in some ways not fair to the Commanders. The Commanders are just in a better division.
Right. Have to deal with Philly.
Our last games are going to be against division rivals, which means our last games are going to be against the Bengals, the Browns.
Right.
So it's like, so our schedule is just a very different schedule versus the Commanders, where the Commanders are they will spend the second half of the year going against folks like the Eagles, a resurging Giants. So I mean, like, it's a different schedule when you look at who we have as we go into division rivals.
All right. Well, as we get into this, it's time to we got 4 more games for the weekend for you to pick. Let's start.
Let's go Niners Giants.
Okay. Niners Giants.
Well, speaking of division rivals, I'm actually going. I'm going to go with the Giants on this one. And listen, I do want to start it and caveat it with the loss of Scadaboo is a huge loss. I really think he was kind of like, he might have been one of the surprise players, not just in the Giants, but one of the surprise players, in the conference for this year. I think he actually is a real talent. And by the way, like, that injury was nasty.
Yeah, it was.
That was really ugly to watch. But I think that particularly because the Giants are at home, and the other thing is that, while the Giants talking about the loss of Scadaboo, let's be clear, the 49ers have not been able to keep anybody on the field. They have been hit by the injury bug as hard as anyone else in the NFL. And so I think the Giants are going to need a big game out of Tyrone Tracy. I think they're going to have to find a way of holding off, McCaffrey, who again, I think is obviously a very, very legit NFL player. But they have just been hit with so many other injuries. I think the Giants end up taking this one at home.
All right, so we're taking the Giants. I kind of like that pick. If Dart is the guy, we'll find out.
We'll find out. But he's showing real signs that he is right now. Like, the Giants fans should be happy. They might have found their guy.
They might have found one. Yeah. A game that could matter a lot for you if Indy can beat Pittsburgh. Colts Steelers is a big one.
Yeah, I think Indy will beat the Steelers. I'm still not sold on this Steelers team, because sometimes they come out and they play really well, and sometimes they come out and I'm like, this is the Steelers of old. The only thing that I have confidence in the Steelers, quite honestly, is Mike Tomlin. because I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is ever going to really give you a solid run. I just don't think he's that same Aaron Rodgers anymore. And like, to be clear, this Colts team, Jonathan Taylor is that dude right now.
Right.
I mean, and what he's doing is, and here's the other thing that I think why Taylor's emergence matters so much, is that he's actually opening up the field, that he's actually turning Daniel Jones into a legitimate NFL quarterback.
Right.
Because I think what you saw with Jones before was Jones was never able to kind of, to have a defense that didn't have to do anything but put pressure on him. I think Jonathan Taylor has just opened up this offense in a very different way that I think it's allowing Daniel Jones to kind of show something that he was never able to show before. And so if you look at just the stats, I just think the Steelers continue to lag behind the Indianapolis football team on a lot of different categories. And so I do believe that that the Indianapolis football team ends up beating beats the Steelers this week.
All right.
Big
I like
game
how
here.
you call them the Indianapolis football team.
Football team.
I like that.
All right, we got the Bills and the Chiefs. Another big game. Chiefs seem to be playing very well now.
They are. They're playing well, but they'll lose this week. And I think part of it is that, first of all, I think home field advantage does matter. I think the Bills, they have a lot to prove. And I think that, frankly, the Bills have a lot more to prove this week than the Chiefs do. I think the Chiefs have shown that, listen, the Chiefs are going to be one of the better teams in the NFL. We get it. And it's been like that ever since. I think the Bills have had a kind of a tricky run for these past couple weeks. And so I just think that they need to show a measure of consistency. And I think that Josh Allen is just going to continue the rampage that he's on. I also think that here's another thing. The lack of a running game that the Chiefs have is going to continue to expose itself. And especially as we get further on into the season, and I know I bring this up every week, Patrick Mahomes is the leading rusher for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
And
Pacheco just got hurt, too.
Exactly. So I just don't see how you are going to, as you go up against better teams, think that that's going to be sustainable. So I think the Bills, they got a lot to prove this week, and I think they will when they beat the Chiefs.
All right, that leads us to the last game, Gov. Sunday night in Landover. I think it's going to be a pretty cool night. Art Monk getting his jersey retired. The team's rolling out the Super Bowl era uniforms. Seattle's good, though, man. Washington desperate for a win. What do you think, Commanders, Seahawks?
Seattle is good. And Seattle, I have to say, Seattle's kind of sneaky good. And so I don't think that people should go in with too confident on this one. But I think the fact that both Jaden and Debo are back do make a big difference. I know McLaurin being out, it does matter. And I think you watch the difference between how Jaden performs when McLaurin is in versus when he's out, that even statistically, that it makes a difference. But I do think the fact that both Jaden and Debo are in this game, and it's going to be, and again, you listen, the environment's going to be nuts. The place is going to be rocking. People are going to be very excited, heavily sold out. I look forward to seeing y'all.
You coming? Awesome.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing y'all.
I might wear my jersey this week. I might play.
You should, dude.
That would be great, man. That would be great. I'd love it. I would love it. But I do think that the Commanders pull this one off. But again, do not sleep on the Seahawks. They really are actually sneaky good.
Do you know Mike McDonald? I'm guessing you guys crossed paths at some point.
We never have.
Oh, wow.
We never have.
Okay.
But I'm a fan of him. Like, listen, in respect to him, like, he knows how to build teams, and what he knows too is how to build hard defenses.
Yeah,
totally.
So I give it to him.
Governor, we appreciate your time. Enjoy your Halloween, sir.
Great, guys. Thank you so much. And happy Halloween.
All right, we'll see you Sunday. Thank you, Gov.
Thanks, y'all.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore already 1-0 on the week. Had the Ravens last night. He's taking the Giants to beat the Niners, the Colts to beat the Steelers, the Bills to take down KC, and the Commanders to take down the Seahawks. Washington really needs a win. Coming up at 11, PFT commenter joins the program. Man, I got to tell you, I am hooked on these Collars & Co. shirts. Wednesday night, I had all ears. I was wearing a Collars & Co. button down. things do not wrinkle, man. It's basically, I've been living out of my car kind of, and the shirt's been living out of my car, and they look fly on TV. You can wear them anywhere, out to dinner. You can wear them to a board meeting. Versatility is what you get with the Collars & Co. polos, shirts, sweaters. B's got the little merino wool joint on right now. Collars & Co., they are versatile. They are clean. You look sharp. Check them out at collarsandco.com, or they've got a new store open at Congressional Plaza. Check them out, Collars & Co. Me and B love the gear, and you can get 20% off orders over $99 with the code JPFinley20. JPFinley20, Finley spelled with an A. Collars & Co., it's a game changer. Adum-dum-dum-dum-dum. It's after midnight. Did you ever know the Thriller dance, B? You ever break it down at the club?
JP, I used to do all kind of dances, bro.
But like the full Thriller joint with the arms and everything.
I could do some of that, but I'm not gonna do that out in the public. I never really dance in the clubs. I ain't like sweating my clothes. You know what I mean?
I believe you.
Yeah. I could be smooth in the club. You know what I'm saying?
Louisiana gets hot too.
Yeah.
Um,
You get my thing I sent to you and Jeff this morning?
yeah, with the crabs.
The Louisiana guy?
Jeff probably hasn't seen it. He's at the doctor.
Old Bay, he say Old Bay. Old Bay. Old Bay is my old lady, my old girlfriend. And damn sure don't supposed to be on no crabs.
That's funny. That's a good line.
Oh boy.
One of the coolest moments of my career, and maybe I told the story before, but the Skins played the Bengals in London was that 2017 maybe? And it was Halloween weekend. And the end of the third quarter, they played Thriller in Wembley, and the whole stadium did the dance. It was
Wembley Stadium
cool.
is famous, dog.
Yo, I mean, it was just a really, really cool moment. I think it's exciting weekend for Washington, man. The Washington Post, I noticed this headline. Commanders Quarterly Report. This is a story from Shad, who was on with us yesterday. Mm-hmm. Commanders Quarterly Report. 3-game skid sets up do-or-die stretch. Do you feel like this Seattle-Detroit pair of home games against two good teams is a do-or-die stretch, B?
In a sense, yes. They're 3-5 right now. And so you gotta start. If you're going to make a move, you gotta start making it now. Can't slide too many more and then think you could do something after that.
I agree with you, man.
So
you're really up against it. And I think at 3-5, you're in a really bad spot, and you've got these two teams. If they win this and then you're 4-5, it's a completely different conversation. You know what I mean?
yeah,
4-5, and then you're hosting Detroit with a chance to get to 500. Then you're going to Madrid to play Miami. If they're 6-5, if you're 6-5 with your bye week, you've got a real chance. But right now, they're just so far back. I mean, in the NFC, they are the 13 seed out of 16 teams. It's hard to think about. The Athletic has this playoff odds calculator, which is a pretty cool tool. If right now they have 8% chance of making the playoffs. If they beat Seattle, though, that jumps to 15. That almost doubles.
wow.
If they can beat Seattle and Detroit, they're up to 26%. That's a 1-4 shot. If they can win the next three, and I think everybody thinks they should at least beat Miami. If they can get to their bye week at 6-5, then you got a 31% chance of making the playoffs. And then, frankly, you're more on path with what we all thought could happen.
Yeah.
Right? Which is contend for a wild card. Because you look at the last stretch, it's 4 straight division games to finish the season. The Broncos at home, at Minnesota. Who knows what Minnesota is? White Brian, who's starting at quarterback for Minnesota this week? Is McCarthy back, or is it like Nick Mullins?
Yeah, it's McCarthy.
McCarthy's back. Okay. Also, B, did you notice the Carson Wentz PR machine? Just how good they are at everything?
What happened now?
So they shut him down for the season, has to get shoulder surgery. Mm-hmm. And then it starts to come out like, oh, he was actually hurt weeks ago. That's why he underperformed.
No, he sucks. that's why he performed. Man, I'm so sick of this damn Carson Wentz, man.
When we come back, PFT commenter joins the show.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Just days after Brian Kelly was fired as LSU's football coach, athletic director Scott Woodward is out too. According to Yahoo Sports sources, Woodward was fired not long after Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry made it clear that Woodward would not be leading the Tigers' search for a new football coach. Woodward's firing means LSU is now looking for a president and an athletic director and a football coach. And speaking of football, moving over to the NFL, J.J. McCarthy, he said that his ankle feels amazing after he's been sitting out since week 2 with an injury. If asked if he was starting this week, he said he is ready to go versus the Lions. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance, Honda has got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CR-V and find the best deal on a Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today for a great deal. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Seven, the Fan. Fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning equipment in the DMV. And talk to our friend, Mr. PFT Commenter. PFT, what's up, man? How you been?
What's going on, fellas? How we doing today? It's good to talk to you guys again.
Dude, it's good to talk to you. I know you were in Kansas City, and I know the first 30 minutes of that thing had to be awesome.
Yeah, it was great first half. Great first half. We put out the blueprint for how to beat the Chiefs in that first quarter. It was special. Had a great time. Had me believing there for a little bit. It was unfortunate we couldn't score any points really, besides Terry making a miraculous catch. But it was a fun road trip. If you've never been to Arrowhead Stadium, I recommend it. It's a great place to watch a football game, and the people there were very nice. They love the referees down there. I'll put it that way. They love the refs in Kansas City. But yeah, great city and great first half of football.
I don't love the refs.
Yep, I hear you.
PFT, listen, man. They had too many calls that had to be changed and overturned, and going back to say that they should be refereed any damn game. They were awful.
Yeah, but I mean, in that game, like us blaming the refs for losing.
I'm not blaming the refs. I'm just saying. I know we lost because we lost, but you can't have that many mistakes by a crew and they keep moving forward.
You're right, and the one thing that I was laughing about, but it did kind of irritate me a little bit, is how the Kansas City fans they do treat the refs like they're the 12th man. Like they cheer so loud when they think that flag's about to come. Then the flag comes, and then people stand up and clap like it's Aerosmith coming out on stage for an encore. They're like, "Yep, those are our guys. We love them." But I think our problems ran a little bit deeper than the officiating, but it's still. We still have to have something to complain about. So they did screw up a couple of those calls.
They clearly just didn't want to call Terry in ever. The fact that both his catches, which are outrageous, had to be reversed was crazy.
I think Terry probably has the highest coach's challenge to reception ratio of any player in the NFL right now. Like so many of his catches, I feel like over the years have been like, well, there's no way he caught that, and they get ruled incomplete. Then you look at it again, you're like,
damn, he caught that.
Yeah.
Well, dude, I want to get into this weekend's football, but I did not expect you to be at the center. Controversy is the wrong word, but the Internet Invitational, the golf tournament that Portnoy and Barstool put on, I did not expect somebody to be such a douche to you, man. And it was just like, it was but like you're easygoing, fun. Like you and I played golf. Like you're not a dude.
You way better than Nate. Yeah.
Like
easygoing and fun.
How surprised were you? I mean, that video has gone everywhere. I feel like millions of people have probably watched it now. How surprised were you at how the Internet Invitational went down?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of crazy. I knew that this was going to eventually come out, and we filmed it back in August, so it was kind of a weird waiting period in between then and now. And we kind of knew what that main story of the first day was going to be, which was my partner, is a guy named Luke Kwan, awesome golfer, and we got paired up together in a scramble against Bubby and Frankie. Frankie's from Foreplay. and it was a tournament for $1.7 million, and it was a bunch of like golf creators online. I myself, listen, I'm under no pretenses that I'm a great golfer because I'm not. I never claimed to be a great golfer. I just recently picked it up, really enjoy playing. I'm about like a 22 handicap, but it's still, I have fun.
You can bomb it. When you hit it, you hit it.
Yeah, and I practiced a lot over the summer because I knew that this tournament was coming up, and I got myself to a point where, first of all, I thought that it was going to be like handicap included going into this tournament. So I thought, if I play my very, very best golf, I would be capable of winning it if I hit like the hottest streak that I ever went on. But then we showed up, and it was okay. No handicap is going to be involved in this. And there were some good golfers and some bad golfers, too. So I consider myself to be definitely in the bad golfer tier, but I wanted to be like the best of the bad golfers. I got paired up with this guy, Luke Kwan, who's a great golfer, played on the Korn Ferry Tour for a while. And right off the bat, he just tells, like, I go over to shake his hand. He's like, dude, I don't care about you. We're not going to use any of your shots tomorrow. You don't even have to show up. Just go do something else tomorrow. And, like, whatever, I can get my balls busted, but it didn't seem like it was, like, him busting my balls. I just thought that he thought he was really that good. So I knew that my role in a two-man scramble was going to be, give the guy a look on putts. So I would be putting first, try to give him a good read so that he could step up there and knock it in. Maybe hit one or two shots that he could use over the course of the day. But he was like, no, man, you don't even really have to show up. So fast forward to the next morning, and he's nowhere to be found. And I'm driving around all the practice facilities looking for him. We got a driving range. We got like the chipping area. We got the putting greens, which are all spread out in this place at the Great Cedar Lodge in Missouri. And I don't see the guy. So I'm like, okay, surely he's at the first tee ready to go then. I drive over to the first tee, which is like a 20-minute drive away because we have to get like mic'd up and then drive through like a whole cave system to get there. And he's still not there. And he just overslept on day one and showed up. I had to play as a one-man team against two really good golfers in the scramble. Uh-huh. And then when he did show up, Portnoy was like, okay, we're banning you for 4 holes, so you can only show up on the 5th hole. And he seemed kind of checked out. He and I had a bunch of conversations that probably didn't make the final cut, but he was just, kind of sharing how he doesn't really even like golf that much anymore. He just happens to be really good at it, and it's good for his job. So I'm like, okay, all right, cool, man. And then once he joined up with us, once he was allowed to play, we ended up using both of my approach shots on the 2 holes that he played with us. And so I felt pretty good about that, and he was, like, talking trash to me, too. Like, he showed up, he's like, dude, there's no way that you're making this putt, so I don't even know how to give you a read on this. So he had a bad showing. I think if he could take all that back, he probably would, because on Tuesday and Wednesday, he kind of felt the wrath of the internet because there were a lot of people that were playing in that tournament that have large followings, fan bases, and he managed to irritate like 5 different large sections of the internet all at once on Tuesday. So it probably wasn't that easy of a week for him.
Next time, call me, man. You'll have more fun with me.
B-Bitch, I would love to get out there and play around with you guys. If you guys know any nice scrambles that I can jump into in the D.C. area next spring or next summer, I would love to do that. Cause
you tell us when. We'll set that up. But, dude, when we played, you played pretty well. That was last summer, right?
I'm very streaky. I'm capable of getting a birdie. I'm also capable of getting, like, 5 strokes over par and throwing my entire bag into a lake. So
that's golf, dude. I'm the same. I mean, I'm a 14. I'm the same way. So
what's funny about people in golf online is I thought I was going to have people that were calling me a sandbagger if I played well. So because I made sure to really take care of my handicap over the summer, and like every shot that I would hit in a round, I would play by the rules. I'd be like, okay, I hit this drive out of bounds. We're going back to the tee. We're hitting 3. I was playing ball and hole because I wanted to have like a legit, accurate handicap going into this thing. And I was more concerned about people that were saying that I'm a sandbagger than I was with the other side of it. But now I'm seeing there's a bunch of like Luke Kwan fans out there that are now mad at me because I stink at golf, which, hey, they're right, I do stink at golf, but a bunch of people being like, there's no way this guy's a 22. This guy's like a 27, 28. And so they're telling me that I'm a reverse sandbagger now. There's no way to appease people.
So
on the
it's
golf
the guy
course.
that showed up late, friends, his people?
Yeah.
Tell them all to pucker up and then throw your butt right in their face.
Yeah, well, it was good because, like JP said, I try to be an easygoing guy. I try to get along well with most people. So I didn't want to like get into a fight with him while we were playing. But we had some guys on our team that were, former NHL players like Ryan Whitney that did not tolerate that type of behavior from Luke. And Ryan also happens to be a good friend of mine, but he kind of lit into him like he was in a hockey locker room and basically got in his face. And golfers do not do well with confrontation. That's one thing that I learned.
So what he did, he went back and whined to his little following that you got the hockey guys to get on him. That's why they messing with you. That's what he did.
Yeah, and we also had John Gruden on our team, which was incredible because he dealt with Antonio Brown. He can handle Luke Kwan on his team. As long as Luke's not showing up 30 minutes late in a hot air balloon to the first tee, I think John Gruden will be able to handle that. So then John and Coach Gruden and Luke Kwan got paired up together for the afternoon, and I think things kind of settled down a little bit. But yeah, I had no idea that this was going to be. I knew it was going to be like a thing. I had no idea it was going to be like blown out to this level where I'm hearing from people that I haven't talked to in like 15 years, like, oh man, I can't believe that Luke did you dirty like that. And yeah, it's kind of funny that I found myself in the middle of a golf controversy, given that like golf is. I will fully admit I am not good at golf, but I really enjoy playing it. And I maybe I should just challenge Luke to like a year-long waking up at 9 a.m. tournament where it's like you have to check in every morning at 9 a.m. I think I would crush him at that. I really do.
Yeah, dude. And then I saw maybe somebody, it was a Barstool blog that the guy almost got thrown off the team in college, but at Oklahoma or Oklahoma State, wherever he went, that he was sleeping in then, and the coach called him immature. That guy's a clown, dude.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm not going to judge anybody for sleeping in college. I think there's a few examples of that for myself out there where I'm living in a glass house on that one. So but I did notice that it seemed to be a pattern with him where he's even like done interviews in the last couple of years where he's openly said, "Oh yeah, I missed my tea time yesterday."
Right.
So like this is it's a recurring thing for him, which maybe he's got narcolepsy. I don't know.
Talking with our friend PFT Commenter here. You can give him a follow at PFT Commenter from the world famous national sports podcast, Pardon My Take. I was listening to you guys this morning talk about the Ravens and the Dolphins. Knowing the Dolphins are 3 games away from Washington does feel kind of good, even though that game's in Madrid, so who knows? It adds like a wacky element. But the Washington Post, which I think the Post does a pretty good job, at least in the sports section. I'm not talking politics, but like they don't sensationalize much. But the Washington Post has a story this morning. Commander's quarterly report, 3-game skid sets up do or die stretch. Starting Sunday night, does this feel kind of do or die for the Burgundy and Gold?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we lose Sunday night, it's real easy for the wheels to potentially fall off after that. We got the Lions coming up too, and that's going to be a tough game. They're a great team. We all know that. It feels like that if we're going to turn it around, it has to start on Sunday night. I don't say if we lose Sunday night, I don't see the season flipping around after that. One thing I would be a little bit concerned about is we're now for that Dolphins game, we are firmly on interim head coach watch for that week. Like I think it'd be kind of strange to make a move before you travel overseas, but the way things looked last night with that Dolphins team, I don't know how much longer Mike McDaniel is going to be the coach, and I would not want to face the Dolphins the week that they got potentially that defensive coordinator to step up and become head coach. That guy seems to me like he would be an awesome interim head coach to give like that little 1-week jolt. I just want to time it so that we don't have to face the Dolphins when they're fresh off that interim hire.
But dead cat bounce, they call it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's got to start Sunday night. I think That's when it has to start turning around, if it's going to turn around at all. And my theory, which I'm sure that you guys have thought about or discussed, is we're obviously wearing the Super Bowl era uniforms on Sunday night. That's going to look awesome. I'm very, very excited to see those because they make me feel something when I see those uniforms. And I think the reception to those unis are going to be so strong, and Josh Harris has probably thought about this, that eventually he's going to say, yeah, we're going to make those the full-time home uniforms. I think that's probably going to happen.
Yeah, me too. It's exciting stuff, man. To see the uniform, see Art Monk get his jersey retired. I mean, you and I'm a little older than you, but Art Monk was just like a hero to every kid in the DMV.
Yeah.
And you wonder, that should give him a little extra juice, I think, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other stuff that we have to clean up. I think it'd be nice if our linebackers were able to cover anybody, really. But, yeah, the uniforms at least will be visually pleasing. I think that the defense is going to get a little bit of a help with Jaden being back out there, and we'll be able to play some complimentary football, hopefully, because they just burned themselves out in that first half. And when your offense is unable to score, there's only so much that you can ask your defense to maintain, especially when it comes to trying to stop Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes in that offense. So I think that the offense being better should help the defense a little bit on Sunday night. But yeah, this is it. This is do or die time. So after this, if we lose to the Seahawks, I feel like we're officially in. We're in like just try to find some silver lining for the rest of the season mode. I don't think that there's going to be like a big turnaround and a playoff push at all if we lose this game.
Well, we just got some breaking news right now. The Dolphins and GM Chris Greer, the general manager of the Miami Dolphins, have apparently mutually agreed to part ways, per Schefter.
Wow.
So that Miami meltdown might be coming
So the GM
fast.
is getting fired, not the coach?
I imagine the coach is next.
Normally it's the other way, though.
Yeah, I mean, what do you...
Well, I this is shocking to me because Stephen Ross has been very loyal to Chris Greer over the years and over many ups and downs, and a lot of downs, a lot of failures. I thought for sure that he would outlast Mike McDaniel, but yeah, I mean, if you're Mike McDaniel right now and the Dolphins are about to hire a new GM, I mean, we can see the writing on the wall, right? Like this is update that resume.
For sure. What's been the biggest surprise to you this season? Is it the Colts, maybe the Pats? What is really? I mean, we're at the halfway point now. It's Halloween. Like we kind of know what teams are and aren't.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by the Pats that much because I think Vrabel's been a great coach. He's proven that over the years, and I knew that he was going to turn it around there. I am a little bit surprised in how quickly they did it. The schedule is part of that, and I'm not like throwing stones here. We had a great schedule last year, and that definitely had some effect on our team. But it's not that much of a surprise that Vrabel is able to turn around the Colts. Yeah, the Colts just look incredible this season. They've got dudes on the offensive line. They've got weapons at tight end, wide receiver, running back, one of the best in the league, and then Daniel Jones. I mean, it does feel like the Vikings have to be kicking themselves a lot. Like they had Sam Darnold last year, they had Daniel Jones, and now they got a quarterback that I don't know if they like him. So the Colts situation is definitely one of the bigger ones. The Seahawks look really good too. I got to give them credit. That offense looks really good. JSN is probably the best receiver in the NFL in terms of how he's played this season. And the defense is a legit defense too, and they're going to be a force in the playoffs, I think. So I would say the Seahawks and the Colts are two of my biggest surprises.
Seahawks look really good, man. This is going to be a difficult game. Since it's Halloween, I'm trying to do scary stuff. Your level of concern about Jackson Smith and Jigba going against this Washington secondary?
Okay, it all comes down to getting pressure on Sam Darnold. That's it. It's not so much to me the secondary as it is if Darnold has time to sit back in the pocket, we're going to get destroyed. He is going to pick us apart, and JSN is going to get open. you can't guard him 100% of the time. That is my concern. So I don't know if that means dialing something up and just sending an extra guy almost every passing down or what. To me, it's about the pass rush. If we can get pressure on Sam, then we can make Sam start to drift around back there. He can fumble. He's shown the ability to throw a lot of interceptions in the past. So to me, it's more about that than it is about just like straight up man-to-man coverage. Because I don't think that we're going to be able to hang with JSN when it comes to running with him guy for guy.
I agree. What is all right, give me this because we're going to open the phones on this. What is your biggest concern for Sunday night? What are you frightened of?
It's loser talk, but health. Having an older franchise or an older roster, it seems like we just can't stay healthy. We've had so many guys that keep getting banged up. I would like the offensive line to really lock in as a unit. I know it's hard when you've got guys like Tunsil going down. I want to see Connerly really show us why he's a first round pick. I want to see a special game out of that guy. I think that would go a long way towards making me feel confident about the future of the team. And along with that, I think being able to run the football again. Let's run the football. Let's get Bill going. Let's open things up in terms of the play action, and see where we go from there. But they're really really good defensive line to run against. So it's a measuring stick for our offensive line.
Totally, and you're so right about trying to generate pass rush.
Got to send some folks.
It's just been killing them, and they need. B and I have been yelling about blitzing. Big plans tonight.
Yeah, huge plans tonight. I'm going to a 2-year-old's birthday Halloween party. So,
and what are you dressing as?
I'm dressing up as Post Malone tonight. I think the 2-year-old will really appreciate that. I think I'm going to go with Paw Patrol. I'm told that it's a big Paw Patrol house. So I'll be stealing valor and dressing up as a police dog tonight.
There you go. Chase is on the case. Thank you, PFT. Appreciate your time,
All right, brother.
All right, see you guys. Have a great weekend.
All right, man. All right. Have a great weekend. That's our friend PFT commenter from the world famous Pardon My Take podcast joining the show. Always appreciate when we get PFT on here. We're going to open these phones up. What has you most frightened for Washington Sunday night against Seattle? I think Jackson Smith-Njigba might be at the top of my list. He is a serious playmaker, and I feel like not enough folks are aware of his game. 800-636-1067. What are you scared of against the Seahawks? Nobody go anywhere. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me talking about all the stuff at my house. We had the water damage. Now we're trying to get everything rebuilt. You know who's taking care of me? Better Appliances, Better Services. That's right. Remember 6-8 months ago, they hooked me up with a new dishwasher because my dishwasher was on the fritz. Well, now they're setting me up with a new oven, new microwave, fridge, all this stuff that the flood took out. And think about it for you. Thanksgiving is right around the corner. You're going to be hosting people. Then you've got Christmas. The holiday season means your house is going to be busy and your appliances better be working. You better call Better and make sure everything is operational. They can do maintenance. They can do whatever it is you need. They can also do handyman work. Think about that. Say you've got a couple little things around the house that need fixing. Call Better. You can check them out online at Better Services, Bettar. Whatever you need for your appliances, say your oven doesn't seem like it's getting that hot or your fridge door won't close, whatever you need around the house. Maybe you need a new vent in your living room or just some work done in your basement. Call Better Services. Handyman stuff and appliances. They've got a showroom in Kensington. If you're thinking about getting new appliances, go check it out. Family owned. They do great work. They've done great work for me and my family. Really have been good to us. 301-949-2500 or go to betterservices.com. You better get better. Trust me.
Per Adam Schefter, the Dolphins and general manager Chris Greer met this morning and mutually agreed to part ways. Greer's been with the Dolphins since 2000 and has served as general manager since 2016. And Jacksonville Jaguars wide receiver and cornerback Travis Hunter has been placed on the injured reserve after suffering a knee injury during practice yesterday. The move means that Hunter will miss at least the next 4 games of his rookie season, ruling him out until at least week 13. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on a frightful Halloween. Dolphins just fired their GM. He's having a rough day.
Hey, trick or treating him.
Now some people believe maybe the Dolphins will be looking to trade some of their players. Judon Chubb, maybe Jalen Waddle. I don't think Washington should be buyers, but maybe if it's a long-term thing, it's a little different. B, what is the scariest thing for you going into this Seattle game, knowing the trade deadline is just around the corner?
Just the team getting back. I mean, just really Jackson Smith, like you said, watching what he can do against this defense is scary. Other than that, I'm not worried about anything else.
I mean, some of it is just Washington needs to get back to what they do well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or find out what they do well.
Yeah, or find out, seriously. Because I feel like we have a ton of belief in who they are based on last year. Last year's over. Like that's out the door. They're not the same team. Mm-hmm. That's just the reality. We got folks on the line. Mark is in Largo. Mark, what are you most scared of Sunday night?
What am I most scared of on Sunday night?
Yeah.
Getting off to a bad start. That's pretty much what I am scared, but I don't think that's going to happen. Look, let me ask you something, JP. I said this to your screener out here. Do you think, and maybe you can use this for the rest of the day for your question up until 2 o'clock, do you think the coaches are going to go to Jaden and say, look, do you want to play with it on or play with it off? And I'm talking about the brace. Because Jaden may feel like he may be more beneficial with it off than on. And you worry about what happens afterwards. But that you got a long season for that if you don't win this game. And I just think mentally it may be in his head about the brace. I think he would be better with it off.
I haven't thought much about the brace. It's an interesting kind of question, but I don't think that's up to Jaden or the coaches. That's up to the docs. And
okay. What do you think, B. Mitch?
I think he should. I think he's wearing it. I don't think it's bothering him. Actually, the first game he came back, he was cool.
Yeah, he looked good.
I think
if they play like that, like they played against the Chargers, I think they'll win out. But they look, guys. If we want to be realistic here, if they're gonna make the playoffs, they're gonna have to run the table because they don't have the tiebreaker on anybody. No one.
Yeah.
No one at all. So you're going to have to win out if you're going to do it, but it starts Sunday. I think they will get off to a good start. I think Jaden will put on his Superman cap, and I think when he starts playing like he's playing, he's going to be like the Seahawks are going to be like Detroit last year. They're going to be sitting back there like, what is this kid doing? How's he doing all this stuff? And they're just going to be paralyzed in the moment. That's what I think happened to the Lions. That's what I think is going to happen to Seattle, and I think it's going to happen to the Lions again next week. I believe in this. I believe in him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the team will follow. And I think when he's playing like that, he raises the level of the rest of the team. Just does.
Totally. You saw it last year. Thanks for the call, dude. Happy Halloween.
Good call, brother.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What are you most concerned about Sunday night against Seattle? I sent out a tweet. Follow me at JP Finley NBCS. What has you most frightened? I gave 4 options. The injuries, Jackson Smith and Jigba, specifically Jaden coming back from the hamstring injury, or the Seahawks defense. 33% said JSN, 32% said Jaden's hamstring, 28% said the injuries overall. Only 7% said the Seahawks defense.
Wow.
I think that's misguided. Seattle's got a really good defense, and they're getting healthier.
Yeah, they're getting healthier, but you know what? I think people see Jaden coming back and they just feel automatically he's going to do something against them. And they see Jackson Smith rolling in and they go, oh, hell. I mean, that's what's happening right now.
Seahawks have the number 1 rush D in the NFL and give up 3.3 yards per carry. Landfill, what are you most scared of Sunday night?
More injuries, realistically. I don't think we can take any more.
I mean, it seems like that. We'll get an injury report today. I mean, this Johnny Newton situation isn't good. It does seem like Matt Gay and Laramie Tunsil are trending the right way. But the D-line is already really beat up with a D-tackle that's missed 2 straight days. Franco is in D.C. Franco, what are you scared of for this Seahawks game?
What's up, Brian? What's up, my man?
What's up, brother?
Thanks, dude.
Hey, look, man, look. This was getting me, man. You got to run the ball. I mean, they got Bill right. It's inexcusable to run a man 3 times. How he gonna get warm? Brian Mitchell used to run the ball. He didn't get 2 carries because he wouldn't settle for it anyway. If they tried to give him 2 carries, he'll talk about it. But Bill ain't in the position to speak up. But man, let that boy run. He can get loose, man. He just like those other evasive backs out there. And Brian, I want to ask you one thing, just for all people in the field, the cornerbacks. Why do they run with their back turned when they defending the man? If they turn around, the ball is dropping their hand. I can't figure that out to save my life.
Wow, who does?
Why does cornerbacks, when they checking a receiver, they run with their back turned? They never look at the ball, and they trying to guess his eyes instead of turning around like Darrell Green would do or somebody and look, and the ball drops right in your hand. I can't understand that.
Yeah, most guys, the good ones can get the eyes around, but once they get normally they run with their back behind because they trailing. They've lost. They lost the coverage battle right there, and the receivers in front of them, so they're trying to catch up.
Thanks for the call, Franco.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Hey, tell them to run, man. They got to run, man. They got to run.
All right, brother.
They're good and everything. I love them, but you establish that by running.
I think he wants them to run, B.
Yeah, definitely.
Get that impression?
Yeah.
He must have missed the part where I said the Seahawks have the best rush defense in the NFL and give up 3.3 yards per carry. I think the game plan should, how it looked against KC early when they were moving the ball really well, just like 5-6 yard kind of pass, set up the run, use the quarterback's legs. I liked Cliff's game plan against KC early. Then a ball bounces off Debo's face mask and you turn it over and it's like, well, hell, we're chasing again.
Yeah, don't like that.
Our boy Los is
Don't chase, baby.
Don't chase, man. Los, what up, man? What you scared of?
What's up, guys?
What's
Happy
happening?
Halloween.
Happy Halloween, buddy.
Listen. I'm looking online right now on TickPick. Tickets are $50 for a Sunday night primetime game.
Huh.
I don't care if we're 3 and 5. Why are tickets this cheap, and why are fans selling their tickets? So what I'm afraid of is that the other fan base is going to show up, because whether you like it or not, see the 12th man, quote unquote 12th man, the Seahawks, they do travel. So that's what I'm afraid of. Where they're showing empty seats, they're showing more neon than burgundy and gold. That's my take on it.
All right. Man, let's hope it's not taken over by Seattle. Damn.
Hell no. They come all the way from way over there.
Thank you, Los.
If you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, you must be from Washington or whatever. You're not just all over the country.
Well, because I think a lot of I've said this repeatedly, right? When Dallas, Philly, Giants, it's not all people traveling. There's plenty of just Dallas,
They
Philly,
live
and
here.
Giants fans that live here.
Yeah.
And probably even Packers and Steelers, some of these like national brands that just have fans. There's probably a decent amount of Bears fans that live here, right?
Yep.
I don't think there's a lot of Seahawks fans.
Nah.
Like, dude, is there a Seahawks bar in D.C.?
Hell no.
I can't imagine. Like, I know
I probably
Steelers
know most
bar,
of the
the
Seahawks
Bills
fans. They're all
bar.
from Washington. So
White Brian, there is a Seahawks bar?
Yeah, no,
Where?
Union Square.
where?
The one on Mass Ave? Is that still called Union Square?
Yes, I think it's called Red Bear or something.
Man,
I don't know.
shout out to Red Bear.
Brian. Are you sure that's true, Brian? It's just like you said, I bet on the Caps the other day.
That does sound like you're lying again, White Brian. We're going to keep the phone lines open. Mark Zuckerman at noon. Let's learn about the Nats' new manager. But when you get, I don't know, 5-8 more minutes, to tell us what you're frightened about with this Seahawks matchup. If you're on hold, stay there. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's B. Mitch and Finley, and you know who we ride with? Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They've been taking care of car buyers in the DMV for over 100 years. They've been taking care of me and B for maybe not that long, but a long time, too. They do it right. They treat you like family. I deal with my guy Jaime at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota all the time. He takes great care of me. They've got great, convenient locations all over Northern Virginia with all the options you're looking for. I do Toyota, B does Kia. They got Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram trucks, Chevy, Buick, GMC, all of it. Plus, they've got quality certified used vehicles to go with their unmatched selection and great financing options. What really stands out, though, B, is that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, they give you the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, and that comes with $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and the lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news at Oarsman. If you have a car to sell, you know what? You can take it anywhere. They probably give you 100% of the Kelley Blue Book value. Oarsman will give you 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. Take it from JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
show announcement. About an hour from now, Jeff has a hype song. Look forward to hearing that. Apparently, it's a horrifying hype song. Landfill really leaning into like his Simpsons screenwriter ability. Everything on the show sheet today is Halloween themed. So the hype song is a horrifying hype song. At 12:30, we're going to have a candy debate about the best Halloween candy. Next at noon, we're going to have Mark
If we
Zuckerman.
can see it.
Yeah, we're trying to get a better printout. See you, Najad. You're my friend. If you're listening, we can't see the damn words on your candy bracket. At noon, I want to learn more about what the Nats are building. They hired a manager yesterday, Blake Batera. But right now, taking your calls, what are you scared of in this Seahawks game? Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
What up, Mark?
Hey, what's happening, guys? Happy Halloween.
Same to
You
you,
too,
brother.
bud.
Hey, man, I'm not scared of anything, but I am concerned about those trenches, like B always says, JP. Man, if those guys in the offensive and defensive line don't play good, man, they are going to whip us like a redheaded stepchild, man, with the way they've been playing. And if our lines play good, man, we can beat those guys, and that's what I'm hoping for. And, hey, guys, I mean it, happy Halloween. You guys make sure you have a good time with your families tonight, and I'll get off here because Heavy Metal said you guys were loaded up, and shout out to Heavy Metal, Chris, and the girls.
All right.
Take care, guys, and have
Thanks,
a nice
dude.
day.
All right, see ya.
Heavy Metal.
Did he say shout out to Heavy Metal Chris and the girls?
Yeah, the girl.
And was the girls in reference to Landfill and White Brian?
Nah.
No, he's talking about my kids.
His kids.
Oh, all
He
right.
calls in a lot when I'm on the weekends with Doc. So
Gotcha. Chris, what are you worried about this weekend?
turnover, losing the turnover battle. That's the worst one to me. They keep doing that. There's no way to continue to any playoff hope if you keep losing the turnover battle.
Hell, last week wasn't it a tie? I think it was even, but they didn't get any points off the damn turnovers.
That's losing the battle then. You don't get no points.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Checking in on the Twitter poll, I think people are vastly sleeping on the Seahawks defense. I think that Seahawks defense is quite good. Mike McDonald. So I talked to Ben Sinnott for a while yesterday, just about what it means preparing for a defense that plays so many multiple looks. And I thought this was interesting. I'm curious if this is similar to your experiences. He's like, first and second down, it's not about looks. Like, first and second down, they're not showing you a bunch of different stuff. It's third down where they really start to show different stuff. And a lot of times where they blitz from different spots. And the way I understood what he was saying is, if you're running good offense on first and second down, the different multiple looks isn't as much of a factor on third down because you're not able to get into your stuff on 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 11. Very different ball game. Is that does that sound true?
When it's 3rd and long, you could throw the whole book at them. 3rd and short, you got to drop back a little bit because you don't know if they're gonna get a run. You know if you're gonna get a pass play. If it's 3rd and 8, they know you're throwing the football, and that's when they bring everybody, throw the whole kitchen sink
from a lot of different spots,
all over
too.
the place. Yeah, because they want what, and it's not about always getting home. It's about speeding up the process and making the
Messing
person
up the
panic
play.
a little bit.
Right.
And that's all to it.
Totally, man. Mike McDonald coached in Baltimore for a long time. His wife's family's, I believe, from Northern Virginia. They're definitely DMV folks. Like, this game is gonna coming out of a bye. You had 14 bye weeks in your career?
Don't remember how many.
Did you play? I think you played the random year they had 2 bye weeks.
I can't remember that.
Did you usually come out of the bye
fresh,
or dull?
Kind of fresh, ready to go.
You think they come out fresh?
I hope.
Yeah, dude, you played.
Well, Seattle. I don't know. Like what I said before, bye can mess up some routine in the rhythm. Also, it can help you out. So it's depending. And it's how the coach handles it for the most part. You got some coaches like, y'all go in. Don't go worry about anything. Just take time off. Other coaches like, nah, we're gonna take some time off. We're gonna get some work in to try to keep that little flow going.
I don't know how they're gonna handle it. Landfill, how does it feel for you that the Commanders are home underdogs to a Sam Darnold quarterbacked team.
I mean, it makes sense. The Commanders have been atrocious defensively. I think even Sam Darnold's going to go out there and whoop them.
Wait. Did Lanfield just say Sam Darnold going to go out and whoop the team?
I think that's what he said. Lanfield, is that correct?
I think so.
Yeah, definitely.
You think Seattle's running away with this? No.
I mean, I'm hoping that the offense can score a little bit, but I think that the Seahawks are fairly easily going to win it.
Wow. I hope you're wrong. I understood that take last week on the road, KC in Arrowhead. I'm not quite sure I agree with it to that extent this week.
Nah.
I wish. You remember when Seattle was really cooking? Legion of Boom, Bobby Wagner.
Oh, yeah.
They were incredible at home, and you had a better chance on the road. This version of Seattle, for whatever reason, is better on the road. Under Mike McDonald, they're 3-0 on the road so far this year.
Who they play at home?
Fair question. They opened the season with a loss to the Niners.
Okay.
Went to Pittsburgh and rolled them. Played New Orleans at home, rolled them. Went to Arizona and won a squeaker. Lost to Tampa at home. Went to Jacksonville and won. And they just beat Houston at home before the bye.
So the teams that they really beat on the road, and not like they were barn burners, to be honest with you.
Steelers, Jags, I mean, those are over 500 teams.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call them, I mean.
That's what I'm saying. So it could be they just got the right teams on the road.
Yeah, I mean, because Tampa's, to lose at home to Tampa and the Niners, those are two teams leading their divisions.
Yeah.
That's an interesting facet. I would think just because Seattle, dude, you travel to Seattle, you feel that. It is far to get over there.
It's way over there, but wherever they travel, it's far as well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, for their road trips to be that long all the time, it's, you know what I mean? Like, I would think that would weigh on you, but so far it's been good. I'm curious if it was, let me see if I can pull up Mike McDonald road splits. Do you know how Mike McDonald is spelled?
What, how McDonald is spelled?
Yeah.
M-A-C?
M-A-C. There's no second capitalized letter.
Yeah, it's one word. M-A-C-D-O-N.
A-L-D.
Yeah, but so not the M small C-D.
Right. Not like McDonald, not the Big Mac.
Okay.
They got the Big Mac. We got the Big Mick. McDowell's. It's different. Mark Zuckerman joins the program next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
In the midst of a bleak 2-7 season, the Dolphins are making a change. Miami has announced that the team and general manager Chris Grier have mutually agreed to part ways. Grier's been with the Dolphins organization since 2000, starting as a scout before he moved his way up the ranks. He was promoted to be the team's general manager in 2016, but mutually agreed to part ways this morning. And the big news on the injury front, Travis Hunter is being placed on the IR by the Jags due to a knee injury. According to head coach Liam Cohen, Hunter suffered a non-contact injury during Thursday's practice. When asked if he would return this season, Liam Cohen only said we're still evaluating it. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Leadville have a Halloween song request. Ghetto Boys. Mine's playing tricks on me. Right now, we're going to the Rude Guest Hotline to talk to our friend, Mr. Mark Zuckerman from Masson Sports. Zuck, how you doing, man? What's going on? Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. How you guys doing?
Your son, is he still of trick-or-treating age?
This is the first year he's decided he doesn't want to. He's 14.
Wow.
I think that's like right at that edge.
Okay.
He decided he didn't want to go. But I have a hunch that at the end of the night he's going to regret not having a bag full of candy. Though.
I believe that. Are you giving out candy at your house, or are you turning the lights off like B-Mitch does?
No.
I'm not going to be at home, Jay.
but after 8 p.m., I'm watching the World Series, so the kids better be done by then.
Well, dude, we obviously want to talk about the Nats' new hire, but this World Series has been awesome. I mean, it's just been really fun, really high-level play, and it's weird, but I'm rooting for the Canadian team. I'm rooting for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, just regardless, I'm the kind of person that always roots for the team that hasn't won it in a long time, and for them it's 32 years. And it's a team that I don't get to see a lot during the season, and the Nats actually played them. It was the first week of April that they faced them, so it had been a while since I really watched them. I've so much enjoyed watching them all this month and really appreciating how good of a team they are. They are legit. This isn't some kind of fluke. They've got really great players like Vladdy Guerrero. They have an incredibly deep lineup, and we've seen that come into play here in this series, the way that they can string together rallies and score runs in bunches. And they've got pitchers like Trey Savage, who came out of nowhere to turn into this like an ace for them in October. And what they're doing is absolutely legitimate. They are, at this point, playing better than the Dodgers. Doesn't mean that can't flip over the next two nights. But if they do finish this thing off either tonight or tomorrow, to me, that's not a major upset. They proved that they are as good as anybody in the league.
Totally. They also ended up winning more games in the regular season. You know, like the Dodgers just had the name value, and the Savage kid, the story. I mean, you're a true seam head. Like, you understand the history of baseball. For a rookie to be doing this, especially when he was in the minors, like not very long ago, has it just blown your mind?
Yeah, and the key there is, I mean, so he was drafted last year for starters, but he began this year in low A ball in Dunedin, Florida, pitching in front of 300 fans, and he literally climbed the ladder of every step of the organization, 5 levels of their system, and then finally made his major league debut in like mid-September. And I think he's now maybe had more postseason starts than he had regular season big league starts, which is ridiculous to think of. And then on top of all that, he's doing things that, you know, only the greatest pitchers of all time have done. I mean, strike out 12 the other night in a World Series game. You know, he carried a no-hitter into the 6th against the Yankees earlier on. It's a credit to not just his stuff, which is tremendous, but like his psyche and his ability to not be swept up in the moment. I can't imagine what that would be like. I think they said in the broadcast the other night, the only road game that he pitched in during the regular season was against the Rays, and they're playing in the minor league stadium, the Yankees spring training stadium, because Tropicana Field was messed up in the hurricane. So, I mean, like, all of a sudden you're at Dodger Stadium in the World Series pitching in front of 50,000 fans, and you've never been in anything that even comes remotely close to that kind of environment before. So just all the credit to him, what he's been able to do.
Yeah, he seemed to be like he doesn't really care either. Just step up and ball.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the key to it, is that, and you hear it all the time from athletes, that the ones who are able to block it all out and treat the biggest moments just like any other moment, they're the ones who have success. All the great athletes say, don't let the moment get too big, that the pressure isn't on you. It's treat every single game, every single situation the same way. Those are the ones who have success.
Yep.
All right, Mark, let's switch to the Nats' big news. Talking with Mark Zuckerman, Masson Sports. The Nats made a hire. Tell us what we need to know about the new skip, Butera.
Blake Butera, and I'll be honest with you guys, prior to 10 a.m. yesterday, I had never heard of him. I'm sure a lot of people were the same way. This is not somebody who was on a lot of people's radar. And I think within the industry, he was known as a up-and-comer. But, I mean, he's 33 years old. He's the youngest person to be hired as a major league manager since 1972. Damn. But to me, it's not about the age. It's about this. He never played and he never coached or managed above A ball. Okay, never double A, never triple A, never anything in the major leagues. And that, I'm racking my brain trying to think of anybody else who would even fit that description. It is almost unprecedented, I think, for someone to be in that kind of situation and be named a major league manager.
So what is it that makes them hire him? Or I go with JP and say, well, he probably was the cheapest because he has no experience.
Well, I understand the cynical view of that, and I'm not saying there isn't a little bit of that might, have some validity to it, but there are plenty of others you could get on the cheap if you wanted who have more experience. I think what stands out from what I've gathered so far about him is what he has done at a very young age, of course, is he has managed in the lower levels of the minors with the Rays and finished in first place all 4 years that he managed, won their league title in the last 2 years with Charleston. Now, that's the Carolina League. This would be the equivalent they're in the same league as the Fred Nats in Fredericksburg. Wow. So it'd be like the equivalent of winning that league. Now, I understand that's nowhere close to the major leagues, but he had an 88-44 record in that final year with them, winning twice as many games as they lost. Then spends the last 2 years, he's promoted to be Tampa Bay's senior director of player development, so essentially in charge of their minor league system. The Rays throughout the industry are known for being one of the best in baseball at drafting and developing players. Now, they don't do a good job of then retaining those players once they get to the big leagues because they don't spend the money to keep them. And so they end up trading a lot of those guys, and that leads to success on the field that hasn't looked as good. But their minor leagues have been outstanding, and they have consistently had a pipeline of producing good young players. And so I think that's what the Nats are looking at. Paul Taboni said at his introductory press conference he wants to be a scouting and player development machine. And so I think that Butera falls into that category of, he's really inexperienced, but his calling card is working with young players and helping make them better and get the most out of them. What do the Nats have? I know it's a big league team, but they're mostly 22, 23, 24-year-olds, so they're not that much older than the guys that he was managing in the minor leagues.
So B said something pretty interesting yesterday with a young guy like that. I think it's exciting, right? It's hard not to at least have the cynical thought. But I think it's exciting. They're trying something different. I know I covered Sean McVay as an offensive coordinator, and when he started getting interviews, I knew he was ready, right? And that worked great for the Rams. I think you look at Spencer Carberry with the Caps. He had never been a coach at the highest levels of hockey, but he was really damn good in the minors, and it's translated. I think Carberry's the best coach in town. I think this can absolutely work. Where I think you have trouble, though, is young manager comes in and tries to tell veterans what to do. How do you think this will be received by players in that clubhouse that might be older than him? Or do they even have those anymore?
Well, yeah, that's the one benefit there. At the moment, there's only one player who's under contract for next year who's actually older than him, and it's Trevor Williams, who's like 4 months older than him, and is going to be coming back from an injury and won't be ready on opening day anyways. Now, I mean, they could go sign some guys this winter, and I actually hope they do sign some veterans because it was sorely lacking this year. But I think one way you're able to get around that is how young the team is. This guy could not manage the 2019 Nationals with Zimmerman and Scherzer and all the others. That doesn't work. But there is something to be said for when you're a professional athlete, a major league player, and you're being told this is the guy who's in charge, you need to have some level of respect for them based on what they've accomplished in the past, either as a player or as a coach or manager. And that stuff does matter to guys. I mean, even someone like Dylan Cruz, who's got 1 year in the big leagues, he's got way more experience from a major league standpoint or even an upper minor league level standpoint than the guy who's now his manager. So it is a challenge. The number one task to me for Blake Butera is going to be to very quickly win over that clubhouse and prove to them that he is worthy of that job and that it doesn't matter what his age is or what his experience might be, that he is going to help make them better players. And I think you can also do that by bringing in coaches with some experience. We'll see how that all goes, but I've got to believe he's going to have a bench coach with some more experience in that and a few others on the staff as well. That would help. But I think more than anything else, that to me is his number one challenge. Is he's got to win over the clubhouse, and he's got to do it quickly because they'll see through it if they believe this is somebody who's not up to the task of being a big league manager.
And then the GM and also ownership has to come in and back him because like that's the main thing. When you got a young coach, you better see that he has to back him with everybody else. Or no matter what, if he don't have the backing of the GM and the rest of the people, they're not going to follow what he says no matter what.
Of course. And I think this is also a key point to it all. And we'll hear from them and hear how this is all going to work. But my hunch, and I felt like this was going to be the case even before I knew who they were going to hire to be the manager, is they want organizational consistency across the whole thing. They want the same message being delivered. They want everybody on the same page. And I do think this could be a situation, and they wouldn't be alone in this. There are a number of MLB franchises that operate this way now, where not that the manager isn't important, but the GM and the front office really dictate things, even so much as like proposing what the lineups should look like, determining how long a starting pitcher should be in the game, what relievers should be used in what matchups. And they give all that information to the manager and the coaching staff, and the job of the manager is to implement what the front office wants them to do. Now, that's different from what we had here. Mike Rizzo was adamant that his job was to put together a 26-man roster, and then the manager's job is to take that roster and do as he saw fit with it. But there are teams, including like the Dodgers and the Yankees and others, who have more of that top-down approach, and there's a lot more influence coming from the GM and the front office, and the manager's primary job is to implement what the front office is telling them to do. I would not be surprised if that's the way it works here.
I mean, no better example of that than when Dave Roberts had to take the ball out of the kid's hand that was throwing a no-hitter. I know that was a couple of years back, but there's no way Dave Roberts, who played baseball in his life, wanted to take the ball out of a hand of a guy throwing a no-no.
Right. And so I'll be interested to see if that is the way. I would not be surprised, even if it wasn't this manager or somebody else. I could see that being the case here.
Talking with our friend Mark Zuckerman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Zuck at Mark Zuckerman, Zuckerman. He is not Mark Zuckerberg, for those confused. Zuck, I think now you got the new boss, right, in Taboni. You got the new skip in Butera. The biggest question is, are they going to spend? And you don't have that answer, right? But you got two pieces in Abrams and maybe even Gore that would probably net you a decent amount on the trade market. Going into winter meetings, I imagine that's next month or something. The hot stove will be working. If these guys are about player development and scouting and building for the long haul, what's the future like for Gore and Abrams?
So, yeah, I think that's among the biggest questions now. Once they get through all the, let's build the organization up at the front office level and on the coaching staff. Okay, yeah, what about the roster? What's this team going to look like next year? And it's still early to really have a sense of this. To me, the biggest question going into the whole offseason with the new front office was, do you believe that this team already has the core group in place that can win and you need to supplement that? Or do you believe that you're kind of starting over in some respects and that we're looking at several years down the road? Now, Paul Taboni was careful not to give a definitive answer to that at his press conference, and I understand why he wouldn't want to say anything. But when you look at who they just hired to be their manager, not to say that that doesn't mean they aren't trying to win in the next year, but that doesn't strike me as the kind of manager you hire if the priority is winning in 2026. It's more about long-term development. So in that regard, they may be looking at this and saying, who on this current roster is going to be a part of this when we actually think we're ready to win in a few years? And if they're not, how do we approach this? Mackenzie Gore is a free agent in 2 years. C.J. Abrams a free agent in 3 years. If you don't really think you're going to be in position to win before that, then I think you do have to listen to offers for them, as hard as that would be from a PR standpoint. I think you have to listen to those because they may not be around by the time that you're ready to win. And what you don't want to get into is a situation where they're in their final year or even becoming free agents and you're not getting anything in return for them and you haven't won with them as well. So I think that's a major question for Taboni. And, their actions will tell us how they're approaching this. I think there's an argument to be made for trying to supplement what they have and trying to win with what they have. I also could buy the argument that they're not there, clearly, and that there's more work to be done. And if that's the case, you do need to be prepared to move on from some of these guys.
It's going to be fascinating to watch what the Nats do. And then set against the backdrop of the Nats trying to get younger and better and repurposing this baseball organization is what many think is coming. Just as somebody who's covered the game a long time, it's my understanding they have one more year under the current deal between the Players Association and the owners. So 26 is on the books, but after that, it's really wide open. Like, do you think, especially in Washington, where you had owners that wanted to sell, now apparently they don't, but they openly did for a while. Then they've slashed and burned on payroll, and there's this looming work issue. Where do you think that all goes?
A year from now, guys, it's going to be the number one topic across baseball, or maybe even across sports, is there going to be a lockout? If so, how long does it last? Does it impact at least the start or a good chunk of the 2027 season? And by all accounts, what it's going to come down to is how much the owners are going to insist on a salary cap. They're the only major professional sport that doesn't have it. They tried this way back in 1994. The union was strong. They went on strike, and we saw what happened. They lost the World Series. It almost killed the sport. All these years later, they have avoided any kind of significant work stoppage. There was a lockout a couple of winters ago. It cut into spring training, but it didn't affect the season. How adamant are the owners in trying to make that happen, and how much are they willing to lose in order to try to get a salary cap? The players have always said they will never agree to one. They believe the system in place is good. They believe the issue is that teams like the Pirates and the A's and the Marlins should be spending more that they could, and not that they have a severe financial disadvantage. It sounds like all the owners want to be in on this together, so I'm sure the Lerner family is holding out to see how this all goes. Of course, a salary cap would benefit them because you're no longer having to compete with the Mets and the Phillies to that same extent in terms of payroll. It's going to be a huge topic next winter. What just frustrates me the most is the fact that already more than a year in advance, it's already being talked about as if it's like a foregone conclusion that that's going to happen, a lockout. Mm-hmm. Like, I hate that. The goal should not be to be already positioning yourself to win that battle. The goal should be, how do we find an agreement that works out? We're having a great postseason right now. The ratings have been great. If the Blue Jays win, they're the 10th different team to win the World Series in the last 12 years. Like, that's good. That's more than any other major sport right now. Yeah, there are issues that have to be resolved, but they should be working to try to find a compromise. This should not be about all-out war between the players and the owners. The state of the sport is too strong right now to do that.
Yep, and I think these owners got to realize they're the ones paying the salaries. So
Exactly.
and you think you can't take care of yourself, but you want the players to give something back to help you out? No, they're not gonna do that.
Yeah, like you allowed Steve Cohen into your league. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're right, and that's where you've got owners at different levels of all this. Are they all going to be on the same page? But also, you've got players at different levels, and we saw in the last one the top players, the Max Scherzers, the guys who are really established, they were prepared to let the lockout continue, and it was the rank and file guys that actually shot it down. Said, no, we need to play. We need to make salaries this year. This might be our one and only shot to be big league players, and so that's an interesting dynamic as well. For many years, the union has really listened to what the top guys have stated, but I sense that there's more of a push for the rank and file. There's way more of them who can't afford to lose games to put their side of it out there. So it's all going to come to a head next winter. I just hope it doesn't affect them actually playing games in 2027.
I totally agree. I feel like baseball's largely a regional thing. You kind of follow your team, but it seems the rule changes baseball has implemented, I think, are the best that any sport has done, maybe even in my lifetime, just to speed everything up. It's just so much more fun. It's so much better to take kids. Like, you're in and out of there in a way. And the action, like my 6-year-old didn't want to leave, right? Like she didn't want to get up from the seats because it was constant action. There's another pitch. And even like the bullpen changes that would take forever are so much better now. So I understand everything in the world's about money. I just hope they can figure that stuff out.
Yeah, no, 100%. And realize that there is so much great young talent in the game right now. The sport is tremendously popular. It's in a good spot. Yes, there are issues that they have to work out. But if you're the industry of baseball on both sides of that equation, you got to understand you have a good thing going right now. Don't ruin it with any kind of work stoppage. I don't think the public has the appetite for that or the patience to deal with that right now.
Nope, they will move on. Believe me.
All right, Zuck, thank you for your time, man.
Bye,
Enjoy
Zuck.
Halloween.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, Mark Zuckerman does a fantastic job. You can read all his work in Masson Sports. Give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman. I'm on board with Blake Butera, B. You on board?
I'm on board.
Let's win some games.
Yeah.
Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Here's the thing with the Rude system. They control the humidity. When you control the humidity, it gets you perfect balance of comfort and performance. The systems are not loud. You're not going to hear that clanging in the middle of the night. Rude takes care of your house the way you want it. That's why you should get a Rude system. Plus, you could save a bunch of cash. You can qualify for up to $2,000 in federal tax credits. B, I think you got that. I'm going to get that this year. I'm fired up about it. Check out the Rude website for more information.
Chris Greer will no longer be the general manager of the Miami Dolphins. The two sides agreed to mutually part ways this morning. Chip Kelly will serve as the interim general manager. Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel will remain Miami's head coach for the remainder of the season, per Adam Schefter. And a bit of college football news, Arch Manning is reportedly a game-time decision against number 9 ranked Vanderbilt. Manning's been listed as questionable after he suffered a concussion during the overtime win back in Week 9. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Cotton candy, sweet as gold. Let me see your Tootsie Roll. To the left, to the left. All right, so we're trying to fill out, if you're watching on YouTube, we're trying to fill out a candy bracket. It's incredibly hard to read.
Can't see it.
So we're doing our best. The 1 seeds in each region. Reese's Cups. It's Halloween. What do you think is a bigger candy day, Halloween or Valentine's Day?
Halloween.
I think
all of them. Valentine's Day is on certain things you sell. Halloween, everything is on market.
How the hell is Butterfinger a 16 seed?
Because they're silly.
That's absurd.
Chico Stick. Did you see that? Is it on there anywhere?
He's got a Crunch Bar as a 12 seed? You crazy? Yo, I also think left hand up. I'm not a fruity candy guy. I'm a chocolate guy. I don't like Skittles and
I like pecans
Starburst.
and caramel.
I know who's winning it all for me.
Ooh.
I also think, do you agree with this? There's a big difference in Halloween size candy and a full candy bar.
Yeah. I used to give away the full size candy bar for Halloween. That's why people used to like my house. And that's why I don't do it anymore.
But shout out to the Gardner.
Milky Way is a number 1 seed.
The Gardner brothers used to give away full size candy
Milky Way,
bars.
that's I don't like.
You don't like Milky Way?
Hell no.
So you got Butterfinger pulling off the UMBC?
I would take Butterfinger over Milky Way.
Nobody better lay a finger on my Butterfinger. I kind of might do that too, dude. I like Milky Ways better than Snickers. Snickers got a 1 seed.
Candy corn might be my number 1 seed.
Oh, dude, I got candy corn going down in the first round.
Against who?
Raisinets. I love Raisinets.
Raisinets are horrible.
I love Raisinets.
No, man, candy corn better than Raisinets.
Crazy.
Man, you own that Chris act.
Starburst versus Jelly Beans. Who is this? Ronald Reagan? People giving out Jelly
I go
Beans?
Starburst.
Yeah, me too. All right, let's just run through the matchups.
All right.
So, Butterfinger versus Milky Way. I'm going Butterfinger.
Butterfinger beats Milky Way.
Raisinets versus Candy Corn.
Candy corn wins.
Raisinets wins.
Ain't no damn way.
Crunch Bar versus a Payday. I'm not even sure I know what a Payday is.
Yeah, Payday is very similar. What is it?
It's like a Baby Ruth?
Kinda. Yeah.
Give me the
But I'll
Crunch Bar, dude.
I don't like the Crunch Bar. I'll try that.
Landfill, you feel free to weigh in when you need to.
Crunch bars suck.
You know what?
I'm with you on that,
You
Landfill.
suck. Who you got Candy Corn versus Raisinets, Landfill?
Candy corn.
Raisinets.
Bang!
Candy corn, man. Y'all weird.
Rolos versus Toblerone. Those are my dad's 2 favorite candies.
Wait, what?
Rolos versus Toblerone.
Give me the Rolo.
Toblerone is banging. I'm going Toblerone.
Toblerone.
What is that? Take 5 versus Gummy Bears. Take 5 all day.
I think I could. Can we just wipe both of them out?
Eventually. I mean, it's a bracket. You can wipe them out.
Yeah, because I don't know.
Nerds versus Warheads, B.
They basically the same things.
Aren't Warheads real sour?
Give me the Warheads because they make you.
I'm going with Nerds. And then just the classic. Straight up Hershey Bar going against Fifth Avenue, B.
Hershey Bar.
Me too. All right. So the round of 32. I got Butterfinger versus Raisinets. You got Butterfinger versus Candy Corn. You have Butterfinger advancing.
I'm still going candy corn.
You're crazy.
I love candy corn, dog.
I got Butterfinger, a 16 seed into the Sweet 16. I got a Crunch Bar versus Starburst.
You said what?
I got Crunch Bar versus Starburst.
And I have, I chose the other.
You chose Jelly Beans or you chose Payday?
I chose Starburst and Payday.
So who you got, Payday and Starburst?
I'm going Payday.
All right. We have very different brackets. Toblerone versus Take 5. Take 5 is money, dude. They got pretzels in there.
That's why I don't like it. I'm not a pretzel guy.
All right. So you have, that's just not your bracket right there. You got gummy bears into the Sweet 16? Or you like Rolos?
I didn't pick gummy bears. I picked the Rolos.
All right. I am now in the Sweet 16 Butterfinger versus a Crunch Bar. I think I'm still going Butterfinger.
Butterfinger.
Take 5 versus a Hershey Bar. The Hershey Bar goes
let you
down.
do all this, Jay, because it's half of these things you can't see them.
Who you got, Butterfinger versus Take 5?
Butterfinger.
We got Butterfinger in the Final Four, baby. Congrats to Butterfinger.
But I would have had the candy corn in the Final Four.
You would have candy corn in the Final
I love
Four?
candy corn, dog.
Landfill, do you have a reaction to that?
Hey, man, it's what people like.
Sure.
I mean, that entire region was messed up the moment you guys hated on the Milky Way for no reason. The best candy bar.
No, man.
You think Milky Way is your one seed?
It's the best candy bar.
No, it's not, man.
I like Milky Ways. I just like Butterfinger better.
No, ain't no way.
Having a Milky Way Butterfinger first round matchup is absurd. That's a Final Four matchup.
Yeah, I don't like Milky Way.
Landfill, you had Milky Way come out of that bracket?
I have Milky Way winning the tournament.
Landfill, you got to be crazy as hell.
B-Mitch had candy corn winning the bracket, which is
Milky Way ain't better than a Snicker.
It is.
I think Milky Way is better than Snickers.
No, it's not.
Ice cream Snicker bars are phenomenal, though.
You guys, you have a Snicker. You can get the peanuts, or you can get the pecans. It's different ones.
I've never seen in my life Snicker with pecans.
The new Snickers have pecans in it, fool. You better
they do.
You better go to the store and stop always not doing stuff. You
You
better
get with
stop
almonds,
working
too.
and start.
I've seen the
shopping a little
almond
bit.
ones. White Brian, who took that bracket for you?
The Hershey bar.
Damn, that is some having sex with your boxers on type stuff. Having a Hershey bar, in the Final Four.
And then
Sometimes
have
the
no
original's
peanuts.
just
It
the
doesn't
best.
have no nuts in it.
It's just a piece of
Hershey bar.
chocolate.
It's just chocolate.
What about you, Metal?
In that bracket, I got Crunch.
Okay, Crunch is good.
They're kind of like Rice Krispie treats is the way I look at them.
Yeah, I'm with it. All right, the bottom bracket: peanut M&Ms versus Pez. That is a
Peanut
ass kicking.
M&Ms.
Yeah, peanut M&Ms are the healthiest candy.
Mm-hmm.
Airheads against Charleston Chew. I don't know if I've ever had a Charleston Chew.
And the Airhead it's not really good.
Yeah, they're losing in the next round. Cadbury eggs versus a Heath bar.
Give me a Heat bar.
I'm with you.
Heath.
Cadbury eggs are gross. That is the big Easter industry just pushing that
They
stuff
got
on it.
so much sugar, though. They're like the highest sugar of any candy.
All these things got sugar.
Yeah, it is
But
candy.
even for candy, like they have so much.
Sour Patch Kids versus Sour Punch. I don't even know what
Give me
Sour
Sour
Punch
Patch
is.
Kids.
Yeah, me too. Sweet Tarts versus Mike and Ike.
Mike and Ike.
Yeah, I do Mike and Ike on that.
I'll probably go Sweet Tarts. Reese's Fast Break versus Werther's Original. That's a grandparent ass candy.
I like Werther's Original.
Fast break.
I don't even know what a Fast Break is. What is a Fast Break, Landfill?
It's like a candy bar version of Reese's.
Peanut Chews versus Goobers.
Ass.
What is a goober?
You.
That was funny. I'm not even gonna get mad. I will take Peanut Chews though.
Yeah, do that.
What is that? Twix? Is that a Twix? Twix for sure.
Yeah, I'll do Twix right there.
All right, peanut M&Ms advance, obviously. I'll take Sour Patch Kids. Of all the fruity candies, that's probably my favorite.
That Heat bar, man, beats that.
Okay.
I love Heat bar.
I'm taking Werther's into the Sweet 16.
I love Werther's.
Werther's slaps, man.
Hey,
You can put a
man,
couple in your pocket.
Oh, bro, that taste is so good.
Then Twix, obviously. Twix is going to smoke Werther's in the Sweet 16. Peanut M&M's going to smoke Sour Patch Kids. That's a heavyweight fight in the Elite Eight. Peanut M&M's versus Twix.
All right.
What do you like?
Peanut M&M's versus Twix?
Yeah.
I'll go with the Twix.
Damn. That's a tough one.
Man, you put some caramel in something for me, I'm winning. You got me.
I'm with you, B. I went Twix. All right. Top left, Reese Cups versus Junior Mints.
Just put Reese Cup all the way to the end. They win.
Tootsie Pops versus Charm Pops. Charm Pops have the gum in there. I went with Charms. Baby Ruth versus Fun Dip. That's Baby
Give me
Ruth.
that Baby Ruth.
Three Musketeers versus, I don't even know what that says, but Three Musketeers wins. I'm not
What
a
they call
Skittle.
Smarties? Was that Smarties?
Yeah, Smarties.
Yeah.
That's just like
I think it's Smart Tech.
pellets of sugar.
Smart Tech? What is Smart Tech? I never heard of that.
It sounds like a tech company in Reston. Skittles versus Chunky, B. I'm not a Skittles guy. I know people are.
I actually like Skittles.
Okay. When I eat
The
Skittles,
sour ones, and I like the sour ones more.
I feel like Skittles get stuck in the membrane between my mouth and my nose.
I mean,
It's
you're putting
gross.
too much. What?
I'm telling you how I feel. What is that? What is the next matchup? That looks to me like it says Sam Cosme.
It's Cozumel versus Munjaro.
What? I've never. Is that tequila brands?
It's a place in Mexico.
That's a pass.
I don't know what.
What's the next one, Landfill?
I have
Cream
no
corn
idea.
herb bar?
I put corn cob pipe for that. That's what I thought it was.
Who's corn cob pipe playing? I legit can't read
I don't know what
any
the
of
hell it
those.
says.
It's Twizzler's Clark Bar.
I see that one. What's above it?
I'm not even trying to
Cream
read that.
corn hash browns versus Jumanji. I don't know what
I
any
don't
of that
know
is.
what the hell that says.
All right, Reese's advances. Baby Ruth advance. No, Three Musketeers for sure. Chunky gets to the Sweet 16 because we can't read the other side. Twizzlers gets to the Sweet 16 because I can't read the other side. I got an upset. I'm taking Three Musketeers over Reese Cups.
Nah, ain't no damn way.
Chunky versus Twizzler. I mean that's the worst bracket.
Yeah, you can just erase both of them.
I'm going Three Musketeers into the final.
Open up the hole in the floor and let them fall through it.
I'm just writing awful for all that stuff. All right.
They don't have $100,000 ball in this thing.
Maybe they do and we can't read it.
No,
All
I
right.
don't see any numbers.
They got $100,000. It's in that
Where?
bracket.
Where?
It's right under
Oh.
the Skittles one.
Yo, that's what that says. It doesn't say Sam Cosme. It says $100,000 against Mounds. Oh, dude, I got to that changes everything.
Where the hell you see that at?
You see Skittles versus Chunky?
Yeah. Oh, that's $100,000 right there.
Yeah.
$100,000, baby. You know I love those.
Those are good. You know what? I'm putting that in the final. $100,000 into the final four for
$100,000 in
me.
the final. It might win for me.
Y'all sleeping on the Baby Ruth in that bracket.
I like a Baby Ruth
Where
here
Baby
and
Ruth
there.
at? Yeah,
but
Baby Ruth. I like Baby Ruth.
Baby Ruth isn't better than Reese's, isn't better than Three Musketeers, isn't better than $100,000.
They're my one seed. They're winning the whole thing.
Wow.
There ain't nothing when I was a kid I wanted more than a Baby Ruth, and you get like one or two of them every Halloween.
Caddyshack kind of impacted my enjoyment of Baby Ruth. All right, the bottom bracket.
Snickers.
Snickers versus Lifesavers is
Snickers.
Ali versus White
Boom,
Bryant.
go.
Tootsie Rolls versus Sugar Babies.
Tootsie Roll.
Cotton candy, sweet as gold. Heath Bar versus Almond Joy.
Heat Bar.
I'm going Almond Joy. Reese's Pieces versus Laffy Taffy. Not even close. Reese's
I don't
Pieces.
like either one of them.
Reese's Pieces and Reese's Sticks are
The Reese's Pieces is worthless.
Oh, I love them.
Too small. Just give me a damn Reese's cup.
Eat a handful, dog.
Give me a Reese's cup.
So what is this? Regular M&Ms?
Yeah, they lose
Plain
me.
M&Ms.
Just plain M&Ms, yeah.
Nah, you can have that.
And then Swedish Fish versus Milk Duds, Brian.
Give me Milk Duds.
I'm a Swedish Fish guy there. Milk Duds stick to your teeth. Jolly Ranchers.
Swedish Fish stick to your teeth.
I don't really eat them. Jolly Ranchers versus Mr. Good Bar.
I like Jolly Ranchers.
I took Mr. Good Bar,
Good
but
flavor.
they're all going down because Kit Kat is the overall winner for me.
Nah,
Kit
man.
Kat is the
Not beating
champ
the
of
Snicker,
champs.
fool. Not beating the Snicker.
Oh yeah, Kit Kat
You
wins
crazy.
everything. Everything, I tell you. I go Kit Kat versus Reese's Pieces. Kit Kat goes all the way. Kit Kat versus $100,000. It's Kit Kat. Twix versus a Butterfinger. Who you got?
What against Butterfinger?
Twix versus a Butterfinger.
Give me the Butterfinger.
All right, my final four is Kit Kat versus Twix. Your final four is what? $100,000 versus Butterfinger.
Yeah.
Who you got winning it all? $100,000.
$100,000.
All right, there you have it. First ever B. Mitch and Finley candy bracket. Happy Halloween, everybody. When we come back, Jeff's song. Happy birthday to my boy Rudy. He's had some wild Halloween birthday parties over the years. Now we're old.
Who you gonna call?
Ghostbusters. Ainsley likes this song. It's cute when little 6-year-olds running around yelling Ghostbusters. A lot of comments on the candy bracket. Mine's correct. Yours is wrong. That applies to everybody that doesn't have Kit Kat as the big winner. Is today Chick's birthday also?
Chicken Andy?
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be.
He could be a dude born on Halloween.
Yeah, he look like something that was born on Halloween.
Happy birthday to Chick. If it is in fact your birthday,
He's a little Kit Kat, little chicklet.
I'm getting this information via Mike Jones, who's usually accurate. So happy birthday to Chick.
Happy birthday, little chick.
Landfill, something funny just happened. Chris Russell, as he's wont to do, wandered in here and was jibber jabbering about something. And I said, "Well, hey, Roos, we're about to be back on the air. You want to plug some headphones in and listen to Jeff's song?" And he's like,
"Nope,
nope." And he walked out. So without further ado, oh wait, Jeff's on the line. Is he going to introduce his song? Let's do this. Jeff, are you there?
What's up, fellas?
So
What's up, homie?
What incredibly real reason do you
What's
have to
up,
not
fellas?
be here today?
So
what incredibly Jeff, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Why aren't you here?
So I had a doctor's appointment this morning. I usually try to schedule them before the show.
No, you don't.
But my doc, I do. I done came from a couple appointments. But he wanted to do some blood work. I'm good. It's just he said it would take longer. So, yeah, that's why I'm not there.
And then you got to go to the other one where you got to lay on the couch and talk to him about the issues, son.
Oh, nah. I talk to myself about my problems.
That's your problem right there.
Fred Smoot asked if this was your Ozempic doctor.
Nah, no. I keep telling Fred not going to understand until I give him a route on the field and catch the ball on him. That's when Fred going to stop calling me Ozempic Jenkins.
All right. Well, I don't know that that's ever going to happen, but I do know that you made a hype song for Week 9, big matchup against the Seahawks. You want to let us know what we're going for?
Oh yeah, I had to come a little hype this week. I couldn't do two mellow songs back to back, so we got something hype.
Now they're playing Seattle. Is Sir Mix-a-Lot the rapper you're leaning on here?
No, not Sir Mix-a-Lot. This is just it was just a feeling I felt, and I wanted to do this song this way, so I said let's do it.
All right, let's do it, lady.
Brother.
Man, I couldn't make no mellow stuff this week. We gotta bring the energy to Northwest Stadium. Because whatever's going on, we gotta get right. And we gotta get our communication tight. I just know they gotta fix that. Yeah, we gotta get tight, get back. Yeah, we gotta get right, fix that. Yeah, we gotta get tight, get back. Yeah, we gotta get right, fix that. Yeah, we gotta get tight, get back. Yeah, we gotta get right, fix that. Yeah, we gotta get tight, get back. Yeah, we gotta get right, fix that. Yeah, we gotta get tight, get back. Yeah, we gotta get right. In the first 2 quarters, it really was a slaughter. Scored 7 points, forced 2 turnovers. But it's not about the start, it's all about the finish. Gotta be a dog for all 60 minutes. Gotta be all in to get back to the winning. Cause it ain't a such thing as halfway getting. Let's scan these birds in the month of Thanksgiving. Cause I heard Seahawk tastes like chicken. Fix that. Yeah, we gotta get tight, get back. Yeah, we gotta get right, fix that. Yeah, we gotta get tight, get back. Yeah, we gotta get right, fix that. Yeah, we gotta get tight, get back. Yeah, we gotta get right, fix that. Yeah, we gotta get tight, get back. Yeah, we gotta get right, fix that. Yeah, we gotta get tight, get back. Yeah, we gotta get right.
As the evil spirit of my 3-game losing streak looms over the nation's capital, fans and the spirited people of the DMV all believe that their Washington Commanders can make an upset, and I believe in them too. And when they go into Northwest Stadium, they'll make it do what it do.
All right.
Good job,
Jeff channeling a little bit of the Thriller song.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, yo, it's Halloween. I gotta do Thriller.
Jeff, you should ask Lampfield what he thought of your song, because I don't know if he said that on air or just in my ear, but he has an opinion.
What'd he say?
I'm eating.
I don't think this was his favorite. I'll leave it at that. And you'll yell at me, so I won't bring up. You brought up chicken wings. If they win, are we getting chicken wings? I'm not.
He said it tastes like chicken.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Don't jinx us, JP.
And it'll be our first day on Monumental. I think we should show the Monumental folks that we eat Popeyes while we're on air. All right, we will see what happens. All right,
Hell
Jeffrey.
yeah.
Good luck with the doc, bro.
All right, man. I'll see y'all Monday.
Hey,
Well,
Jeff,
Sunday.
what's your favorite candy for Halloween?
Favorite candy? Wow. It got to be the Reese's, the ghost shaped ones, or I like the Whoppers.
Whoppers?
Hey, Jeff.
That's
I love
some old
Whoppers,
white
bro.
When
man
you go to the
candy.
doctor, he's going to tell you,
Take it easy, B. Goodbye, Jeff. All right, phones are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. That's right. It's time for Ask B. Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Co.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Travis Hunter will be placed on IR after suffering a non-contact knee injury during Thursday's practice, but the team is still trying to determine the extent of his injury. He's going to miss at least 4 games, but it could be more depending on what these further tests reveal. And Chris Greer is out as the Dolphins general manager, but head coach Mike McDaniel will keep the position through at least the regular season. And over in the college world, LSU interim athletic director Verge Asbury will have full authority to hire the Tigers' next football coach. He told reporters that a search committee has already been formed to identify Brian Kelly's replacement. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan on Halloween. Happy Halloween to all who celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
It is time now. Open these phone lines up and hit up Ask B. Mitch Anything. Ask B. Mitch Anything is brought to you by Collars & Co. Damn, B, you know what I just realized?
What?
Collars & Co. is where comfort meets style, and you can upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. Doug, we are late.
Late for what?
It's Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Halloween, I've been thinking about candy. I need to get my mind right, start thinking about vodka.
Put some of those Skittles in your vodka, boy.
Be feeling better before you know it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Ask Me Mitch Anything on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I get used to this new studio. John is in Bowie.
What up, John?
John, you there, dog?
Hey, what's going on?
Chilling, man. How you doing?
All right. See, first of all, I got to ask you, I've been talking, every time I call you, I say something about the party bus for the Hall of Fame. And now they've done the right thing to put your name on that list. How many buses we going to need, brother? And then I got a real important question about how to save my marriage.
Whoa.
I love that the party bus question is ahead of saving the marriage.
Look, I don't know how many party buses we'll need, but it's going to be a lot. Let's get to this marriage thing, though.
Okay, here's the deal. My daughter is inviting us to come up to New York to meet her boyfriend's family for Thanksgiving, all right? My wife wants to stay in an Airbnb. Me, I want to stay in a Marriott Residence Inn and, have a king-size bed and all this and all that. To save my marriage, do I go with her?
Yeah,
or
the Airbnb, you're going to get a king-size bed, too.
No, she's already showed me. No, it ain't a king-size bed. It's a queen, and I ain't no queen, and I don't want to be laid next to no queen except for my wife.
Well, you know what? If you got to just get an Airbnb with a king-size bed. You got to say, look, babe, I got a better Airbnb. That's what you do.
Yeah, I don't think, But see, I'm thinking, I don't know what kind of neighborhood we're going to be up in there.
But that's what you got to look at, and then you got to look at all the reviews and stuff like that to really find out.
Okay, have you ever stayed in the Airbnb?
Yeah, every time I go places, I
There's
like
nice
to.
ones.
Yeah, they got some good ones out
All right,
there.
man. Appreciate you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
That guy really had some questions for B. Mitch.
Yeah.
He had a number of questions.
Hey, man, look. You get to cook all your own food at your own house when you got the Airbnb.
Sam is in Delaware. Sam, ask B. Mitch anything.
What's up, guys? Thank you for taking the call. B. Mitch, I'm torn. B. Mitch, I'm torn about our guy, Scary Terry. Scary as Terrius. I'm upset. I'm upset that it seems like the guy came into the season with an injury already. demanding $30 million. You know, I am beyond grateful for what he has done for this team. But at this point right now, coming into week 8, week 9, I'm a little upset that maybe we could have used that money to bolster parts of the defense that are clearly lackluster. How should I feel? I'm so
You can't be
upset,
mad at
but
a
I'm
guy
so
for getting
grateful.
hurt. I don't think he came into the season hurt. He got hurt, you know. So in football, you get hurt. Like everyone wants to automatically get mad at him because he was trying to get his money. Would you not want your money?
He was reported with an injury before he even asked for money.
Nah, man. That supposedly was some. That's what they said.
They
He
all,
wasn't
that,
hurt.
that was also an ankle.
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with what he's dealing with right now. So the whole thing about it is, in this game, you get paid, and you get paid a certain amount of money to play a certain thing. Fans got to get over that, getting mad at the guy because they want to get paid. Because if you had a job to go, you had opportunity to get more money, you would want it too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, he got hurt.
At least he's saying he's torn. He's not one of these dudes that's trying to blame Terry forever.
But I understand that, but still, it's like the whole thing of it is players get hurt, whether they go to camp or not.
Sounds good to me, Mitch. Thank you for the time, guys.
Thanks, Sam. Appreciate you, pal. Let's go to Brian in Herndon.
Herndon, what's
up, Brian in Herndon?
I used to live in Herndon.
Jeeps, happy Halloween, guys.
What's up, brother?
Man, these callers are asking some idiotic questions. I got to get something going here, dude. Hey, I understand your doctor mentioned this afternoon. You're answering a bunch of marriage advice.
Well, I'll ask whatever you ask me. I'll try to answer it.
Well, we're not going there, man. We got a Halloween party tonight, B. Mitch. We got 2 crock pots going. Which one are you going to go with? We got a Fiesta chicken chili.
All right.
With the French baguette as a side option. This is just an appetizer, by the way. All right.
All right.
Option 2 is just a standard chili with cornbread.
All right. I would try the Fiesta chili, Fiesta chicken.
I'm actually kind of in the mood for some. I was thinking about chili already.
The chili, you better make sure you're outside because there's going to be a lot of gas going on
It's
there.
an outside party.
Yeah.
Have you done the Fiesta chicken? Avocado, sour cream, La Pica de Gallo,
hot avocado? Or you put it on top?
You put it on top. You don't throw it in there in the crock pot. I'll throw that on top afterwards.
That sounds good.
I'm just saying that chili, you got to be on the outside, bro, because you don't have all them people eating chili inside.
That's true.
Woo, boy. That could be a problem.
Thank you, Brian.
Appreciate you, man.
Happy Halloween.
All right, man.
Happy Halloween, dude.
Can you imagine that, Jay?
You bring up a very good point. It's Halloween. Who would have thought Halloween on the same day as Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, on the same day as Ask B Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Co. This is shaping up to be a wild one.
I'm sure.
Let's get wild. Commander Tequila's on.
Oh, wow.
Hello, Commandante.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Dr. B. Mitch, how you been doing?
I'm
Dr.
good,
B.
brother.
Mitch,
How you doing?
I'm hurting. I gotta have surgery on the 26th, all right? Dr. B. Mitch, why is it us men that loves cheese, eat cheese, can't eat no dairy products at all, but I have the runs till they have the surgery?
Hey,
the
man.
ball come out.
Man, relax, dog.
You gotta have surgery because of you eating cheese?
Yeah, I can't eat no more dairy products. I'm having the runs.
All right,
Hey, man.
you gotta stop saying that.
Hey. Go to the
I hung
doctor.
up. I can't hear Commander
Go
Tequila
to the
say
doctor
that.
see if they can help you out with that one. I can't help you.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I'm not that type of doctor.
Oh, boy. 800-636-1067.
Oh, man.
800-636-1067.
That's your friend.
That's Jeff's friend. I just got this, B. This is really cool. I'm curious your reaction. Commanders just announced they're doing Super Bowl era pricing for Sunday's game with the Super Bowl era unis. In Legends Plaza, you can get a soda for 75 cents.
Hell yeah.
Popcorn for $1 and a hot dog for $1.75.
I'm going to be in the Legends Plaza.
What are you getting?
Soda and a hot
all
dog.
3.
Soda and a dog. I don't want the popcorn.
I like popcorn.
You get the little kernels in your teeth.
You sure do.
I don't like that.
You sure do. That is dope, man. Get a hot dog for
That's what I'm talking
$1.75.
about.
For $5, you get.
Can we get a starter jacket for the Super Bowl era price too?
Probably not. Although apparently Ben Strober got one.
Ben got one for cheaper.
Our guy Eli's on the line. What's up, Elijah?
What's up, Eli?
What's up, fellas? Yo, B. Mitch, man. So if a team called your phone and was like, look, man, got 3 openings, if you got into coaching, would you be a head coach, special teams coach, or running backs coach if you had an opportunity?
If I had the opportunity, I would be the head coach.
Would you?
Head coach.
Yeah.
And why? If you could, why?
I don't like people telling me what to do.
My man.
I get to set the tone. So, I'd rather be the head coach because, then I can set the tone for how we going to do things. If I'm the running back coach, special teams coach, then that coach may have me over there all day long, and I don't think I need to be over there all day long.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
My
All
man.
right. Gotcha.
Peace.
Thanks, buddy. Let's go to Voice in North Carolina. What's up, Voice? What's that?
Hey, B.
What's up, man?
I just want to know, why are people so damn stupid?
I wish I had the answer to that question, to be honest with you.
Has it always been like this, or is this just new?
You mean on the shows? The questions?
No, I mean just back in the day, whenever.
Oh, no, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that before. I think what has happened now, people are living out the social media type lifestyles. So they can say and do anything on it, and they let it come into their regular lives, but they just about to make sure that they protected when they're around certain people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I like that question. Why are people so damn stupid?
I mean, seriously.
Yeah, you're right, bro.
Thank you, Voice.
Hey, man. Thank
you.
you.
All right, see you, buddy. The Aquarium boys have any questions for B. Mitch? I'm going to go to Franco's on the line.
What up, Franco?
What's up, Frank?
Hey, Brian, I just want to know, man, I ain't talking about y'all, man, but these sports personality dudes, I was watching them this morning, man. It's part of their job called flip-flop because, man, the Chiefs was dead, but now they're the Super Bowl champions. The Baltimore Ravens dead. They looked at them last night. Now they're the Super Bowl champions. They just flipping back and forth, man. They talk about it so bad, and as soon as you win a game, you're back. Nobody can beat the Chiefs. Nobody can beat the Baltimore Ravens. Nobody can beat the Seahawks. I thought part of the job sounds like it's a flip-flop. You have to be required to flip-flop once in a while.
Nah, I just think teams can get better. I think the Chiefs, the talk about the Chiefs, you can listen to that. Even like you heard us, when they were losing, we still felt they were a good team. I don't know if the Ravens are completely back or not. They looked better last night, but I don't know if they're back. And Seattle.
So you guys tell the truth, right? That's what I'm saying.
We try our best to stay on point. It's just my thing is I don't always have to say what everybody else says. And I think that's why it seems like that sometimes. Like if a team is playing well, they have injured players. You have to look at it based off of that, and that's what I was looking at with the Chiefs. Now they're getting healthier. You see that team can come back and do something. So I wasn't never the one saying, "Oh, they garbage now." They never. And I don't hate on them anyway. Like most people hate on them because they win all the time.
Exactly. Because you don't know it's Sunday to Sunday. It's Sunday to Sunday, man.
You right?
Appreciate you, man.
Okay,
all right, man. Take care, brother.
Buddy. I got a question for you, B.
What you got? No.
You didn't even know what I said.
Go ahead.
And it wasn't even yes or no.
Maybe.
Our boy Drew Cohen, who always throws the wild tailgates, he tries to make the food of the opposing team.
All right.
So for Sunday night's game, he's making Seattle chicken teriyaki with cabbage slaw.
He needs to just make one thing he can get me to his tailgate. Dungeness crab.
When we were in Seattle, that crab you got was massive.
I will show up for that.
How about this, though? You ever heard of the Seattle hot dog?
No.
What are your thoughts on a hot dog with cream cheese, onion, sauerkraut, and jalapeno?
I don't know if I need the cream cheese, but the sauerkraut and the jalapeno, I can do that. That's gonna be a little spicy.
That's not for me, but I'm intrigued. I like cream cheese. I love sauerkraut. Onion, I wish it would be eradicated from the planet. Jalapeno, probably not for me, but I don't know.
You got
Seattle hot
that
dog.
little old folks stomach, don't you?
Seattle hot dog seems intense.
Try it out.
All right, this is a perfect. We'll get there. All right, this is a rather personal question. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, man. First of all, mad respect, Brian. Big Skins fan. Love watching you play. Loved how you played.
Appreciate it.
But my question is, how many square feet is your house? And the reason I got asked, because I've been wanting to ask you, when you do the Rude commercial live, you're always, these guys are the greatest, man. Rude installed 3 high-efficiency systems. And I'm like, God, that must be a hell of crib.
I had the same reaction, man.
Hold on, real quick.
Do you know how many Rude systems got installed at my house? 1.
I got
That's
3.
what I'm saying. That must be a heck of a crib.
It's all right.
Is one of them for like the garage and that?
Yeah, the garage.
The garage
has
house.
its own. Yeah,
Right. B's garage
And
is
you
probably
gotta
as
have
big as
one
my
for the
house.
ice rink,
Then
I
I have
imagine.
I have 2 for the house because it's like you got one that's downstairs, one for upstairs. Well, the
Nice.
top 2 levels.
Nice.
So yeah.
You got one just for the garage.
Well, the
It's a
garage
big
is
garage,
like
man.
it's like a
It's like a house.
like a house.
Yeah. It's
Like
not just a
apartment
garage.
above it?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, bro.
Now, Landfill, line 3 is like the perfect B Mitch, ask
What?
B Mitch anything question.
What?
Hello, Steve.
Hey, B, how you doing, guys?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm good, B. Hey, B, let me ask you this. Do you remember, the baseball game that you played over at Bay Sox Stadium back in 2002, you remember that game, right?
Yeah, vaguely. That was the Allen Iverson thing, wasn't it?
It was Allen Iverson's thing, and the reason it brought up, because I saw Iverson last night. I went to the game in Philadelphia with Norfolk State versus Delaware State. My question is, you remember that game. Who won that game? Because were you on the team with Kevin Garnett and Lorenz Tate?
I
was over there with my son at the time, and you signed his jersey.
I think I was on their team.
Okay.
Yeah, I was on the team
Yeah.
on the team with Lorenz Tate. Yeah, I know that for a fact.
Yeah, I remember that, B. I was over there with my son at the time. You signed his jersey. He's a grown man now, B, fire department, whatever. This boy, my son, has that jersey hanging up over in his basement.
Oh, cool.
Still to this day, never washed it.
Good stuff.
He's doing very well. He moves out to Atlanta now. He's a sergeant on the fire department.
All right,
And
man.
he still has it in his house, framed, everything, B. So, he still remember that day, man. So I appreciate it.
Tell him keep going, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Steve.
Appreciate
thank
it,
you.
brother. All right, man.
Landfill.
I motivated him.
A dude called in to ask B if he remembered a celebrity baseball game from 2002.
Well, I know a guy that wanted me to remember him from Sports Authority.
I feel like Landfill left. I can't see
It was
him over there.
Landfill. Landfill. I met him at Sports Authority
That's true.
way
That's
back
true.
in the day.
All right. You know what? I might make a decision. How do you feel about me making
At
a
first, I
decision?
looked over there. I thought that damn spider was on the outside of the TV.
Phone lines are lit up. We're just going to keep it going. If you're on hold to celebrate a Halloween Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday with Ask Me Mitch Anything, your question will get answered.
There we go.
Everybody on hold, stay there. We're coming back. More Ask Me Mitch Anything because the people demand it.
Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels will play on Sunday after missing one game due to a hamstring injury, per coach Dan Quinn. Washington's lost 3 consecutive games entering Sunday night's matchup with Seattle. The Commanders have been hit hard with injuries this season, and they're not going to have receiver Terry McLaurin. He's missing his 5th game of the year with a quad injury. Daniels was a full participant in practice for the 3rd consecutive day on Friday. And the other big news around the NFL, Chris Greer is out as Miami Dolphins general manager. The team announced earlier today, but head coach Mike McDaniel will keep his position through at least the regular season. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B, the vets out in Ashburn made the rookies dress up for Halloween, and Bill's dressed as Superman.
Is
like him to play like it, right?
Yeah, play like it. We needed that. Needed this weekend.
It's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday on B. Mitch and Finley. Scotty's Vodka is DMV made and super smooth. Check it out at the liquor store, including select Virginia ABC stores. And right now we're hitting Ask B. Mitch Anything. Ask B. Mitch Anything is sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. Oh, where am I going to go? Bobby's in Tennessee.
That's all, Tennessee.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up, Bobby?
Hey, I got a kind of a question that I've had bugging me for a long, long time. I just never really did anything about it. In other words, I didn't look it up on the internet or to figure it out. Let's say that it's basically the last play of the game or close to it. You're trying to get downfield as far as you can and get out of bounds, and the clock's ready to run out, and you've got no choice. But you're close to the sideline. They got a gauntlet of people there. You ain't getting to the outside, so you just toss it backward. Literally, just toss it backward to kill the clock. Can you get away with that, or would they call that like intentional grounding, or I don't know, something else?
Can you toss the ball backwards?
Like if it's on the field, but I don't think offensive players in the last 2 minutes are allowed to fumble back.
If you fumble, I don't think
or fumble out of bounds. You're not.
So if you throw
Not
it
fumble, you're tossing it like a lateral to nobody.
out of bounds, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I think you can.
I don't think you're allowed to throw it
You
backwards.
not throw it backwards.
If you just
You can throw it
lateral
sideways.
into the middle of the field, I think you can, but you're taking a lot of risks doing
No,
that.
but he's saying to stop the clock.
Yeah, like it's got a second left, and you
No,
have
you're not
no
allowed
choice
to do
but
that.
to do it.
Not allowed to do that.
Okay.
Out of bounds?
All right,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, it's in the rule book. I think it's a penalty, but
Okay.
the game just
All right.
ends. I think in the last 2 minutes, if
And then-
you try
then
to
they'll
do
do
that,
like a
it's
runoff
like a
if
10-second
you get a
runoff.
penalty, yeah.
Oh yeah, that would kill it. Yep.
Thanks for the call, Bobby. Our guy Toothpick is on. What's up, Pick?
What's up, Toothpaste?
Oh yeah, you heard that this morning, huh?
Heard what?
The judges, they just called me Tooth and Toothless. I don't know, man.
I've heard Bishop call you Tooth. I've heard Bishop call you Tooth before. I like that.
Yeah, that's my guy, Bishop. Okay, listen, D. Mitch, you say it all the time. Coach says he rather calm a fool than resurrect a corpse. So what I want to know is, how many fools have you played with, and how many corpses? Just tell us. Give us the calm the fool, please. Who's the fool that y'all had to calm besides yourself?
How many fools I played? I played a lot of fools, man. You want names?
Yeah, give us the biggest person that y'all had to calm down, like the person that be dressed up, ready for the game the night before. Calm down.
Alvin Walton.
I knew it was going to be 40. I knew it was going to be 40. I knew it was going to
Alvin
be
Walton
40.
was a true fool. They got the Philly. Trotter was a fool. Brian Dawkins was the nicest fool you ever meet in your life. Like the dude.
I met B-Dog.
He's a maniac when he got on the football field, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
Had a lot of corpse too. I'm gonna let them stay dead.
Thanks, Pick.
Let them stay dead. Let them stay where they are. But I knew 40 was going to be in there. I knew 40 was going to be there somewhere.
Oh, damn.
Thank you,
Damn
2v2.
sure. All right, brother.
All right. Today's B. Mitch and Finley poll question is simple.
You think he getting plastic surgery?
He does look young.
He look young, way younger than he Saban doing a little something.
B. Mitch and Finley, AAA poll question of the day. Who's going to win Sunday night? Seahawks, Commanders. You can vote at B. Mitch and Finley, the AAA poll question of the day. Brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/commanders. Let's go to Larry. What's up, Larry?
Hey, good afternoon there, gentlemen.
How you doing, man?
All right. Got a question for B. Mitch.
What you got?
Do you remember electric football, B. Mitch?
The little electric game? Yep.
Yeah. I'm the guy who paints them in for people all around the country. But B. Mitch, I would be interested in giving you one of your own figures because I've painted you in the current Commanders uniforms, the black, the white, and the burgundy uniform. But also, would you be interested in possibly seeing how electric football has progressed? They just don't spin around anymore. We make the men do exactly what we want them to do, and we can run plays like you see on a real football field.
I need to check it out then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just had a tournament here in the D.C. area because there are leagues all around this country. Detroit has a big league. D.C. has a big league. Also, Baltimore has one. But there's still currently a lot of us playing electric football around the country. And we're getting ready
Can I ask a question, Larry?
Sure.
Are you aware of Madden?
Yes, very much so. But I'm a gentleman who's in his, almost senior citizen years because I remember Billy Kilmer, Charlie Taylor, all of those guys. So Madden to me was electric football was my Madden before anybody else started playing it.
That sounds like a cool hobby, man. Thanks for calling in.
Sure.
Let's go.
Yeah, I electric football back in the day, they just went in the circle.
I never played it.
And if you put a penny or you made it a little heavier, they'll stay straight.
There you go. Alton is on the
You know how
line.
to do it, Jay.
What's up, Alton?
What's up, Alton?
I got two questions for you. Number one, do you think we need to sell or buy before the deadline? And are we going to be able to win on Sunday with just the running game and without Church?
I think we can win. I think it's going to be more than just a running game. Though you got Debo is back out there, and I think Jaden makes things a little different when he's on the field. But for the trade deadline, I think it's a wait and see. If you do anything, I think selling. I don't think buying. Especially if this game goes south, you damn sure not going to want to buy. If they go out and win one, it's a possibility you can look at something. But I think either stand pat or sell.
Yeah, and I got one more question. When are y'all gonna give away the tickets for the game tomorrow? The Maryland,
at the end of this segment.
Coming up soon.
Thanks,
All right,
bud.
thank you.
All right, bro. Gotcha.
Let's go to Dom is in Chicago. Dom, what's up, bro?
Man, I got a few things. First of all, I'm going to pick one with Brian, because how can Babe Ruth not be number one? You love caramel and chocolate. Babe Ruth.
It's not number one. It's there, but it ain't number one in my book.
That $100,000. Then you go with that.
I love $100,000.
And something you're not gonna find it in a Halloween basket.
What
bucket? Fast break. They got Reese's Cups. Ain't in my top no more. That was 30 years ago. Reese's Cup, man. Put a fast break in there.
I have never eaten a fast break.
I feel like I need to.
Try it. It's like almost like a Twix and
is that the one where you say got pretzels or something in it?
That's the Take 5.
Oh,
the Take 5 is pretty good as well.
Take 5 is
also,
good.
Brian. This morning, I hate to talk about that fan base, man, but we are sorry, tutti frutti, whatever. Who cares about the color of a damn uniform? I love that black. I love that burgundy. I love the team. I don't care what they wear. You know what I mean? It can go back to the throwback. It's about what they do on the field. All right,
makes sense.
On that. And also, you was talking about Donnie Simpson's white birthday. every Halloween, KYS will have a party back in the 80s. I regret I got there about 10 minutes late. Donnie said, if you had gotten here on time, you would have won the damn contest. Hey, look, I was an invisible man, right? I had an all white suit on with a hat and had tape. I ain't had the white tape. I had the what's the tape they wrap your ankles and shit?
Easy.
Can't say that word.
All right. You can shut those phones down now, Chris. If you're on hold, I'm getting to you. Blake is in Wilmington. What's up, Blake?
What up, Blake?
What's up, B? Simple question for you. I saw Deshaun Jackson and Mike Vick coaching last night, and I know you fire me up and all of us up on the radio every week. Would you ever think about getting into coaching at the high school or college level?
College, not high school.
There you have it.
In high school, you got to deal with too many. You got to deal with too many damn parents that still think they're gonna tell you how to run your position. In college, they understand the coach is gonna run it, but high school, I'll probably get in trouble.
Can we put you out there? Is your name out there, B?
Nah. It would have to be the right situation.
Thanks for the call, Blake. Jared is in Rockville.
Dealing with kids, boy. Ooh.
Jared, what's up, dude?
Hey, guys, I want to preface my call by saying we know the ineligible man downfield rule is a 5-yard penalty, but a repeat of down. So my question is, when a running back, it's clear that they're going to get blown up in the backfield or taking a toss and they're going to lose yards, why don't they just throw it away? Isn't 1st and 15 better than 2nd and 13?
You saying why don't they just throw the ball away?
If you're running a toss to the outside and the running back can tell he's about to get blown up, could he just throw it away? Like make it like he's a quarterback? I suppose he could. That's just asking a lot of processing in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, no, because I don't think that running back has that mindset.
The quarterbacks do it. Couldn't the running back learn it?
The quarterback understands to throw it away, but a running back, once he gets the ball, his mindset is to run the football. It would probably be a smart play, but I don't know many running backs that are going to automatically think, "Oh, let me throw this thing away."
I don't know many coaches that are going to want them to do.
And then again, what if somebody is down the field? It would be a illegal man down the field.
Yeah. True. Thanks for the call, Jared. That's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
Eric is in Fairfax. Eric, go ahead, bud.
Hey, man, how are you guys? This is for B. Mitch. I've been a Redskins fan since '66, and it broke my heart to see B. Mitch go to Philadelphia. And speaking of which, I wanted
Blame Dan Snyder.
Yeah, that's right. So, but I'd like B. Mitch's opinion of Philadelphia back in the Buddy Ryan, Buddy Bag, Andre Dirty Waters days.
Oh, they were rough. I mean, one thing about it, they did some dirty stuff, but that team was tough as hell. Every time you went to play them, you know you had to bring your best. And the city, they loved the way that they played back then. And still the city is like, that's why I think the players are like they are, because they know they got to deal with those fans. So they try to live up to exactly what Philly is. Philly is a hard-working town. They don't take a lot of BS off anybody, and the players try to come out there like that. Some guys can do it, some guys can't.
Thanks for the call.
You weren't there during those.
I had fun with them up there.
Nat in
I
Stafford.
was just like them, crazy.
Go ahead, bud. Last one.
Yeah, in Old Town Fredericksburg, there's a lot of ghost tours that go around. A lot of different groups could be out there at the same time. These younger people, they like to go circle around the block and be obnoxious and yell at people downtown that are just walking around. Storefronts decorate the deal there, and it looks cool, and it's kind of a spooky area. My question is, would you, when you see one of these vehicles approaching and you know they're going to do something ignorant, would you step to them and kind of confront them a little bit, or would you just let them do what they want to do?
Depending on what's going to really happen, depending on how it's going down, and if I'm by myself completely now, sometimes you got to play it a little smarter. But if I got the right people with me or the right situation with me, then I might be able to be a little bit more brash.
let's say this scenario is you're with like your family.
Nah.
You kind of
Well, I'm not going to start nothing, but I'll have to protect my family if they were to start something with me.
thank you. That's what I'm saying. Well, I stepped off the sidewalk and kind of like half initiated just because I'm trying to get out ahead of something.
Uh-huh.
But then my old lady, was upset with me. So
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Good luck. Don't be fighting in front of your
man.
family.
You know how that is, though.
Yeah, I know.
You step up to try to defend, and you get fussed at. But if you didn't step up, you probably gonna get fussed at.
With my wife, she might step up, and then I got to fuss at her. All right,
That's kind of damn if you do, damn if you don't situation.
Sure is. Chris better hustle back in here because I'm about to give away some tickets. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to Maryland football tomorrow, taking on the number 2 ranked team in the country, the Indiana Hoosiers. Terps Hoosiers tomorrow. Caller number 10, you win the tickets. It's one of Maryland's last home games this year. Check them out before the season ends. For more info, visit thefandc.com.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to the fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You say something, Landfill? Sure. Show's about over. Grant and Danny are up next. Those dudes are at home so they can take their kids trick-or-treating, which has my full support. I hope everybody has a great trick-or-treating session this evening.
You mean I could have stayed home today
But you're
taking my kids to trick or treat?
You're a noted Halloween Grinch.
I mean, if I stayed home, I might have been able to go get some candy.
Football Talk on 1067 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. We got to settle some bets, settle some action. Here's a hint. I did not win last night. Go ahead, Landy.
You should let Brian do it. He was going to say you won. Heard it here first. Gather around, gather around.
Real quick, breaking news out of Baltimore. The NFL has fined the Baltimore Ravens $100,000 for violating the league's injury report policy by incorrectly listing quarterback Lamar Jackson's practice participation status last Friday. They can say what they want about the gamblers, but they care about the gamblers. Jaden Daniels starting Sunday night.
They care totally about gambling.
Big news there for Washington. All right, White Brian, what do we got?
B. Mitch won the week.
That's what I'm talking about. That's how it happens.
Way to go.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Yeah.
He had you in for a 3-team parlay last night.
3 teams.
You remember you took 2 basketball games, and then at the end, you're like, you know what? I'll take the Ravens. So White Brian had you in for 3.
No, I got rid of it. I said I'm not. I said before I got done, I am not going with the Wizards because Jeff said he was taking the Wizards.
All 3 hit, though.
Yeah, but still. All I need is 2.
All right, let's go around the room, starting with Dub B. Predictions, Commanders, Seahawks. What do you got, White Brian?
Commanders 27, Seahawks 26.
Damn, so you think they're going to win, White Brian?
Yep. Jaden Daniels to Deebo Samuel for a touchdown to win the game.
All right.
I'm with White Brian.
27,
Brown
26.
Brian going with White Brian.
Metal Chris, what do you got this weekend?
Oh, man, I think it's going to be a tough one, but I'm going to go. Let's go, Homer. Let's go Commanders 20-17. The last-minute field goal. Last second field goal.
All righty.
Jupu Finbu.
Jupu Finbu. I think the Commanders know they got to win this one. I think it is do or die time. I think they win. I actually think it's a little lower scoring than folks expect. I'll go Commanders 24, Seahawks 21. What about you, Professor Landini?
Seahawks 24, Commanders 9.
That feels a hater.
Landfill is such a hater. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Maryland Governor, Mr. Wes Moore. Thank you to world-famous PFT commenter. Thank you to Mark Zuckerman for making time for us when I know he's busy. Thank you to everybody that called in for Ask B. Mitch Anything. Thank you to Jeff for making a song and calling in. Thank you to Chris for showing up while Jeff was out. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I hope everybody has a happy, safe Halloween tonight. Let the kids enjoy themselves. And to all the young ladies debating the costumes, go for it. You have the full approval of B. Mitch and Finley.
Yeah.
Young women on Halloween, do whatever you want.
No, I didn't say all that. Remember, you got daughters.
Shoot. Yo, starting Monday, we're on TV, people. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. Head coach Dan Quinn said that Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels will be playing on Sunday after he missed last week's game due to a hamstring injury. They are taking on the Seahawks Sunday night in prime time. The big news around the NFL today: after nearly a decade, the Dolphins and their general manager, Chris Greer, have mutually, of course, decided to part ways. Miami fell to 2-7 with the loss to the Ravens last night. And despite that record, the Dolphins plan to stick with Mike McDaniel as their coach for, quote, at least the remainder of the season. That's per Adam Schefter. And tonight, right here on 106.7 The Fan, make sure you tune in to listen live. You got the Capitals hosting the Islanders on this Halloween night. 7 p.m. is puck drop. AV is built for DC. It's built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. Happy Halloween on the final day of October 2025. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. Bit of an annual tradition. We got to thank our boss for this. We are broadcasting from our homes today so that we can hop right off the air and take our kids trick-or-treating and do all the Halloween stuff with the young ones that we want to get done this evening rather than fighting the DC traffic. So thanks to him for making that possible. Danny, how are you?
I'm very well, my friend. And I was going to share that sentiment that you just shared. It's really cool that we get to do this, remembering that we are not automatons. We are grown-ups with between us 17, 18, 21 kids. And they enjoy Halloween. It's cool for us to be able to get going right away because it gets dark, around 6 o'clock basically. And the kids are on the street and I'd be missing the majority of it if I got home at the normal time. So it's really cool that we get to do it.
Yeah, by the time I get done here in the man cave in the basement, I'm going to be sprinting up the steps, and everyone's going to be basically being held back from the door already.
Seriously.
At 6:30. So
Sprinter's block, basically, trying to catch Usain Bolt.
I just spent an hour or so this afternoon, actually, at yet another place to buy more pumpkins. I don't know how that's possible.
Another one.
Or why. I feel like we've been at pumpkin patches all fall. And that's not a complaint. I love a pumpkin patch. Nobody likes a pumpkin patch more than I do. It's apple cider donuts and walking around and doing fun stuff where there's some hay. But we've bought so many pumpkins. And then it came to my attention last night that my son's been hoping, apparently, that I was going to help him pick out a pumpkin to carve. I was like, well, what about all the other pumpkins that we have?
There's so many pumpkins, right?
But I guess none of them were the carving pumpkins. These are the pumpkins that they're painting on, or they're just kind of designing on the porch just so. So today, we went to Wegmans. There were like 4 left. They had holes in them, or they'd been, just dropped 9 times. I mean, it was disgusting. My son's pumpkins. Like, this one's perfect. And I'm looking at it. It's the worst looking pumpkin I've ever seen. And I'm like, do I just trick him and get this and say that it's a good pumpkin? Or do we keep this search going? So we went to Null's Produce over in Springfield off of Beulah.
Okay.
This afternoon, and we scooped a few more pumpkins. You're going to pay a little more by the pound than you would at like a grocery store or whatever, right? But beautiful pumpkins, carving perfection. So they're right now digging out guts and getting the carving done in time for Halloween.
That's fantastic. We did not do much pumpkining. My boys don't care about it. The only pumpkin-related activity, actually, I missed because you and I were in Kansas City, thanks to our fellas at Condori and Murad. But they do at some place they went to, it's like a pumpkin launcher, where what you're going to do is take some of those old, rotten, busted-up pumpkins that you're talking about, like the ones that don't get picked, that are nubs, and you get to pull the lever and shoot it at a target.
That's fun.
And the boys loved that. That's their only pumpkin-related activities. We don't really have craftsmen in the house. We don't have artists like you guys do. We can't really do those sorts of things.
Well, I'm the worst at pumpkins.
Oh, I'm terrible at it. So terrible.
My pumpkin quite literally still looks like it's carved by a 2nd or 3rd grader.
Yeah.
I mean, it's super embarrassing.
I've never understood how people could do it.
I don't get it either. People are like, oh, draw first and then carve. Can't draw either.
Yeah, my drawing stinks, and then when I start cutting it, how do they do it so smoothly? I'm sawing the thing, so like even if I meant it to look straight, it's still jagged tooth the garbage.
My wife, who majored in art and was a store artist at Trader Joe's, among other places, she does these beautiful pumpkins where I'll ask her for the Caps logo, and she's able somehow to do that.
You imagine?
So one year we had the Caps and the Nats and the Commanders, or it was the Redskins at the time. We had them all on our porch. And then my pumpkin is always quite literally the 3 triangle bit.
Hey, look at what our first grader did. No,
Exactly.
that's my husband.
So bad, so embarrassing. But I'm not doing one this year, so I don't have to worry about the shame and the embarrassment this time around. But yeah, so hopefully everyone's got their pumpkins carved, their costumes laid out, the candy ready to pass out. We're going king size candy bars as always at the Paulson household. Hopefully the Rouillet's up their game a little bit this year after the scuttlebutt that we heard about a few weeks ago. That you guys just weren't doing enough. You weren't putting in the effort.
I asked my wife yesterday, 'cause I was going to have some time. My oldest has a soccer practice. It gets at 8:30 on a Thursday night because that's, a little bit more serious now. And so I had some time to kill. You saw me doing setting in a parlay that you'll be surprised didn't win last night before I left the studio. But I asked my wife, I was like, do you need me to grab some more candy? Happy to do it. I'm going to have some time to kill. And she responded flatly, no. So she believes she's on top of it. So I did my part. I asked a question hoping the answer was no, and that's what I got.
Well, if you did that, then no one can possibly say you didn't put in enough effort. I mean, you asked, can I help? What else could Danny possibly be expected to do? Hey, here's where I want to start today with the Commanders getting ready for the Seahawks on Sunday. Your news of the day, not surprisingly, Jaden Daniels is going to start. That would have been pretty stunning, Danny, if he didn't. After practicing in full all week, he better start, he better play. And now we get to see if when he gets back out there, does he look 100%? Can he get through and navigate this game without any more hamstring or issues or otherwise? But that's the big deal, is that he'll be on the field. No Terry McLaurin, but Debo should be a go. And for the most part, this offense is back closer to full strength. Did you hear the Daron Payne answer about Jackson Smith and Jigba in the locker room?
I did hear this because you turned me on to it. It was not on my radar. I'll fully admit that until you brought it to my attention this morning, and I had to go back and listen.
So this is one of those times where I'm going to admit it's a great thing we weren't on the air when I first saw this, because I would have gone pretty severely and intensely and loudly against Daron Payne's answer on this. I've had more time to calm down. The blood pressure has come down a bit, and to not be as bothered by it, but I am still frustrated by this audio. So the question's actually going to be asked, you'll hear it here, by our own JP Finley, of course, NBC and B. Mitch and Finley middays. And so I want you to hear JP asking Daron Payne about Jackson Smith and Jigba, who is the NFL's leader. Look up the wide receiver stats for the NFL this season. Nobody is having a bigger breakout, more impressive season than Jackson Smith and Jigba at wide receiver. He's got 819 yards, 99 more yards than any other receiver in the game. So forget playing him this week. If you watch football at all, everybody who's got a fantasy team, everybody who watches the fastest 3 minutes with Chris Berman on a Monday night once knows who Jackson Smith and Jigba is. This was the Commanders' locker room as Daron Payne, maybe your best player on defense, was talking.
But when you watch a tape of Jackson Smith and Jigba, what's that look like?
Who was that?
Seahawks wideout.
Oh, no, I ain't paying him no attention.
He's leading the league.
Okay, so a couple of things. First, you hear Chick Hernandez start guffawing. He's like, ha, 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 that's funny. As if Daron Payne's doing a bit. Like he's saying, who's that guy? I don't know him at all. Is it possible that he's doing that? I suppose. Having watched it and seen his demeanor, I don't think that's what's happening. And then JP says, well, he's the leading receiver in the NFL this year. He's got the most yards in the league. And Daron Payne says something to the effect of, oh, I don't have to pay any attention to that. And I take that to mean, Danny, I'm a defensive tackle. I don't cover wide receivers. I don't really have to worry about a wide receiver. I'm worried about guards and centers and tackles and getting to the quarterback. Did I misread this situation at all before we go further?
So, yeah, this is interesting. So I didn't have near as visceral reaction as you did, but think of Logan Paulson, right? Your cousin Logan, who knows so much about football, is so intelligent when it comes to it. he's still in the habit of being like, yeah, number 46 for them and number 55. And I've seen something out of 12. He does this. They deal differently than we do. Like for us as fantasy owners, I have heavy stock in Jackson Smith-Njigba. I was all in. I have 7 leagues. He's on 4 of my rosters. I know the name because that's kind of the world that we live in. I wonder if part of it is that. I wonder if the other part is kind of, as you said, Deron Payne is like, yeah, I can't really pay attention to what's going on behind me. Now, I would have thought at some point in the team meeting, I would have thought at some point somebody might have mentioned, hey, there's this guy that is uncoverable and is excellent, and that's the guy we have to worry about. Like I've seen on every Hard Knocks or, in-season Hard Knocks or any kind of scouting video or whatever. But if he's only focused on the offensive lineman that he's got to deal with in the game, I guess I can sort of understand that. But I did find it a little bit peculiar that you haven't heard that name at all? It hadn't come up in any conversation?
So that's what I need, really, I guess, resolution on. And that's what I would love to find out is what did he actually mean by this? Because I really believe it seemed to me like when JP said Jackson Smith-Njigba, it was like someone saying a name to me that I haven't heard before, I'm not familiar with. He's like, who's that? What are you talking about? Also, there's a context to these conversations. Now, I didn't hear the questions that precluded it or the questions that came after it, but I've been in that locker room as a beat reporter where every week the rhythm is the same. A guy like D. Payne is kind enough in open locker room to stand at his locker and answer questions as one of the leaders of the team. And it's the same kind of deal each week. Hey, what kind of problems does Patrick Mahomes present? You're taking on one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Hey, what are you seeing from Sam Darnold? So it is very common as you're standing there that people are asking you about players on the other team. So it's not like JP's asking him about a barber in Ashburn, like pretty clearly.
Yeah.
What do you think we're doing here? Hey, what do you? So even in the first moment, you're like, what do you mean? I don't know who that is. And then there's he's leading the league in receiving. Now I do believe that the second comment is, oh man, I'm not a cornerback. I don't worry about wide receivers. That's not my job. I get to the quarterback or whatever. But this to me is problematic twofold, right? Number one, and most obviously, you don't think that the Seahawks aren't going to use this as some fodder? We've already got the aforementioned Jackson Smith-Njigba, who, for those of you that don't know, is the number 1 wide receiver for Seattle and the leading receiver in the NFL this year and a superstar. He's at the podium answering a question today about what is being said in D.C. about Sam Darnold, right? They're already doing this bit. I guess the comment was something along the lines of, you can't lose this game to Sam Darnold on Sunday Night Football or something. But this is what teams do. This game of gladiators colliding at high speeds and collisions and violence, you're looking for whatever little edge there is for that added motivation or this perceived slight. See Michael Jordan in The Last Dance. That's what everybody's looking for. So if the Seahawks, I would bet anything I got that this clip will show up somehow in Seattle, whether that's Mike McDonald showing it to the team, whether that's just the transcript being sent by someone to JSN. And I promise you, if and when he balls out Sunday night, this will be a story, either because someone's going to ask him about it and he's going to make a comment, or because he or his teammates will just come out and say it. In the locker room, the Seahawks were walking by his locker yelling, I bet you they know you now. It's just such an unnecessary error, even if it was completely harmless, right?
Yeah.
Let's say he knows them, he's well aware of who their best players are, he didn't mean it as a slight, he just either didn't hear him or he was a little confused or whatever. It just seems like such an unnecessary thing for a bad defense to give bulletin board material to the number 3 offense in the league and the number 1 receiver in the league. At its core, that's what this is, by the way. We can explain it away, and I'm going to try to do that in a minute. I'm trying to be as fair as possible, but the really bad defense, one of their best players in the locker room, said something essentially that could be taken as disrespectful about the best player on one of the best offenses. That's kind of what happened here. Yeah, that's an unforced error on a Friday.
I actually tend to agree with that. Now, here's the thing. Let's say no one gave any bulletin board material. Let's say no one said anything, no one did anything that's even slightly out of bounds. They still can't stop that guy. Nobody has, right? So, you add in this extra little bit, and it turns into a thing where now you're going to get dunked on, right? That's kind of the ipso facto. That's kind of the next way to play this out is that, he scores a touchdown, turns around and points to the back of his jersey, and everyone's like, he's pretending to shake hands and introduce himself to his teammates. Like, you're going to see the celebrations happening where it's like, by the way, my name is Jackson Smith-Njigba. Get to know it. And he'll go off for a huge game, even if there isn't any bulletin board material, but there is. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you create a thing when there didn't have to be one. And if it's an innocent mistake, it's a strange one to me. You think the process of the NFL happening, of people getting ready to play football games, you might hear the name of the other team's best player. Like, I understand if you're not sure who the second, left guard is, or their swing tackle, you may not know everybody's name. You may know them by number and some of the film study and things that you've had, but you'd figure the guy that leads the world in receiving, you figure the guy that has torn up everybody that they've played against might come up in a team meeting. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there might be some sort of indication.
Well, that's why
we have to worry about this guy.
That's why I assume that he obviously knows plenty about Smith-Njigba, because every Hard Knock show ever, you have to watch one of these in-season shows. Every team's kind of doing the same things in the rhythms of the week, which is to say that every defensive coordinator starts the big meeting Monday, whatever day it is, probably Wednesday, where they give you the PowerPoint slides, and they go over, here's Seattle's best players. All right, their quarterback is Sam Darnold. Strengths, extends plays, accuracy, pushing the ball down the field, weaknesses, and they'll rattle off a scouting report. And so obviously in that, they're going to highlight, you better believe that the defensive coordinator of this team had a PowerPoint slide at some point that accentuated Jackson Smith-Njigba, what he does well and what he does poorly. And again, these guys do study things to their position, but man, was it a bad look for me. For, again, one of the captains, one of the best players on this defense, this embattled defense where there's so much being made about how they're playing. Can they do more during the week? Is it a lack of talent thing? Is it a preparation thing? I mean, that's a big question, right? And then you're asked at the end of the week about the best player on the opposing offense. Who is that? And I know what Commanders fans will do and what a lot of people do. Oh, this is nothing. Okay, fine. Again, I would just say the best player on Seattle came up today in the locker room, and maybe the best player on Washington's defense suggested he wasn't aware of who it was. 4 days into preparation for this team. That's the black and white of this. Now, there might be more context, and I'm open ears for it, but I'm annoyed by it. And I maybe wouldn't be if they were the number 2 defense in the league, but they're not. And if I had more confidence in how they were preparing and going into these games, but I'm not. I'm not that confident. So, yeah, maybe I'm confirming that prior, but that was frustrating to me to see that.
I hear your frustration, and I can understand it, and I can even co-sign to the degree of you're not good enough. Like, if the 2000 Ravens were like, we don't know who that is, fine, no problem, right? Or this year's Denver Broncos wanted to puff out their chest and say, we're not sure who that dude is, whatever. We're worried about ourselves. Maybe you got something to back it up with. But I think my point from before is there's no reason to fuel the fire because the fire is going to rage on Sunday night. You can't stop anybody. This is a good offense. This is a really good football team coming here into town. Analytically outstanding. They've dropped, that week 1 game is kind of the weird aberration. I think it was for a lot of teams where the offense didn't really do a whole heck of a lot. Since then, they have been really, really, really good on both sides of the football. And you're not very good on both sides of the football. You're especially bad on the side that guy is going up against, your defense. So, in the sense that they're not going to lose because Daron Payne said what he said. If they lose, it's because they can't stop Jackson Smith-Njigba. This offense, Sam Darnold's going to have a field day. Guys are going to run wild and free in the secondaries. This happened all year. They won't be able to stop the 2-headed running back monster. But it's also the extra layer of embarrassment, the extra layer of fuel. Whether it has a tangible effect or not, there's no point to it. There was nothing gained from that today.
I'm seeing a bunch of the comments here. You can listen to us all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream, and people are asking the question, unbelievably, should Daron Payne know who Jackson Smith-Njigba is? Is that even a thing? Does he need to know who he is? Well, he doesn't need to study the tape. He's not going out and locking him down in man coverage. But, yes, he should absolutely know who the best players are on the opposing team days into preparation. Unequivocally, yes. this whole league it's a week-to-week thing where you get 6 days after the game until another one. And in this case, it's shorter than that, obviously, 5 days. But yeah, the amount of work and preparation, I mean, there's enough hours in the day that you're studying the tape and you're learning about the opponent. And there's a reason why in that defensive meeting, Joe Witt is going over all of the best players on the opposing team. That's not a big ask, by the way. This is not, we're not talking about Courtney Jackson. We're not talking about a practice squad wide receiver. It's the number one wide receiver in the NFL. Hell, if you weren't playing Seattle this week, you should know who Jackson Smith-Njigba is. Just out of sheer interest in ball, frankly.
So
I mean, the guy's leading the NFL in receiving yards.
I was shouted down
Go
years
ahead.
ago, GP. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was shouted down years ago about Ryan Tannehill. Do you remember this? When he was coming out of school, he did not know who was in any of the divisions. He didn't know who any of the opponents might be, the teams that they were supposed to beat or whatever. And I found it disqualifying. And so many people were like, what is the matter with you? Who cares? Like, why is he supposed to know that? And my whole point was, do you want to play in the NFL? Like, you're aspiring to get to this league. You're interviewing for jobs in the National Football League, and you've shown no interest in it. If you interview for a company and they go, do you have any questions about us? And you go, nope. You know who's not getting the job? You, stupid. You need to show an intellectual curiosity. You need to demonstrate that you did some little tiny bit of research before you set foot in this building. AKA, you might know who the Dolphins need to beat if they want to win the AFC. What? We got to beat Tom Brady? Oh, crap. You should probably know that going into the job interview. And that's what he was doing. An extended job interview that ended as soon as his football season ended when he was a collegian. And he's going on a tour to figure out who might want him, where he might want to go, what lines up. And he couldn't be bothered to look up a single bit of information about the league that he was apparently so desperate to play in.
Right.
I go, nope, I would never draft that guy. And people screamed at me. And this kind of reminds me of that, where I go, how could you not absorb the slightest amount of information
Well, on a
about
scale,
a team that
though,
you have to beat?
I get that point, and I probably agree with it to some extent, but on a scale, that's below this for me. This is a player that you're taking on this week on the side of the ball that you're defending. And yes, there's not a one-on-one matchup looming, but you'd sure as hell better know who the 3 or 4 best players are by number and by name on the opposing team. Sorry. You absolutely should know that. Now, I have to imagine that he does, and it was just kind of an awkward interaction. But, if the idea was that it's a bit and he's kind of being playful and he's dismissing him like, I don't know that guy. Well, that's not good either. Because why would you do that about the number one wide receiver in the NFL who's still got a couple days to find out about it and get motivated by it? G&D on the Fan, another jersey retirement in Northwest Stadium this week, and pretty cool thing the team is doing to give back to the fans as they commemorate the Super Bowl era with throwback uniforms. We'll tell you about that next on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or if you want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who's going to score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com, promo code GP. Sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet. Expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Commanders going to have Jaden Daniels back under center for Sunday's matchup against the Seahawks. They won't have Terry McLaurin, though. Commanders and Seahawks Sunday Night Football, the debut of the Super Bowl era uniforms. Seahawks also wearing throwbacks themselves. The Commanders going in 3-5, looking for their 4th win of the year. Last night, Thursday Night Football, the Ravens beat the Dolphins 28-6. Today, the Dolphins and their general manager, Chris Greer, mutually agreed to part ways. Adam Schefter reporting, though, that Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel is going to remain the coach for the remainder of the season at least. Injuries in the league. Patriots running back Ramondre Stevenson going to be out on Sunday against the Falcons. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is good to go for Sunday against the Packers. He has no injury designation. And the Ravens have been fined $100,000 for violating the league's injury report policy before the Bears game. Hockey tonight. Capitals in action at home against the Islanders. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. World Series Game 6 tonight. Dodgers in Toronto to take on the Blue Jays. 8 o'clock first pitch. The Blue Jays looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-2. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on this Halloween Friday on The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. You just heard Toby mention the NFL news of the day in the update. The Dolphins firing their longtime general manager, Chris Greer. Did you realize he was the GM there? This was his 10th season. Got to go back to 2016. He's been running their football operation. And that felt like it was an inevitability over the last few weeks that they'd be parting ways. Frankly, not just with him, but with Mike McDaniel as well. But for now, it's Greer who pays the price. McDaniel stays on to continue to coach.
Yeah, he's like a lifer there, Greer. I think he started as a scout and kind of worked his way up in that front office. I'm actually really surprised that it was him and not McDaniel that got that got the boot there. But you know, when he went all in on some big-time veterans, trades for Tyreek Hill, big contract Bradley Chubb, and some of these other dudes to try to, jump up and see if they could beat New England at the time and now Buffalo. And it didn't work out. And it didn't work out in a major way, so he gets the X.
They're under-talented for sure, but last night they just didn't execute either. I mean, you look at the number of trips they had across the 50 into Baltimore territory and inside the 30. So you call that, right, 20's the red zone, the strike zone, I think is what Kyle Shanahan calls 30 and in. And they couldn't do anything when they got there. At one point, I think it was like 5 possessions in that area, and they had 6 points to show for it. They fumbled a couple of times. It was just a gross game. But they chose the wrong quarterback to pay. I mean, that is the death sentence in this sport in so many ways. I think a lot of us on the outside kind of felt like that at the time, but when you're in it, it's hard not to pay a guy that's putting up huge numbers. And at the right time, Tua Tagovailoa, when he was healthy, had a monster season in terms of statistics, numbers, accuracy, yards, those things, touchdowns. And so they paid him. It was kind of between a rock and a hard place, and you need him to play at that level. Like, had he kept playing at that level, it's not like they would have been in this terrible spot, but he hasn't. He has come back to earth. Post-injuries, he has regressed. And because of that, I think it makes things a lot harder for that team. But what I find so compelling about the way they're handling this is this idea that maybe they didn't say this in the statement, so I can't fault them as much as the word leaked out to Adam Schefter, but that's obviously coming from the team. To put out there in some way, even indirectly, that your head coach is going to last the rest of the season in a lost season is really odd to me. I mean, there's nothing that can happen for him to get fired now. He's just there to end whatever you become. If the team completely rolls over and dies, if they quit on him, if you're getting beat on national TV by 35, 40 points, he's just going to play out the string as the head coach this year. You don't really see that happen with guys that are on the hot seat midway through the year very often. So I don't know if Schefter just heard something and went public with it, and maybe they could still feel like internally they could fire him regardless of that report. But that was really strange to me that he got almost like a vote of confidence for the rest of the year.
Yeah, that is strange. What it really does to me is go, we just want to make it really clear as to whose fault this is. There's one person, and you could probably do the math as to who that might be. It's not the guy that's keeping his job that's going to be here for the rest of the way. He's doing a good job. There's someone else, we're not naming names, that wasn't doing a good job, and that's who's not here anymore. I mean, that's kind of the implication that I get out of it. It's Because you're right. You wouldn't come out and say, after we moved on from the GM, you wouldn't go, yeah, we need to turn it around. Or normally that's what you would do. You'd associate some kind of thing. We need to see some sort of positive change. We need to see something. But no. This guy's good to go. Just let you know, he's doing a great job. Vote of confidence. Pretty odd.
Yeah, I would have thought that McDaniel maybe doesn't get fired at the same time as the GM, but there's nothing said about him, and he's kind of twisting in the wind, and then in the next week or two, at least you leave open the possibility if things don't get better to make that move.
Yeah, you could see the fans last night, and anytime anything happened, like another inexplicable fumble, another botched exchange, the bizarre, you need to hurry the hell up, and somehow they got to delay a game penalty moment where the fans are just going, oh my God, you have to do something. I've been there. That is relatable content to us here in Washington.
A lot of booing. A lot of leaving early for the Dolphins. It's not a good thing for that fan base right now. By the way, Prime knew the assignment. They had the telecast last night with Michaels and Herbstreit. They must have shown McDaniel after every single negative play. I mean, the amount of reaction shots for their coach on the hot seat broke some kind of record, I thought, last night on the telecast for an NFL game. All right, let's talk Commanders for a second here because they've got Sunday Night Football coming up at home. A lot of our listeners are probably going to the game. I wanted to give some kudos to something that they're doing that I think is really, really cool. So we already knew that they were going to be wearing their alternate jerseys, which are the 91 throwbacks to the Super Bowl era under Joe Gibbs with Doug Williams. They are also going to be turning the clocks back, not just on their apparel, but on their concession stands pricing. Super Bowl era pricing available in their SeatGeek Legends Plaza during the game on Sunday. They're going to have sodas for 75 cents, which is cheaper than when I go to an Annandale football game against, Justice or something. Or I guess they're now, what are they? Justice is right.
Well, it is Justice. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I just always have to correct for the new high school name. Lee was Lewis or vice versa. I don't know. Popcorn, $1. Hot dog, $1.75. And then they're going to have beers for $4, which they've been doing throughout the season at this one location anyway. But 75-cent sodas, $1 popcorn, and a $1.75 hot dog. So when I walk up to the concession stand with the band playing next to me on a Friday night at a high school stadium, and I get a can of Diet Pepsi, a box of popcorn for the kids, and a couple of hot dogs, I'm going to be paying more than I'll pay at Northwest Stadium in the Legends Plaza this weekend as they do their retro pricing. What a cool idea.
That is great, first of all. More of that. Educate me here. What is the Legends Plaza? Is that like outside the stadium, or is that just a certain area inside the stadium?
So I have never actually been there. It's where they always have their events with former players. So like Art Monk is going to be doing an appearance there before he's honored this weekend. To my knowledge, I believe it's in the end zone area of the stadium inside. So, like, if you have a ticket, you get into the game.
So, in other words, it requires a special ticket to get to that place.
I don't think a special ticket. It's just in a location you've got to go to.
I see.
I think anyone can go to the Legends Plaza. It's an area, not unlike a party deck or something.
Gotcha.
It's somewhere basically where if you've got a ticket somewhere in the stadium, you can go to the Legends Plaza because at 10:50 before the 1 o'clock game, Art Monk is speaking to the crowd or whatever.
Got
and
it.
So,
yeah. So that's awesome.
At that location, they'll have all of these concessions.
That's great. So what I don't love the idea of is if you do that, for example, you go cheap concessions, as the gimmick, but you got to buy I'm just making this up, the $412 club level ticket or the special suite ticket or whatever. Then you can get the special thing. I like, hey, you got a ticket. Let's do something nice for you, right? And again, they're trying to get it's not completely altruistic, but it's a nice gesture. It's the right thing to do, again, to try to win people over and the throwback and dip into the nostalgia thing. So I don't mean to cast aspersions on it. It's the exact right thing to do. I love it. I wish it was more universal. It's the most expensive concessions in the league, and I wish that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I don't know. Where is that study done? And when was that done? I'm assuming
before
that
this year. I can't remember who had it, but yeah, it was
Yeah.
the most expensive beer, the most expensive average for a family of blah blah blah.
Because I know they've pushed back on that as an example. Like the Nats supposedly had the most expensive beer, and they came out with their own thing saying, "Actually, no, we don't." That's always hard to quantify, but it's too damn expensive.
Yeah, how about that?
I'll go with that.
It's fine. Fine, your sixth most, still too much.
Exactly, and that's just going to games and paying for anything now. I'll say this. I don't think they're more expensive than the Chiefs after having just been at Arrowhead Stadium. I could not believe the concessions prices there.
Did you like
They're-
an $8 water?
Oh,
Was
my
it good?
God. Dude, their souvenir popcorn. Now, I did not. I got the small popcorn, which is the equivalent of like, a medium at a movie theater or
10
something.
popcorns, yeah.
It was all I want is 7 kernels of popcorn. Do I need a bucket the size of my head? But the souvenir popcorn was like $30, and then the smaller price that I got, like the small, was like $13. It was insane. The souvenir soda, which is not refillable, which was like in a small plastic cup, was $10 or whatever. So yeah, if they're doing worse than the Chiefs, I'd be surprised. But I guess Kansas City can charge whatever the heck they want. There was not an empty seat in that stadium on Sunday or Monday night, was there?
No, not. Well, all the seats were empty because everyone stood the entire time.
It's a good point.
That's my only counter to that. Yeah, it was amazing, man.
Week 9 coming your way after we got started last night with Thursday Night Football. Let's look at the schedule for the first time. What are the best games this weekend? And at the top of the hour in 20 minutes, Commanders Seahawks. If they win, what are we going to be saying? If they lose, what will everybody think in town? You're listening to The Fan. on a Halloween Friday on the Fan. It's Grant and Danny coming your way. We'll take you up to 6:30. We've got tickets to see the Capitals. You got to be listening ahead of the Beltway Blitz right at 4 o'clock. Speaking of the Caps, they play at home tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop for what they're calling their Halloween-friendly spooky match this evening. They're giving away some Halloween-themed item when you walk in, as a matter of fact. So that's pretty cool. We will hear from John Walton later today right here on the Fan as we get closer to the Capitals and the New York Islanders this evening. But, Danny, let's take a peek at Week 9 and the NFL slate as we get closer to the weekend. I want to look at the best games of the Sunday docket, and I'm going to start with number 3 on my list here. We'll go 3, 2, and 1. The Atlanta Falcons at 3 and 4. Michael Penix likely back. The New England Patriots at 6 and 2. This game is in Foxborough, Massachusetts. New England is actually a 5.5-point favorite, which seems a little heavy to me, honestly. But in this matchup, New England with a chance to get to 7 and 2 if they get a home win. You feel like the Falcons are kind of playing for, a la Washington 1 week ago against an AFC opponent, their season. They've gotten off to a bad start. They could slip to 3 and 5. Sound familiar? If they lose again, they're in a real bad spot in the NFC South with Tampa Bay starting quickly. I actually think this game will be a little closer than people think. Atlanta has bounced back from some bad efforts well this year. Look no further than when they beat Washington handily after getting beat 40-0. So this one should be entertaining to me in New England.
Yeah, they are Jekyll and Hyde. I've seen them look really good. They were a really good team defensively when they shoved it on Minnesota. A really good team when they beat Washington pretty soundly. And really, really impressive when they beat Buffalo. And then they were also the team that lost to Carolina. They're also the team that in consecutive weeks couldn't manage more than 10 points. They need this one, but what a win this would be for the Patriots. Whether you think Atlanta's quality or not, the Patriots have that Bills win on their schedule. That's their best on their resume. And you stockpile wins against bad teams, you could be a double-digit winner without breaking a sweat. They could be 7 and 2 after this week.
The number 2 game of the weekend for me, the Colts and the Steelers. Indianapolis is 7 and 1. Daniel Jones is an MVP candidate. Jonathan Taylor's the league-leading rusher. Might end up being an MVP candidate in his own right when it's all said and done. Meanwhile, the Steelers at 4 and 3, a home tilt within the conference. They're trying to snap a 2-game skid now. They started 4 and 1. They lost to the Bengals. It was a bad loss. You lose to the Packers, a lot more explainable, but it was a 10-point setback. They gave up 35 points in that game. Danny, do you realize the Steelers in 6 games this year have allowed 31 or more points 4 times?
I don't understand. Like, I'm not used to this with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They may not be as talented as the next team, but at least that defense is going to be hard-nosed, accountable, assignment sound, etc. It's just off-brand for them. Like, this is not who they've been. This is not who they are, but it's who they are this year. They are vulnerable. They're bad. When you watch not necessarily the shouty shows, but the intellectual football shows where they actually talk about some of the things, Dan Orlovsky will break down some of the tape and just go, I don't understand what they're doing here. I don't understand what's going through this player's mind. That's more of a Arizona Cardinals thing. That's more of a, Washington Week 15 thing than it is the Pittsburgh Steelers, like the model franchise. And yet that's the case, man. They are not good on that side of the ball. We need to update our file.
The Colts only 3-point favorites on the road in Pittsburgh. Tomlin catching points at home has been automatic deposit in the past. As you said, it's a slightly different Steelers defense, though. You can get him at plus 130 on the money line. Total in that game is 50.5 points. And then, without question, the best game on the schedule this weekend. Frankly, this is going to be one of the best matchups on paper this NFL regular season. It's an annual tradition at this point, just about. The Chiefs and the Bills, a matchup that is fit for an AFC title game, and we've seen it at that level multiple times. 5 and 3 Kansas City, 5 and 2 Buffalo. The Chiefs, who have all of a sudden salvaged their year, they've won 3 in a row over the Lions, Raiders, and Commanders. They've won 5 of their last 6 to get to 5 and 3. They are playing better than the Bills have been coming into this game. Buffalo had a get-right, show-me spot against the Panthers, and they won by 31, just bludgeoned them this past week. But remember, before that, they'd lost to the Falcons in prime time. They'd lost to the Patriots in prime time. So they're still 1 and 2 over their last 3, but they did come out of the bye looking a lot better. A litmus test to see if the Bills are the likely 1 seed and the team to beat in the AFC. The line in this game, despite being on the road, Danny, the Kansas City Chiefs playing maybe the best football in the league, are 1.5-point favorites in Orchard Park.
I wish these teams would play 3 times this weekend. I wish I could just keep watching it over and over. I'd like to see the matchup play out a number of times over. You know the storylines.
At least this game is in the 4 o'clock window. So with Sunday Night Football, if you're a fan of the Commanders, you get to just sit there and enjoy it.
This is perfect. This is the whole point of the sport, right? It's nice to have upstarts. The Colts are fun. Look at the Jaguars early season. Pew, pew, pew. This is the royalty. These are the two empires where the Chiefs have everything and the Bills are so desperate to get one taste of it, right? They with all their excellence, as good as their organization has been, they've got nothing to show for how good they've been over the last handful of years. A couple division titles, but, la-di-da. Their aspirations are much higher than that. The Chiefs, if you were going to get them, it probably should have been a few weeks ago. Good luck trying to beat them now. This is as marquee as it gets. This is going to be that heavyweight fight, after Rocky's had his montage, in the ring, blow for blow, haymaker for haymaker. It's Allen, it's Mahomes, it's kind of the crew riding again. I cannot wait for it.
How do you spell la-di-da, by the way?
So I'm in LA-DI, la-D-da.
Okay.
La-di-da.
Remember Dada Chris Webber's, the shoe?
No.
Oh, those
I
were
remember
good.
those.
That was a big purchase I made. Black and red Dadas.
The C-Webs?
Yeah, the Chris Webber shoes when I was a freshman in high school. My brother got white and blue ones, but he was really mad that we got the same shoe, so I wasn't supposed to wear it to school the same day he wore it. But it was we have different colors, man. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, no one's going to notice.
We weren't
And
in the
it's not
same
like you guys are in
classes.
class together. Yeah,
No.
exactly.
Senior,
that's
I'm
an
a
overreaction
freshman.
on his part. Overreaction.
I agree. At the time, I thought maybe I had done something wrong, but looking back, I'm very confident in saying he was being a little bit of a
Tell him I said he was wrong. You tell him that.
Our double play is at 3:45. We're blitzing at 4. Ahead of that blitz, we're giving away the Caps tickets I mentioned earlier. Next, though, Commanders Seahawks, Sunday Night Football. If Washington wins, if Washington loses, we'll take a good look at what the narrative's going to be next week right here on The Fan.
This update is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for the Seahawks on Sunday Night Football. They're going to have Jaden Daniels back under center. He is going to start. They'll be without Terry McLaurin on Sunday night. Injuries around the league. Bears running back DeAndre Swift is out Sunday against the Bengals. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco is going to be out, as well as Patriots running back Ramondre Stevenson. Quarterback news, Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is going to play against the Patriots. He's off the injury report. And Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is also going to be good to go against the Packers on Sunday. Hockey tonight, the Caps in action at home taking on the Islanders. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. World Series Game 6 tonight. Closeout chance for the Blue Jays tonight as they host the Dodgers. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for L.A. Kevin Gausman for the Blue Jays. They lead the series 3-2. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CRV and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Jaden will be back, and we're all pumped for that. He's just got a unique way about him. Elevates the others as we're going through things. It's hard to defend, with two plays that could take place, gets outside, running and passing. And so really pumped to have him here.
Just in time for a home national spotlight on Sunday Night Football. Jaden Daniels back for the Commanders. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They're going to help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. In fact, Danny, I put them on a text message with a buddy today who's looking to do his will. We send friends, we send family to them because we know they'll take really good care of them.
Those guys are great at what they do, man. It is one of those adult processes. I remember actually years ago before we met them, obviously, my wife and I bought a condo, had a kid, and got life insurance and, did our last will and testament all within like a month. We did this adult level up type thing. It's one of those, you got to do it, man. And those guys are the best.
Before we get into the Commanders on Sunday night, the return of Jaden Daniels and the discussion in town and what it's going to sound and look like, whether they win or lose against Seattle. Real quick, this is the third time in a couple of months that something along these lines have come up. But, Danny, YouTube TV is no longer a partner with ESPN. And I don't know if you've seen any of the blowback on your timeline like I have.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But if you follow as many people in the sports game and sports industry as I do, and many of you do, I'm sure, this is a hot-button issue today. Because this is not, Fox, where you occasionally have games but otherwise have a lot of other programming. This is ESPN. This is the network with all the games and all the coverage. I saw this tweet I thought was incredible today. I wish I knew who said it. But YouTube TV is essentially an $80 subscription to monthly emails about which television network YouTube is in a contract dispute with. First it was Fox.
Great zing by that person.
So good. Then it was Monumental. Locally, that's hyper-local, right? But we still don't have Monumental Sports. And now it's ESPN. So, you're making the decision for me. It's now over. Thank you for making it easier, I suppose. But this isn't about me or YouTube TV in our little relationship. This is, I think, a bigger conversation I wanted to throw out there on. Someone's got to do something about this at some point. Generally, when the little guy gets screwed over and over again by a couple of big guys, it takes a long time. It's a glacial pace. But at some level, somebody takes up the fight and says, this isn't quite right. So I know there's not a whole lot going on in Congress right now, but at some point, somebody needs to take a good look at this because what's happening, nobody's hands are clean. Like, it's easy to say you're on ESPN side or YouTube TV side or, Disney or whatever. This is Google, billions of dollars, Disney, billions of dollars. Neither are losing here. They're both going to be okay. I'm just going to have to get the ESPN app, right? I'm just going to have to either, I'm already shelling out the $100 to YouTube and Google for Sunday Ticket and Red Zone and whatever else. But the little guy me and our listeners just keep getting screwed over and over and over again. I don't know what the fix is. I don't know how to put the toothpaste back in the tube. I think a lot of us were excited when we could navigate away from cable to these streaming services, but it just keeps getting worse.
You just said it. This is what I didn't know was that this was inevitable. I read something by someone really smart, and I couldn't find it just now while you were talking. And so I apologize. I won't give them the proper credit. So I'm parroting what they said. So from YouTube TV's side, they're going, ESPN is asking outrageous carriage fees, which they've done, by the way, in the past with cable companies. So there's some precedent there. They're asking us to spend so much. We are trying to offer great value to our customers. They're being outrageous because what they want you to do is use their app and get ESPN Plus and be part of their Disney Hulu bundle thing, which is what they're trying to push now. You know that because they're big bosses who talk to shareholders said that. That's our next push for revenue because we've got people that need to be satisfied in terms of our shareholders and stakeholders, et cetera. Disney/ESPN is going, these guys are outrageous. They're doing this to everybody. They want total control of all of it, and nobody's budging. So everyone's wrong, kind of to your point. Here's what was inevitable about it. I didn't see this coming, and I should have. We're all sitting there going, God, cable is the worst. Cable is the worst. It's so expensive. It's so outrageous. It goes, it messes up all the time. It's on the fritz. They never, dealing with them customer service wise is a pain in the butt. Everything about it, I can't stand. I can't wait to cut the cord. And everyone did. Well, once you get enough people that want to do that, wouldn't you know, the cord cutting alternatives started to charge more. And then more people said, wait a minute, that's actually pretty good business. I should get in that, said the big players. So the big players are changing the same way that the megastore used to be Kmart and now it's Walmart. The same way it used to be, Sam Goody or Kemp Mill and now it's Spotify. The big company, who they are, changes. Just what they're doing a little bit to us. So this reshuffling to me was inevitable. All of a sudden, these alternatives that were so cheap and so awesome, well, they need to justify the same thing that the big companies that were cable needed to do to us before. They need to find a way to increase profits and to find a new way to generate all this revenue and that revenue. So everybody, to your point, is fighting up in the stratosphere. The billionaires are. They're slugging it out. And I'm down here going, do you think I can watch the basketball team locally? Is that too hard for me to do?
I'd like
to hear Joe Beninati talk. Nothing.
To me, that there's just got to be some type of overhead look at this and more regulation or something. But what's it going to be in 5 years at this rate?
Right.
I mean, this calendar year, I was semi-new to YouTube TV, and what's funny is when they're not in these disputes, I actually kind of love it. I love the practicality of it and the display, and I think it was originally, I'm going to blame Darius. Darius got me onto it, and I was
you
like,
want to blame anybody. I think we can blame Darius.
I think it was Dad's fault.
That's right.
And so I got on YouTube TV, and I was like, damn, this is awesome. I loved it. But first it was Fox, and we were on the precipice of missing games. Now they narrowly avoided that one. Then it was Monumental. Now it's ESPN. And do I think that there's a 0%, like that ESPN's hands are clean on this? No. Do I think it's as nefarious as what a lot of people will say, what you suggested, which is like, they just want you to get their app? I don't think it's quite that because, again, everybody takes a turn, one after another with YouTube TV. So it's almost like if every roommate you have that comes into your two-bedroom and you've gone through 6 or 7 of them over a few years, ends up hating your guts, maybe you're the problem. Maybe you're doing something wrong. Now, what YouTube TV will claim, to give you their side of it, is that they're fighting this fight that nobody else will because they don't want to raise your prices. You think about it, like we've learned a lot about tariffs over the last several months, where the idea is, you're going to pay for it. You still want the thing that comes over via the tariff, and now you pay more to actually get the product, right? So they're saying, if we don't fight ESPN, or Disney in this case, and we just pay more for that product, now we have to up your bill from $80 to $107 or whatever. And so they're saying that they just fight harder and more tooth and nail than everyone else who just kind of takes it, wears it, and then ups the price. Well, number one, I'd rather pay more and not have to keep hopping all over the place for different networks.
I just want to be left alone.
Just allow me to watch the thing I need to watch. And by the way, this is not some unique, like, even in the case of Monumental, where I was annoyed by that, that's such a small, little deal to Google, so to speak, on a national level, that I can get if those are coming and going. And by the way, they're doing it to all the RSNs. They're going to end up trying to buy them all. And this is all a strategic long game, I think, anyway. But This is not some random channel that a couple people want to watch in one market. We're talking about all the Disney platforms, bro. This is all the ESPN stuff. It's just absurd. So I don't even know what I'm going to do. I'm on to some research now to see. I think, and I don't know if you know this. If somebody does, tweet me at Grant H. Paulson. I think I can keep Sunday Ticket and Red Zone and all the football stuff I have through YouTube TV and Google, even if I get rid of the actual TV service. Do you think that that's right, or do you know?
Oh, man. First of all, I don't know, but that would terrify me.
How would I even figure that out, by the way? See, this is the other thing. When I'm so incapable of doing anything, it's just impossible to get any information.
Yeah, what I need the to me the salient point here, the arrow cutting through all this fog, is stop. This is to anybody. Stop making it harder on me. All I'm doing is trying to opt in. If you put roadblocks in front of me, eventually I'll be defeated. You know what I mean? Like eventually I'll just go bleep it. Like, again, I'm not going to name there was one, I don't know if you remember this. I'm going to try not to run down a service. I'm sure they're wonderful. And if you want to sponsor me, I'll be sponsored. But there was one game on this one app last year, if you remember, for the NFL game. I had the app. I previously had paid money. I was an active subscriber. I got caught in endless, use this QR code from the TV. Now I did that. Now it's like, okay, log in. And then it's, nope, use this QR code. I spent 40 minutes trying to log into the app that I had already paid for, which I subsequently canceled because it didn't work the one time I wanted it to work. And I said, never again. And I don't care what they offer me from now on. Again, if you want to sponsor me, I'll be sponsored. But if whatever promotional thing they give me, 6 months free, nope, I will not be using that app ever again. You do that to me enough times. You do that to me just enough. I hold grudges. I'm immature. I cannot be hassled. I want everyone to leave me alone. Make it easier, not harder for me.
Well, here's, I guess, the bottom line point before we move on. If you are a DC sports fan living in the DMV right now, listening to our voices, and you want to watch the NFL on Sunday with Red Zone, by the way, I'm not even going to say anything crazy here, okay? I'm going to do some basic level sports fandom viewing. You ready for this?
Yes, sir.
The NFL on Sunday with Red Zone. You have the nerve to want to watch the Washington Nationals, which, by the way, we don't even know where they're going to be televised this coming year. Their deal with Maston is up. They haven't re-upped. They could be taken over by Major League Baseball possibly, which would be huge. They could go back to Masson, I suppose. I don't know that there's a third option here, but you want to watch the Nationals, you want to watch the Caps and the Wiz on Monumental, and you want to watch the Commanders. Just those things. You now have to have potentially 3 different services.
Yep.
Because the Caps and the Wizards are no longer available on YouTube TV or Hulu. There's only a couple. But the thing that they're available on, for the most part, the Nationals aren't available on. I mean, so it is so much more complicated than everyone wants to pretend like, just do this. That's everybody. Well, just do the illegal stream on Reddit or whatever. Just do a VPN. Just act like you're in Italy. No, I want to just buy the book legally, just have a thing that allows me to watch the local baseball team, the local hockey team, the local basketball team, and the NFL team when they're on national TV. Can I please have all of those things in one fell swoop that doesn't cost $319 a month?
Sooner or later, the answer is no. Because, and this is, I know we're moving on, but we invest, all I've ever wanted to do is get rid of this, not be just a slave to the cable, right? Where it's like, well, in order to watch the Nationals, I got to do it. And I know canceling it and reactivating it and do this thing that I give you credit, even you've been able to do. I can't manage that. I want it easy, hassle free. So I pay way too much. Finally, we got the wherewithal. We got this go ahead. We got a couple things that broke our way, and it's time to quit it. They go, okay, if you want internet only, that's $225 a month. Because they're wise to it. They know, right? If you want internet only so I can stream everything else, so I can stream my Netflix and my Disney and my Amazon Prime, and then use, if I wanted to get YouTube TV or something else, I'm already paying. So they know if you want internet only, it's $200 some odd. But if you want the cable included, it's $260 or something like that. I'm going, damn it. Again, it's all market forces, as you said, way above our pay grades, batting us around. We're the ping pong ball. You know what I mean? We're just bouncing around in the lottery that's not going to work out for the Wizards. That's what we are. We're the ping pong balls in the machine that somehow give the Pelicans the number 1 pick again.
Let's go to Jim, who's waiting in Rockville, wants to hop in on this, on Grant and Danny. How are you, Jim?
I'm doing good. Avid listener, love your program, and I'm pissed off just like you are. I'm a YouTube TV customer, and reason I switched to YouTube TV a couple of years ago because cable was just charging an arm and a leg, and now to come to find out that I can't get ESPN and Disney and the SEC network and all the other channels that are associated with that kind of pisses me off.
And it changes. I mean, you almost didn't have the Fox college games in week 1. Now you don't have the Caps and the Wizards. I mean, it's this evolving, shape adjusting thing where every month you've got something dropping.
Right. No, I agree. I was just you just took that, right off what I was going to say. Initially, they said they were going to get rid of all the Fox channels, and then I guess they came to an agreement, and we got that. And Monumental Sports, I missed that because now I can't watch the Caps or the Wizards and, on Monumental Sports. And, the only time I can watch that is when the Caps are on the national telecast on TNT.
Yeah.
Which luckily for Caps fans, thanks for the call, Jim, is prevalent. I mean, they have
once a week almost.
Yeah, they have a dozen or so of their 82 games, I would imagine, maybe more.
I know
nationally.
how my dad,
but the Wizards don't. The Nats don't.
No.
Those teams are never on national TV.
And I get why. I know how my dad felt for a lot of stuff over the years now. And again, I'm 46, oldest. I'll continue just to be old all the time. But for so many things, when he didn't grow up in it. Like, I bet you Toby and Ryan right now are, like, laughing at us in the producer's room. Because they're young people. They were born in this. We're like, oh, yeah, just illegally pirate from your neighbor's VPN steal code FM free.net.
But here's why they're not laughing. They might laugh that we don't know how to do all the rigmarole, the shortcuts. But they're still, if they're doing it legally, in the same spot as everybody else when it comes to needing 56 things to watch 4 teams.
Yeah, but they can do it. Because, again, I keep saying, I don't know how to say it a different way. They were born in it, right? So for me, like, some of this is still new. Like, I have learned and adapted over the years. I grew up in a time before the internet. And I know that sounds crazy to you, but, like, the idea that someone could email me when I was in college, we had, like, an email distribution list. It was the most amazing thing that had ever happened before. Anything short of a phone call didn't exist. I grew up without texting. Like, you've never been without IM. You've never been without any of these kinds of things. And so, like, because I wasn't raised in it, it's still not intuitive to me to just adapt to the next thing. It takes me longer and longer and longer to adapt to whatever I'm supposed to do. All you have to do is you can use your phone and then cast it to this thing as long as you have I know how he felt now. For all those years, where to me, I'm like, Dad, it's so easy. Just drag and drop your clip to the trash bin, and that'll relaunch your whatever. And like having no patience with him. And my children look at me the same way. I get it now. I totally understand how frustrating it is.
Let's go to Nate, who's in Albany, New York, wants to hop on. Grant and Danny, home of the Arena Football League's Albany Empire. What's up, Nate? How are you?
Hey, I'm all right. I just think it's frustrating that I have spent over $400 to watch the Commanders this year, and I've so far not been able to legally stream 3 games this season.
How's that possible? Is that the prime time, or what are you referencing?
Yeah, a couple of the primetime games I haven't been able to watch. Although I paid for YouTube TV, I paid for Paramount Plus, I paid for Prime, I paid for ESPN Plus even. I paid for everything I can think of, but because I don't have cable or whatever, I can't watch the game legally. So I have to stream it.
It just shouldn't be that way. Thanks for the call.
Appreciate you.
The only 2 I could think of that he would have had an issue with are primetime. Otherwise, they've all pretty much been on network television, yeah?
Maybe if it's not.
He's thinking of Thursday Night Football. I guess that's true. If he has Amazon
Prime, then that's what it was on. It was on Prime.
Exactly. But again, that's another app.
Oh, yeah.
So you've got the Amazon Prime game. I mean, we did this before the season started, but somebody tallied up if you want to watch every NFL game this season on all of the different apps and all the different services, because there's now 3 or 4 that are exclusive one-offs, that it would have cost several $100s. I don't remember what the number was, right? But I guess that's the big question I have. I've got people in the chat telling me that they don't think I can get rid of the service without losing Sunday Ticket. Because whatever you want to, whichever word you want to use. I need to be able to and want to be able to watch all the NFL games. And hey, there's a fourth quarter, 3-minute left game. I'm not waiting for Scott Hansen to growl and tell me about it. I need to click over there and watch the couple of drives myself. But that's going to be the big decider for me. But it just keeps getting worse, man. And it's easy to throw darts at just YouTube TV or Disney or whoever. But my point is more industrial. My point is larger. This is such a problem, and nobody seems to be doing anything about it. The outcome is the same every time, which is the consumer just getting shafted.
The initial appeal of, if you come here, look how much cheaper it is, look at what you get. In these tug of wars, no matter how far this goes, what we're doing in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years in terms of streaming, this, that, and the other, that's how it's always going to be. Like, because the company gets bigger and the little guy, you and me, just trying to watch our sports teams, are just going to get whacked around.
I wonder if Ted and the Learners are passing out subscriptions to Monumental and Masson at their houses tonight for Halloween or something.
That'd be a great bit. Here's
a
QR code.
You go door to door, they're giving you the QR code to download your app to watch their teams. Jake in Germantown on this Halloween Friday. You're on Grant and Danny. What's up, buddy?
First of all, I would just like to say, for all of our listeners, I would like to apologize for all of our listeners, because most of us are loyal listeners. We are loyal fans of the program, and if we mistake who is the caller here, my bad. And so I mistake who was the caller. Oh, my bad. I would like to say that whoever is the Nubs person calling in here, hey, get cable.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. All right, next on Grant and Danny, here's what we're going to do. Commanders Seahawks, Sunday Night Football. If Washington wins and looks good doing it, what are we going to be saying come Tuesday next week? If the Commanders lose that game and they fall to 3-6 and they lose it decidedly, is there change going to be called for in some way in personnel? Is there going to be any type of significant shakeup in the way that they operate at the facility? Will that be what fans are demanding? Let's get into that next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics. All right, a busy one this week. Kyler Murray, questionable for the Arizona Cardinals. For Atlanta, Drake London, limited with a hip injury. He is questionable as well. DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Cole Kmet, all questionable for Chicago, and DeAndre Swift has been ruled out for this weekend's game for the Bears. Cincinnati, Joe Flacco, questionable with a shoulder injury, AC joint. Green Bay, Josh Jacobs, limited with a calf injury for the second straight week. In Houston, Woody Marks limited on practice on Thursday. Their running back in Jacksonville looks like no Travis Hunter, and Brian Thomas was limited. So wide receiver a little bit thin for the Jaguars in their matchup. The Saints, Alvin Kamara was limited to practice this week. And for the local matchup for Seattle, Cooper Kupp is questionable. And you already know the big story here for Washington. Terry McLaurin is going to be out. That means less options for Jaden Daniels, who is back this week. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. As you can hear, man, football's in full swing. And let's be real, there's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbook. So don't wait for a bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing at all, but not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's QBs, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop, Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. That means if your player gets hurt in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your performance right there in Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speed is lightning quick too. So bet with the book that always has your back, Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Seahawks in Sunday Night Football. They're going to have QB1 back under center, Jaden Daniels, going to get the start for Washington on Sunday night. Terry McLaurin going to be out for the matchup. Taking a look at some other injuries around the league. Bears running back DeAndre Swift has been ruled out. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco's out, as well as Patriots running back Ramondre Stevenson. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is going to play, and Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is good to go on Sunday. Hockey tonight. Capitals in action at home, taking on the Islanders. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. World Series Potential clincher tonight. Blue Jays at home hosting the Dodgers. Game 6 of the series. The Blue Jays lead the series 3-2. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for the Dodgers, coming off a complete game earlier in the World Series. Kevin Gausman starts for the Blue Jays. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. It's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Couple hours from now, the youngsters will be putting on costumes all over the DMV to get ready to go out trick-or-treating. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on The Fan on this, the final day of October in 2025. Happy Halloween to everybody. So, Danny, if the Commanders beat the Seahawks versus if they don't, let's talk about what the conversation's going to be in and around town. I want to start with if they win, because, frankly, we've done so little on that.
Yep.
I was listening to the Junkies today, and 3 of the 4 of the Junkies are picking Washington to beat Seattle. In fact, it sounded like, I don't want to put words in their mouths, but based on what I could hear, they're not that impressed by Seattle, which is surprising to me. This team, when I've watched them, has been really, really impressive. They're the number 3 offense in the league, the number 3 defense in the league. They've got a quarterback playing at a high level. They've got the leading receiver in the NFL. They have one of the toughest running backs to tackle in terms of forced missed tackles in Kenny Walker. So there's a lot about this Seattle team that scares me. Going to the defensive side of the ball, their secondary is very good, but their D-line is the best D-line in terms of personnel that Washington's played probably since the Giants in Week 1. So that all said, I think it's a really, really tall task on a short week. But let's say somehow they pull off the win and they get to 4-5 instead of being 3-6. What do you think's going to be said come Tuesday and Wednesday?
We can have a season. This is it. This was the turnaround. This was the spark. You win a game that nobody thinks you're going to win because, I guess outside of the Junks. But nationally, when people are picking this game, thinking of Sunday Night Football, name that Collinsworth will be like, what do you think about this one tonight, man? It's going to be fun. And everyone's going to pick Seattle. You're going to see a lot of those birds across the bottom of the screen in terms of who's going to win and lose. You win a game that nobody thinks you're going to win. You now have done a couple of things. One, you've changed the narrative. But 2, you've done something you haven't done basically in a month, which is play well. When's the last time this group played well? Even though they should have beaten Chicago, there are Jaden Daniels fumble on a handoff exchange away probably from doing that. Wasn't as if you came away thinking, man, they were the better team all day and, got by the skin of their teeth. That was kind of just a meh sort of performance. It really was after they were down 10-0 and that fumble that Quan Martin forced against the Chargers. That's the last time from that moment on in that game forward that they actually played well. You will have played well for the first time, as I said, in a month. That matters as much to me as winning the game. Because we're sitting here doing these scenarios where, okay, if they win a bunch of these games in a row, and little old me's raising his hand going, why do we think they can do anything against anybody? They haven't played well. If they were playing well in these games, if they lost to Kansas City, 31-30 in a shootout and looked awesome doing it, it's a different story than it is right now where they were just not competitive. Had they lost to the Cowboys by a last-second field goal, and you go, damn, if they had one receiver, they might have won the game. It's different. They got sandblasted in these 2 games, losing by 20-plus points in both of them. You play well, you change the narrative, you change the outline of the season, and you finally have some rational basis to go, hey, the team played well and looked good. They can do it. I've just seen it.
So for me, I think 2 conversations come out of a win. The first is, I'm telling you it's the injuries. They're actually not that bad. This team is actually a lot better than they've been playing, and as they're getting healthier now, right, that'll be the correct perception because Jaden Daniels will play, and they're getting a little further removed from some of the injuries that they've had. I think people will assume they're probably not the 3-5 team that they've been. They're a 4-4 or 5-3 team that just has had a real bad rash of injuries. But the second thing I think that might be taken out of a win, I don't think they win this game without Jaden Daniels playing a brilliant football game. This, for me, is going to have to look a little bit like last year if they're going to beat a superior opponent at home as a 3-point underdog. It's going to have to be a put your cape on JD5 game. get into the phone booth, come out, fly around, make plays, and just will this team drag them into the fight and be better than them because your quarterback outplays Darnold and just gives you, at the most important position, the most production. And so I say that to tell you, Danny, that I think one of the leads in a takeaway might be Jaden Daniels is back. We've been waiting, and it's the injuries that have maybe kept this from happening. But we were all week 1, we said, okay, it's slow first week, whatever. Week 2 was Green Bay, he got hurt. Then he missed weeks 3 and 4. Then he comes back in week 5. I actually thought against the Bears in that game, there were 2 bad turnovers. I'm going to give you that. The pick was bad at the red zone. The fumble was a killer. But otherwise, he was really, really good. The Chargers' performance, the second half, was excellent. That was fantastic. That's vintage 2024 status. You play like that all year long, we're talking about you as one of the best in the league. And so you're thinking, maybe you're rounded into form. Maybe you can kind of do that more often. The Cowboys game happened. He was not sharp at all. He gets hurt again. So it seems like every time you're looking for some momentum here, he's gotten banged up. But maybe this is finally that game. I don't believe there's been one full game where Daniels played at the level we saw so routinely last year. But if they beat Seattle in this hypothetical, he'll have done it. And in that case, that to me is the big story. As most things are with this team, it's going to be through the lens of Daniels.
I think that's fair, and I think that's a huge part of the consideration, right? Because what was last year, after all? Obviously, we talked about the charm life, we talked about every break that went their way, but you got to be in position to capitalize on those. They haven't, right? If they'd gotten some fluky fumble against the Cowboys, they still lose by 20, right? They got fluky things against the Chiefs. The ball hits Travis Kelce in the hands. Hall of Famer throws to Hall of Famer. The ball's dropped and it lands in the hands, ironically, of another Hall of Famer, Bobby Wagner. There's your lucky break.
That football touched a lot of Hall of Famers, huh?
Yeah, all of a sudden, right? Your lucky break happened, and you lost by whatever it was, 21. So last year, you got to be in position to take advantage of those lucky breaks. You got to be in some of those games to have the moment that you had against Tampa for the doink. The Daniels converts that ridiculous first down when the defender's got his both paws on his jersey. You got to be there to win in overtime against Atlanta. You got to be in good spots a number of times over for good things to happen. They're not in those spots right now because they haven't been competitive. So if they are, then the story is Daniels can fix it. Even if you don't have Daniels can fix it. Well, what about the Daniels can fix it? He hasn't been Superman this year. And it's unfair to call that a criticism. It's just an acknowledgement of reality that, yeah, he isn't the end-all, be-all. Not only do we not have a running game, not only do we not have a defense, but we do have Jaden Daniels, and he sort of solves both somehow. Like, that hasn't happened yet. And, again, I think it's an unfair standard. It's unfair to ask of nearly anybody. But if he does do that, then you maybe go, like you heard some of the players last year go, yeah, we got 5, and that was kind of the point.
If Washington wins, those are the discussions we're going to be having. What if they lose, which could very well happen? They're an underdog. They're playing the number 3 offense in the league, the number 1 passing offense in yards per play in the NFL, by the way. 8.73 yards per attempt this year for the Seattle Seahawks. They're getting ready to take on a defense that is 32nd dead last in passing yards per play. That's not very common. You get the 1 versus 32 matchup in any category, but you're getting it throwing the football when Seattle's on the field in this game. They're also number 1, by the way, in run defense, this Seattle team at 3.29 per game per play. If Washington were to lose and they were to fall to 3-6, and the streak would now reach a season worst 4, I think what is going to be said around town is, and I'm not even saying all of this is fair, but I think first and foremost, if they play really badly on defense again, I think you're going to hear some real calls for legitimate change, whatever that looks like. They've already made a couple personnel tweaks. I think people will want more. There's going to be questions again of Dan Quinn and Joe Witt about play calling, and does Quinn need to be more involved? I mean, the fact is, when DQ's been a coordinator in this league, his defenses have been top 5 routinely.
They turn people over. That's been an issue.
When he's a D coordinator, he's always been top 5. When he's a head coach, the highest his defenses have ever ranked are 14. And so the question becomes, do you have to get more hands-on? Do you have to take away play calling? Do you have to change the way you're doing something? I think those types of discussions will happen if the defense doesn't play well. But the bigger point, and maybe staring me right in the face here, Danny, to just take the easy answer, I think people will correctly come to the realization, and it's sad because we didn't have to do this last year in early November, It's time to start talking about the draft. It's time to start looking ahead to the offseason, and maybe does a philosophical shift in picks versus veterans versus age and youth have to start happening here, because the season will be over. I mean, statistically, you're cooked. We can say right now they're done, Danny. They'll really be done if they lose to Seattle.
There will be forks sticking out of them. Yeah, it is the annual. Usually it's like end of October, and here we are. When back in the day, would start looking at draft boards and mocks and figure out, if we get the 5th pick, if we get the 3rd pick, what can we get, et cetera. It's a little bit less intrigue because there is a quarterback here. But yeah, I mean, I think that's all fair. To me, I'm not interested in like deck chair realignment on the Titanic to get to my 7th win. If Dan Quinn calls plays and Joe Witt's not, but and they might do that. And I'm not ripping you. I'm simply saying if they do a couple of those things that are cosmetic to me, instead of the structural foundational things, it's not going to be satisfying enough for me. But for some fans, it might be. I mean, the conversation is the last thing you said to me, as far as I'm concerned. It's over, Johnny, because your NFC record's a disaster. The best thing you can hope for is that the Eagles completely fall apart and maybe you win a Ron Rivera-style division where you get to 7 wins or 8 or something like that, and everybody's falling apart, but that would require the Eagles to go 2 and something the rest of the way. It's just the math doesn't work for you to have any kind of relevant season. It may be too late. If you ripped off 7 straight wins at 3-6 to get to 10-6, it still may not be enough. Seattle missed the playoffs last year at 10-7 because of how poor your NFC record is. Now, I know a lot of your games down the stretch are NFC games, but you've dug yourself too big of a hole if you lose this one as well.
Yeah, you'd be 1-5 in the conference. It's over.
Yeah, there are.
By the way, yeah. I mean, we talk about the playoff picture still a little bit as to if they got this help or if this happened or if they got hot. But this is the last week we'd be able to do that if they lose.
Right, it'd be irresponsible to do so.
From the standpoint of right now, this second, there are 3 teams in the NFC that are below them in the standings. That's it. 3. They are much closer to the last place team than they are to the top team in the conference. And if Arizona were to win this weekend or the Giants were to win this weekend, I know Washington would still have a tiebreaker head-to-head, but you would go into week 10 potentially tied for the second to worst schedule in the NFC. Only the Saints would have a worse record than you, who are going to be picking first, and it's them and the Titans and the Jets for that distinction. So there's plenty on the line here, and you got to start showing some level of improvement. I did think they played a lot better against the Chiefs than the Cowboys. The first quarter, the first half are indicators of that. They played harder. They played smarter. They did a lot of things better, but they lost both of those games by over 20. First time that's happened in a few years, just the 4th time it's happened over 24 seasons, that they've gone back-to-back games losing by over 20. So you really need a much better showing and a much closer showing at home getting back to Northwest Stadium against Seattle. Coming up in 20 minutes, we're going to give away Capitals tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz. The Blitz today at 4 o'clock, covering the teams you care about. College football, the Nationals hiring a manager today officially, and the Commanders all coming up at 4. Next, though, let's win off the field. It's Halloween. This should be easy. How are you in the win column today? What's got you in a good mood? 800-636-1067. You want to join us on the Fan? Our daily double plays driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Friday double plays mean winning off the field. You call us, you tell us what little things gone right in your day that nobody else would care much about, but it's got a smile on your face. How are you winning off the field? 800-636-1067. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson and at Funny Danny. Winning off the field is a segment done to honor the memory of the lengthy and illustrious run of Bruce Allen as general manager and team president, because he once said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
Danny, tonight the Paulsons will be passing out king-sized full candy bars and treats. I say treats because we also have Reese's Cups and Kit Kats and all those other things. And I just went upstairs during the break to make sure everything went swimmingly. There's always the possibility, I suppose, that like the kids have every night gone down and eaten one piece until it was all gone. So I went up to the top of the pantry and got the boxes. Comes in very nice. Think about like when you have a fundraiser or something.
Sure.
Comes in those boxes you've got to pry open and organized by tray. So we're ready to line those up and get ready to pass out candy that will, at least for the night, make the neighbor kids like us just a little bit more. Therefore, we are
winning off the field.
So let me ask you a quick question. Sorry, I'm trying to get the full understanding. Like a fundraiser. Like, is it the kind of fundraiser where someone would come to your house and offer you pizzas and you would just have to give them cash and then you never get the pizzas? Is it like that kind of fundraiser?
In a world where something like that could happen, yes.
Gotcha.
Not a world I want to live in, but it could happen.
No. By the way, how were those pizzas? Did you get them?
I actually have a pizza update.
Come on.
Dead serious.
Do you really?
It's funny you ask me. I actually still haven't gotten the pizzas.
Oh, I thought maybe.
But I did hear rumblings recently that the pizza was on the way. There was something about tariffs, I heard.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
But once that gets sorted out, I think one of the congressmen has to do it, but they're not working right now or something.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was something with that. But
just
the
something about leaving the cash in the mailbox and it not working out. I can't believe it.
Yeah, the pizzas are on the way.
Yeah. The slow transit. I can give you an example. So on the Instagrams, right? Something I'm not very good at doing. They change it just enough so I'm never quite comfortable. I don't know how to do all the things that everybody else knows how to do intuitively, but. There was a video that I saw that I wanted to send to my wife that I actually thought was very funny. Because, like the trend is like everybody is a podcaster, right? And everyone like now does video of their podcasts, right? So you do this like thing and we're supposed to know who these people are, but I never know who they are and I never know what they're talking about. Well, these two women actually did a podcast from the perspective of their toddler. And they had like a mail-in thing, like reading listener emails, like, hi toddlers, like, am I the jerk here? My mom tried to put shoes on me, and I kicked her in the forehead, and like it was this whole really well done satire from like the perspective of the toddler. And I wanted to send that to my wife, and I got distracted, and I couldn't find it again. I couldn't find it. And I didn't know what to, like, my search bar is all weird. I couldn't find anything that had to do with it. It was like toddler podcasts. Just
you had to sift through a lot of women doing calisthenics and jumping around.
So much weird stuff. So like I'm searching like toddler podcasts, and it's like one person like, we need to encourage our toddlers to explore. I'm like, no, I don't want that. I want the satire. I want the thing making fun. And I couldn't find it. And it popped up this morning, and I sent it to my wife, and I feel so good about that. Not because I did anything, but because it happened to me. It was the algorithm this one time was in my favor. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Chris says he convinced his girlfriend for he and her not to go to a house party where he doesn't know anybody, where he would have to dress up as a couple. Therefore, he is
winning off the field.
Excellent.
That's pretty damn good.
That's really good.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Anybody, yeah.
It's like you're just like on all night trying to make conversation, small talk with a bunch of people you don't know, but you're also in a costume that you don't want to be in. I don't know which part's worse. Let's go to Kevin, who's in Arlington on Grant and Danny. Kevin, how are you in the win column?
Hey guys, happy Halloween. Here it is. It is Art Monk Day. It's Art Monk weekend, and I was searching for a story like a needle in the haystack, and I found it. It to me is the start of the 1991 Majestic run. And you guys were little or probably don't remember. But we had a Thanksgiving game where we got killed again in Dallas. And Art Monk, who never said a word, he let us play do his talking, asked Joe Gibbs if he could have a players-only meeting. He convened everybody. He stands up, and Ricky Sanders looks at Gary Clark and says, "Oh, God, not the Monkster." But he basically said he's rededicating himself to the game of football. He was disappointed in that performance. Everybody knew Dallas was coming. Dallas would soon win 3 Super Bowls in 4 or 5 years, and they did. And they went 22-5 from that point forward. They upset the Eagles in Philadelphia after the body bag game earlier that year, and they won the Super Bowl. And that, to me, is the greatest stretch of Redskins football I've ever seen. 22-5, boys.
Not bad.
And therefore he is.
Winning off the field.
Let's go to Varee in Germantown on Grant and Danny. What's up, Varee? How are you?
Hey, I'm good, fellas. How we doing?
Good, buddy.
Good, good. So mine was I was coming from Complex Con in Vegas over the weekend. I was celebrating my birthday out there. So on my flight back on Southwest, I ordered an IPA. The gentleman next to me, when it was time for me to pay, reaches down and says, "Hey, I have a free drink coupon. I'm not going to use it."
Ooh.
So I reach out to the lady and give it to her. And I said, "Okay, I'll pay for this first IPA, but go ahead and bring me another one on this voucher this gentleman just gave me." So therefore, I'm
Winning off the field.
And you're drinking
Yes,
on
sir.
your buddy's tab that
That's
you just made. I
exactly
like that.
how this works. That
Donnie's
right
in Mitchellville on Grant and Danny. Donnie, what put a smile on your face that somebody else might not care about?
Right. This is awesome. So I'm a big belly guy. You know what I'm saying? It's there. It's been there. And,
We know about
you
that.
know, so, yeah, right, I know. So, you know, I got a refrigerator. On the freezer side, you can get ice cubes and water in your cup. So, you know, I'm usually there once a day, maybe more, whatever. But it's always that odd point where you take your cup off and a piece of ice falls on the floor. It's so weird.
Right.
And then you got to bend down to get it. And I
That's
can
terrible.
never get it. Like, it's always moving and going across the floor. I end up calling the kids to come get it. But today, great day. It fell on the floor, and I picked it up on the first try.
Yeah.
Let's
Here
go.
I am.
Yeah.
Winning off the field.
That's it.
That's the best one
That's
I've
it.
ever heard.
That's it. Right. Everyone knows that phenomenon right away. You
It's
hear
the
that
hardest
sound,
thing in the world. Ice on the floor, you know, because the top is curved, so you're like slip already. Your fingertips are on either side of it, but then that flat surface is just skidding across the ground. It's a little bit
somehow-
wet too. It's terrible.
Yeah, and falling straight down it was already kicked to the other side of the room. All it did was fall from that one spot, and somehow it's already 12 feet away. Everyone knows. Oh, that's perfect.
That's one of my favorite winning off the field calls ever of all time. In fact, we've got to end the segment there. That is as good as I have heard in a long, long time. That's the point of the segment, people.
That's it.
The ice fell. And by the way, the reason people are like, well, what does that have to do with him being a big bellied guy? Because the moment it falls, you're going, oh, no. I've got to bend down. I'm going to get lightheaded. Because if it's just quick, right, it's like tying your shoes. If you're down there for 20 seconds, the blood rushes to your head, and now you're seeing stars, and you feel like you're
Cramping
going to
in your
pass
hip
out.
flexors. Oh, yeah.
Do I want to drop down on a knee? Do I want to go down on 2 knees so that I can do this? But then I've got to get up and I've got to propel myself back off the ground. Like, you got to think through all this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But no, he just went down, scooped it, and he kept it moving. Way to go, buddy.
So good.
Yes, sir. All right, we're giving away Caps tickets as soon as we return, and then the Beltway Blitz on a Halloween Friday. It's Grant and Danny.
This update is presented by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. In the NFL, Commanders getting set for Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. They're going to have their quarterback back under center. Jaden Daniels going to get the start on Sunday night. Terry McLaurin already been ruled out for the matchup. Other injuries around the league. Bears running back DeAndre Swift is out. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco is out. And Patriots running back Ramondre Stevenson is out. For the Falcons, quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is going to play on Sunday, and Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is off the injury report with no injury designation. He's good to go Sunday against the Packers. Hockey tonight, the Capitals in action at Cap One, taking on the Islanders. 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. A potential World Series clincher tonight, Game 6 between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays in Toronto. 8 o'clock first pitch. The Blue Jays lead the series 3-2. Fairfax City is where businesses like TechStore thrive. With modern offices, great staff, and powerful connections through the Mason Enterprise Center, discover more at gofairfaxcity.com/business. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Let's give away some Caps tickets to a game that starts in just over 3 hours. So if you win these, you better not have plans tonight. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Final time this week. 2 tickets to the Caps and the Isles this evening. It's Hockey Halloween, presented by Duncan. Spooky Vibes take over Capital One Arena. For tickets and the complete Capital schedule, go to thefandc.com/events. You can win these tickets right now on The Fan. The show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They're going to help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're steamrolling toward a Beltway Blitz, broadcasting from home today so that we can get the kids trick-or-treating right after we're off the air. It's Grant and Danny on The Fan. Danny, what are we passing out tonight?
So the wife took care of all of it. They are giant bowls. I haven't gone through and done a thorough forensic examination of what's what. I did spy some Oreos in there, so it looks like big blue packets of multiple Oreos. I don't know if it's a 2 or a 4-ski, but it looks like a nice thing. They're taking up a lot of space in the. I mean, this bowl's. I didn't know we had this bowl. I've never seen it before. I don't know where we store it. It goes in some place called Where It Belongs.
Big fan of the choice the wife's making. I would always love the snack item that was mixed in occasionally with the candy, whether that was pretzels my mom would always give out. Might get Oreos every now and then. There's enough candy. Let's get a little salt in there as well. That's well done. All right, let's get you your Beltway Blitz. 3 teams in town you care the most about. We got the Nationals and the Commanders coming up. We start you off with college football, and our buddy Bill Roth is going to be on the call of Hokies football. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, they kick off. They're taking on a ranked Louisville team, number 16 in the country. Bill, I guess let's look back first. Last time out for Virginia Tech a week ago tonight, they beat Cal in a thriller in OT, 42-34. People got their money's worth in Blacksburg that night, huh?
Yeah, it was an exciting game, and Marcellus Hawkins had one of the most productive nights we've seen in a long time with 167 yards rushing. And Kyron Drones threw for 3 scores, ran for 2. When Drones is on his game, the Hokies are pretty good. He needs to be more consistent, and that's going to be really challenging tomorrow. Louisville's 14th nationally in defense, number 2 in the ACC. They got a really nice team, and they won at Miami 2 weeks ago. So hopefully the magic of Lane Stadium tomorrow afternoon will help the Hokies.
Yeah, a few really good teams left on the schedule. Look at Louisville, 16th in the country, Miami 10th, and in-state rival UVA 15th to close things out. Write me the recipe here. Bill, you probably touched on it a moment ago, but how do you win this one?
Well, you got to make the fear factor of Lane Stadium. How's that for a Halloween twist? You've got to make them intimidated. Louisville's been in the ACC since 2014. This is their first conference game here, which is crazy, isn't it? Louisville's not played at Lane Stadium since 1991, and we're in the same conference, which is, I guess, weird. A byproduct of conference reshuffling and whatnot. You know, Jeff Brom's done a great job at Louisville. He grew up in that town. He played there. He got a great quarterback to transfer from SC. They've got a lot to play for. Their only loss is UVA. No one's talking about Louisville as a potential playoff team, but they've got the Miami win. They'll probably be favored in every game they play the rest of the way, including their Thanksgiving weekend game with Kentucky. Louisville's got a shot here, and there's a lot of talk, obviously, with some of these coaching vacancies about where Jeff Brom might be if someone can lure him away from Louisville. So there's a lot going on right now with the Louisville team. You know, the Hokies are in a similar situation, right? There's a lot going on here off the field, looking for a new head coach. So this is a very unusual college football season as we come into November.
What is the state of the union as far as the coaching search goes? Obviously, there's nothing imminent here until after the season, but what do you think they're looking for? What makes sense for them moving forward?
Well, it's such a weird market, right? Because Virginia Tech and UCLA made coaching changes after 3 games. And then Oklahoma State followed a week later. And now here we are, the last day of October, and Florida has made a change, and LSU has made a change. And there's going to be more coming. Penn State, as we know. So there's a lot of really attractive jobs out there, sought-after jobs, well-paying jobs, and the trickle-down effect is going to impact everybody. And assistants are going to be on the move. Coordinators are going to be on the move. And it's a really unique thing coming down the stretch. For the Hokies, they've got an 8-person committee that is, at this point, negotiating or at least discussing things with agents. Eddie Royal from Northern Virginia, who played here at Tech, is on it. Bruce Arians, former Virginia Tech player and coach with Tampa Bay, is on the committee. Bud Foster, who was our longtime defensive coordinator. So that's what they're doing. But, you know, the marketplace seems to change every week. There's the fact that Florida and LSU and Penn State each opened up after Virginia Tech made a change. It changes the landscape in the marketplace completely, and it's going to be a total reset in head coaches' salaries, it appears, when this thing, you know, between the end of Thanksgiving and Christmas, when all these moves start to happen.
Bill, thank you as always. Enjoy the game this weekend. Have a good one.
Talk with you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Always appreciate it, buddy. There he goes. That is Bill Roth. He is the best. Let's talk Nats, please. Our pal Andrew Golden, Washington Post, covers the Nationals. Andrew, it's official. The manager's like just a little bit older than my son. What is going on here? What can you tell us?
Yeah, it's definitely an out-of-the-box hire for sure, with him being 33 years old. I think Trevor Williams might actually be older than him. And so I think it's definitely a little bit of a surprising move, but I think it's an opportunity for the Nationals to get young, and obviously there's a lot of focus in player development, which the Nationals kind of need, given their struggles in the past couple of years doing the fundamentals and the little things well. And so I think it's a smart hire from that regard.
What does the Blake Butera hiring mean about the plan in the next couple of years? Do you, like I think, when you look at this, feel like maybe they're going to rebuild this thing?
Yeah, I think it's going to take some time. Like I think if you look at the record and where they're at and when they'll be competitive again, like you're looking at, you know, at the earliest towards the end of Mackenzie Gore and C.J. Abrams' tenures with the Nationals, right? Like I know it's crazy that we're already kind of thinking about that, but when I look at that, like, I would think that, you know, they're definitely going to do some more rebuilding. And I don't know if it's a complete start for us, but I definitely think they're going to have to do a focus on trying to develop guys better, especially in the minor league system. That's going to take some time. And so, yeah, I definitely think this is a sign they're definitely going to continue to rebuild. I just don't know how long that will take.
So we got to know Davey Martinez well over the years, as you did too, you know, being on the beat every day. And just a wonderful guy, you know, always the same, even keel, you know, no highs, no lows, just, you know, always getting the guys' backs. The frustration that I had, certainly, I don't want to speak for Grant, was a lot of the same young kid mistakes weren't just being made by young kids in their first go-round in the big leagues. It was year after year after year of some base running gaffes, not hitting cutoff men, just, you know, sort of the stuff that you're supposed to learn in high school baseball kind of wasn't happening. So that player development teaching would seem to be at a premium. A, just your thoughts on that, and then B, what that might mean about, you know, roster construction and the like here over the next year or two.
Yeah, I think what you kind of saw in the field was a product of, you know, I think that early on, you know, 2022, 2023, there's a lot of guys in their first year, they're like, oh, they're young, they're learning, but you kind of saw, as you mentioned, a lot of the same mistakes, base running errors. I mean, Grant used to tweet at least like twice a day about their base running errors, right? It was like that. It was obviously like all the defensive mishaps and things of that nature. And so I think when you just look at the way things are constructed, they kind of need to focus on getting back to the fundamentals well, and that's going to take some time. But I think, as you mentioned, they have the right guys in place to do that. I think Davey, obviously, in terms of, who he was as a person was a good guy. That I do think in terms of when you look at the fundamentals, they definitely fell short in those areas the past couple seasons, especially towards the end of his tenure.
What kind of staff do you expect Blake Butera to put together around him?
Yeah, I would expect an older staff, right? I mean, I think we reported this yesterday. Is that in the past in Tampa Bay, there was, there were older coaches around him even when he was young in his career, coaching and managing. So I would expect kind of a similar thing. Who knows exactly what that looks like? But I would think that he'd have some guys experienced, maybe have been in the big leagues for a little bit longer to work around him and kind of build around him.
So he's so young. Do you feel like he was raised in the era where he would understand that Key and Peele sketch? So if you called him Balake in like his first presser, do you think he would get it?
I think he would get it. I think he's in that threshold. 33? I think you're in that threshold knowing exactly what that was. He probably was high school, college when that came out. Probably. I would have to think he would be.
Yeah, right. So you tell him you have to go down to Oshak Hennessy's office and AA Ron and the whole 9 yards. I wonder if you would get that, but just
he has to know that.
Yeah, right. So, but it's so that's shtick, obviously, but kind of to the point. How do you command respect as someone that A, didn't play in the bigs, B, is that young where the clubhouse attendant, every member of the coaching staff is older? It's a challenge, right?
Yeah, I think the key is accountability. I think if he's really about holding guys accountable and setting a tone and a foundation with also the players that are in the locker room of accountability. I thought Dylan Cruz had a pretty interesting answer about them as players being accountable to each other. And so if you can kind of establish that with the coach, then I think that regardless of how young he is, I think that's something that people will respect. And so it's interesting to see how he'll command the clubhouse and gain the respect of people. I think that's something that you can't really judge at the moment. I think that's something that we'll kind of learn in time.
Andrew Golden, read his work in the Washington Post on the Nats all offseason. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. See you soon.
See you, bud.
All right, let's talk football. Sunday Night Football with Seattle. Terry McLaurin and Colson Yankoff both ruled out today by Washington. McLaurin, we've known, was going to be out for days. Questionable tight end John Bates, who's now limited with an ankle going in the wrong direction. Johnny Newton did a little more work today, was limited. He's questionable with his ankle. And then Laramie Tunsil with a hamstring also listed questionable. Let's talk about the game. Kevin Sheehan, the Kevin Sheehan Show on the Team 980 joins us now. Kevin, what's your feel on this matchup with a really good Seattle team?
You just said it, Grant. I don't know if everybody realizes how good Seattle is. I mean, the record is obviously very good, but this is really a complete team and a very good defensive team. They've got a couple of those coming up. They've got Detroit excellent defensively, Denver excellent defensively. They're all at home. They're going to have to make a run here, as we all know. They're going to have to win 3 of the next 4. They're going to have to win probably 7 of their final 9. But this is a really difficult matchup. It's a Shanahan-style offense. Clint Kubiak's the offensive coordinator. He's off his father's tree, which is off the Shanahan tree. He was in Minnesota with Kirk. You know that. I know that. Quinn and his teams have struggled with Shanahan-style teams this year already, Green Bay and Atlanta. This is a difficult game, but the X factor, as it was, 14 times last year, is the quarterback, and as long as he's on the field, you got a shot.
Kevin, the trade deadline is Tuesday. If they lose this game, should they sell? And then part 2 is, will they sell?
Oh, man. I think if they lose and it's like resounding, and maybe throw in that there's another, I'm knocking on wood when I say this, that there's another, tweak to a hamstring on number 5 or something like that, where, it's going to be another game or 2, then you think about it. Other than that, I'm not thinking about it. You need everybody you can get. They're not anywhere near being mathematically eliminated. They got to get one of the next 2, and next week might even be harder. But I understand the question, and I think everybody will be talking about it, but I would say no.
I'm with you on the Daniels factor. We were talking earlier about how they would win this game, and it feels to me like it's got to be a 2024 game where he just kind of wills them and drags them to a victory. That has not really happened this year, largely because he hasn't played very much with injuries, but even when he's played, it hasn't quite been the same. What do you see there?
Well, I think we saw some of it against the Chargers, right? He started to look like himself. There were moments in that Chicago game, it was just the turnovers and a killer turnover. That's the game, by the way, we're going to look back on. If they end up, 8 wins, 9 wins, something like that, we're going to look back at that Chicago game and that one play as a season decider. But look, he's not been right. He's missed a bunch of games. He's been wearing a brace for the last 2. And he needs to put the cape on. It's their only chance. I mean, there's no other way I can envision them going on a run other than him leading it with, the kind of quarterbacking he gave us last year. And it starts Sunday night because that's a very difficult team to move the ball against.
How close are you to demanding, not that they would listen to us, but how close are you to demanding, Kevin, that they remove Joe Witt from play calling duties?
The resume is what now? 28 games. And in 28 games as a defensive coordinator here, the defense has been pretty god-awful in 20 of them, 21 of them. So I don't need it now, but at the end of the year, it's coming if this continues. I thought the effort Monday night, I'm sure you guys felt the same way. They're a try-hard team. They're just incredibly limited. They're getting a little bit better with some of the coverage, miscommunications. They're just not very good. I think you guys have been probably, learned the same thing. No one out there will tell you anything other than it's everything. It's not one thing. And given that the offense turned it over 3 times against Chicago, had a bunch of drops, penalties, and turnovers against Dallas, and then had a turnover and 2 fourth down stops against Kansas City, you can't just point to the defense and say that's why they're on a 3-game losing skid. So I don't think they're going to do anything. I thought there was a chance when Quinn was incredibly peeved after the Dallas game, but I would guess that if this continues, there's an off-season change.
Last one, Kevin. The alternate uniforms they're going to rock on Sunday Night Football, which are the throwbacks to the Super Bowl era, which a lot of people hope one day could be just the uniforms. They're going to be wearing the Commanders Block W helmet. I know that ruffles some feathers. But otherwise, this is going to be the closest thing to us watching a game that looks like the thing we loved and cared about since 2-2-22. You pumped up for that at all?
Yeah, I am. And I'm not a uniform geek by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm really excited to watch a game in which it looks like my team. I've said this so many times since 2-2-22. It felt like an expansion team landed in town, and it's not felt the same. But it will look more like the same, and I hope it's the beginning of something that eventually can become permanent. There's, a lot that needs to happen for that to happen, but I'm glad we get to see these 3 times this year, and I can't wait to see them on Sunday night.
Super quick prediction for Sunday.
A shootout, and Jaden somehow wills them to a 37-34 win.
Wow.
We need it. God, we need it, guys.
All the points.
Boy, do they.
We need the conversation to change a little bit, and he's capable of that. But I'll tell you what, this is not the best matchup for them.
Nope.
No, it's a bad matchup, actually. Kevin,
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, boys.
Be good. From his lips to God's ears, or whatever the saying is. Let's hope that happens. That would make for a very entertaining week of radio next week. All right, Grant and Danny on the Fan. You just heard us talking about the alt unis with Kevin. Can you be okay with these as a possible permanent uniform with the Commander Block W helmet? I was so excited talking about these uniforms on social, posting pictures on my Instagram at Grant H. Paulson, and a lot of the comments and the feedback I've gotten are, yeah, but the helmet is still the Commanders, and people are still bothered by that. So I want to talk about these uniforms with the Commanders helmet, and if that could eventually work for people as some type of meeting in the middle. That's next on The Fan.
In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Seahawks on Sunday Night Football. Debut of the Super Bowl era uniforms for Washington. Jaden Daniels will be under center for Washington. He's set to make his start as he returns from injury. Terry McLaurin going to be out for the matchup. Other injuries around the league. Bears running back DeAndre Swift is out. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco is out. And Patriots running back Ramondre Stevenson is also out. Quarterback news, Falcons quarterback Michael Penix is going to play. He's off the injury report. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is good to go. And Mac Jones going to continue to start for the Niners. Hockey tonight, the Capitals taking on the Islanders at home. 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. World Series, Game 6 tonight. Dodgers and Blue Jays in Toronto. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for L.A. Kevin Gausman starts for the Blue Jays. 8 o'clock first pitch and a potential clincher for Toronto. They lead the series 3-2. From the Crop Metcalf, 5 Star Sports Stats, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
And you guys are in the Super Bowl era uniforms this weekend. What kind of memories does that conjure for you as someone who you've talked about growing up watching a lot of NFC East football?
Yeah, I think it's really cool, and I know you guys got a chance to see them as well. But what an awesome night, to get a chance to celebrate Art Monk. I think the Seahawks may be in some throwbacks as well. So for those who are old enough to remember what those look like and what ours will look like, I think it's really cool. And nothing better, man, than to honor the tribute, for guys that have paved the way and did it at the highest level. So very cool deal for us.
Well said by Dan Quinn. Art Monk, a Hall of Famer and 3-time Pro Bowler, former All-Pro, won 3 Super Bowl rings with Washington from 1980 to 1993. And when he stepped away from the game after a 3-game sample in 95, he was the all-time leader with 940 catches in National Football League history. Now, at 67 years old, the unassuming, not very talkative, not overly media-friendly, kind of stuck to himself, star wide receiver who did anything asked of him in Washington's offense during their most important era, finally gets honored with his jersey being retired.
I love it. And you were out actually this day. I can't remember if it was you were having another one of your children or maybe you were sick or something like that. I said this to Toby. When this date was announced, it's the first time in a long time, GP, that I actually considered purchasing tickets to go to Nubs Field was because of this. I didn't, of course, because I can't bring myself to do it. But I love Art Monk so much. One of my childhood heroes, one of my favorite players of all time, my favorite football player of all time, my favorite Redskin of all time. He and Cal Ripken to me are just, the reason I got into sports were basically those two guys and what they stood for. You'll notice a common theme among them: consistency, dependability, reliability, all that stuff. Just my all-time favorite, man. I love him so much, and well-deserved that he took forever for him to get in the Hall of Fame, which is ridiculous because you already said it. Retired with more catches than anybody had ever had. Done. That's the end of his Hall of Fame presentation. But it shouldn't. It took way too long, but it happened, and long overdue. His jersey being retired at 81, man. I love it.
Yeah, he had 6 seasons where he caught at least 70 balls.
Where nobody did that.
One when he was 34 years old, believe it or not. He had 5 1,000-yard seasons, including a 1,300-yard year, his best season ever, leading the NFL in catches back in 1984. And then he had a 1,200, 1,100-yard season as well as part of the 5 years where he was over 1K. So going to be great that he gets honored. I love that. And this started before this ownership group, to be fair, started under Jason Wright, but they have begun to actually honor with the retirement of uniform numbers. It used to just be that the uniform numbers weren't worn. You're not allowed to wear them.
Formally weren't worn, yeah.
But we're going, wait a, we always said this. Well, if you can't really wear them, why aren't they retired? Because it just leaves open this weirdness of the late, tragically, Dwayne Haskins calling Joe Theismann to say, can I wear your number 7? And now what's Theismann supposed to do? It's such a lose-lose. Of course he doesn't want anyone to wear the number that he's been honored by it not being worn. But you're going to say no and look like the old codgerly guy that isn't team-friendly anymore? So it's just a bad spot for everyone. So they're actually starting to go down the line now. Art Monk next in this group that's getting retired and well-deserved. But the whole night's going to be special. We've talked quite a bit on the show this week about going back to the old uniforms and the fact that they're going to look like the team that we loved and cared about growing up for the first time since 2/2/22. They're going to look like the Redskins, with the exception everybody keeps pointing out to me of the Block W helmet. And I understand. They're not the Redskins anymore. They don't have the logo and the emblem anymore. Got it. I have been really surprised, Danny, by the number of people that rather than responding like I am, which is essentially to say, this is awesome. I'm so excited to see these uniforms. The Commanders are going to look like the Redskins. They're going to be wearing the jerseys that I care about. That's kind of my reaction. People are going, except for the stupid helmet, and I'm going to see the W, and I'm going to think of the name change, and I'm going to think of Dan Snyder. What's your take on that?
I understand it. And all I want are the correct uniforms. I'm not talking about alternates. These. I want this. I want it to never be anything else. If I own the team, this is what we would do. I would never stop. I would tell everybody. I would announce it right now, this minute, in fact. You guys see it? This is what we're going to wear. We are now in the process of fighting for you with the league to make sure that we can wear these correct ones all the time, forever and always.
But then what are you going to put on the helmet to get rid of the Block W issue?
This becomes the sticking point. My best analogy I can come up with is I want you to imagine you're watching a movie and you're enthralled by the movie. You're like, this is great. You're watching an unbelievable film. Everybody's turning in A+ acting performances. Then for whatever reason, one scene, you're just reminded that it's like some cheesy actor who delivers a line terribly, and it takes you right out of the spectacle. Or like you see the boom mic in one of the shots. That's what that Block W is. Right? I can watch it from afar when it's from the view that's, far enough away, and it looks like those 91 Super Bowl jerseys, 14-2, Buzzsaw, Tradition, Rigo Drill, Counter Tray, all of it. H-back, Joe Gibbs, Joe Bugle, deal me in. I'm getting the hair on my arm are standing up just thinking about it. And then anytime there's a tight shot or anytime it cuts to, a little closer to field level, you see that stupid thing and you go, oh, yeah, that's right. It's been taken away and it'll never be back the same. I can't have any reminder of Clip Art W, Block W, Taco Holder W, Walgreens W, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. Anything that reminds me of the stupid name that I hate so much and the process that I hate it even more, that I've actually grown more spiteful about over the years, really does take me out of it to a degree. So it's like, saying, hey, we could go to this incredible Italian restaurant and get the world's best pasta dish or have a microwavable meal that's pasta. I understand it's both pasta, but it's not the same. So it is nice, and I'm in favor of it. Just I would do something other than that Block W. If it's the spear, now because they've already started that rollout, because we're gladiators and we're Romans and the Colosseum, and that's what we're doing. I could live in that world where it's my jerseys, my uniforms correctly, and the spear. I'll get down with that. But the Block W, it is raining on an otherwise fun day.
Yeah, so I'm not going to let it rain on my parade. It's just too big a day. It's too cool. It's too fun to get my thing back. This is what I've been wanting. This is what I've been asking for. I'm getting the thing I wanted and I'm asking for, and you kind of have to make a choice. Are you going to be bothered by the helmet or are you not going to be bothered by the helmet? And I'm going to choose not to. Having said that, the conversation I want to have is, in a world where we're marching toward this being the norm, you're getting this on Sunday Night Football against Seattle. You're going to get it again on Sunday Night Football against Denver a couple of weeks from now. And then you're going to get it one final time on Christmas Day, nationally televised on Netflix against the Dallas Cowboys. So it's three very marquee, everybody's watching type matchups when they're rolling out these uniforms. I still think it was a mistake, for the record, to wait this long. Nobody knew. You, me, Josh Harris, Adam Peters, Jaden Daniels. None of us knew they'd be 3-6 and the season would be going off the rails. At the end of the night, maybe, on Sunday, depending on how the Seattle game goes.
Yeah.
But I still think, while, yes, the season is sapping some of the excitement and some of the energy out of this because of how poorly it's gone, just to wait 9 weeks in general, it's odd. It's like finding out before the school year that there was some major change at school that everyone's jacked up about, but then you don't actually get to enjoy it until January or something. Like, there's a whole semester before that you're at school for. But I digress. But what I want to know is, if this becomes the eventual jerseys, they go back to the Redskins' real colors, not the ones we were lied about, too, but the real colors of the 90s Redskins, the Joe Gibbs era, Super Bowl era jerseys that they're wearing. And they go back to those exact uniforms with the striping and the stitching, and it looks like the Redskins. But the helmet is a modern version, maybe it but meaning, they make the colors match. It's not the off burgundy. It's not the current helmet. It's a helmet that matches those jerseys, but it's still the Block W. Can you get down with that? Yes or no? 800-636-1067. If their primary week-to-week base uniform, not an alternate for a couple times on Natty TV, but the one they wear 14 times a season are these, which everybody seems to love how they look. But the Block W stays as the helmet. Is that workable for you? Because if it's not, then I think you have to kiss these uniforms, which everybody likes most, goodbye. Because I think the only other path, Danny, is the Spear helmet with the 70th anniversary uniforms, which were designed with that helmet. I don't think you could go Spear helmet per se, unless it's a new design, unless it's different color, different looking Spear. But if you really want to go to that Steve Spurrier era Spear helmet that we've talked about, that doesn't really work with these jerseys. They didn't wear those two things together.
No, not like that, yeah.
You've got to go with that darker burgundy, which maybe that's what people would prefer, honestly, just to have the Spear, because that would actually be a legitimate, complete Redskins uniform without saying Redskins anywhere, and then you could pretend like the Spear is about the Spartans.
Yeah, I mean, to me, and I acknowledge, by the way, fully that I'm a weirdo about it. I think I'm probably extreme among the fan base. Maybe some echo my feelings, but I don't know that I'm normal in any way. Like, I can't have any association with the current thing, name-wise, logo-wise, any of it. I want none of it. I want it power washed away instantly. I think it's a missed opportunity that they didn't do that, to be frank with you. But that ship has sailed. We've legislated that, talked over that a million times, etc. I would have power washed anything business-wise that Dan Snyder laid his grubby little fingers on, and this is the prime example where he stood in front of us on 2/2/22 and said, "Here's my turd in the punch bowl." I would have gotten rid of that. But it's too late now. The ship has sailed. They were too good last year. So I would need some sort of tangible adjustment or improvement or fix with the helmet to really feel good about it, because it would, again, be like this, this halfway, in other words, it's like, I love a Chick-fil-A sandwich, but it'd be like somebody going, here's the Chick-fil-A breaded chicken in a salad. Not as good. It's not as good. I understand I'm getting most of the thing that I want, but I need that bread. I need that pickle. I need the sauce. It's not the same. And that's kind of the theme of this whole thing. It's where we can't give you the dollar. We can give you 48 cents. Well, that's better than nothing. And you can choose to be thrilled with that or irritated.
I'm going to ask you this question because I got a good comment here from Tay on our 1067 The Fan YouTube channel chat. You can call us at 800-636-1067. We want to hear from you. We're on social as well at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny, if you want to get a hold of us on any of those accounts. But he said, I think the real burgundy, meaning the actual colors, and the stripe on the helmet being back is more important than the Block W. So for like him, the uniform's looking like the Redskins, the colors, the striping, if you've seen it, they have the burgundy and the gold stripes on the helmet back. I agree with him completely. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm down with the Block W, right? It doesn't mean that I want that. But if you're prioritizing, then the uniforms looking like they do and the helmets looking authentic minus the W on the side,
I think that's fair.
1,000% more important to me. So I'm with him on that. Would you agree with that or no?
Well, the only place it's not a disagreement. It's on my podium. Number one is the uniform is higher ranked than the helmet for me. So I care about the 91 uniform. I want that always, forever and always. That's number one. But like helmet would be 2 or 3. I mean, it's still on my list. So it's a higher priority to get the right jersey and pant combo and socks, but the helmet is up there. So I think it's higher for me than it is for you.
So let's pose this question this way. Everybody seems very excited by the look. For a lot of us, it's going to be awesome. And I think for some people, it might even be emotional. It's going to be really, really cool when they come out of the tunnel. And for the first time since 2/2/22, it's going to look like the Redskins are playing a football game again, which is going to be great. When that happens, though, you're going to see the Block W helmet, and it seems like that is going to be a problem for a lot of people. So forgetting for a second just this one game, if they are moving toward this as some type of permanent look, could you be okay with that? 800-636-1067. The old Redskins jerseys with a Commanders logo on the helmet because they're the Commanders and not the Redskins anymore. 800-636-1067. Does that work as a meeting in the middle for everybody? You're listening to The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Selling your home shouldn't feel like a constant waiting game or guessing match. My friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Carla Williams take the stress right out, and they take the uncertainty out of that process, and they bring you real results. We know firsthand. They sold our place a few years ago. When your home doesn't sell, every week on the market costs you time and money. The Reynolds of Power Home Team steps in with aggressive marketing, real buyer connections, and a history of turning homes that sat on the market into happy closings. Whether you're relocating, upgrading, downsizing, or your previous agent simply couldn't get the job done, they have a solution for you. You need a fast sale? They can do it. Flexible closing date? You got it. Maximum exposure? Always. They are so confident in their services that if for some reason your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree on. That is their guarantee. They are the best at this. Give them a call. Call Debbie and Sarah Reynolds now to find out more about their guarantees and what program would fit you the best. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Football Conversation on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders, for the first time, unveiling their new throwback look. They are paying homage to the Super Bowl era in the early 90s with their alts. They're going to look like the Redskins for the first time since the rebrand. If this is where they end up with a jersey as a permanent look, but the Commanders Block W helmets they've been wearing the last couple of years are the top of the uniform, can that work for you? 800-636-1067. Let's go to Jeff, who's in Leesburg on the Fan. Jeff, what's good?
How you doing, fellas? How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Good. Hey, so at the end of the day, any Redskin fan or Commanders fan is not going to be happy until they put the Redskin back on the helmet. If you're going to change the uniform, change the whole uniform. Because that could open the door to do what everybody else wants, is to change the name back to the Redskins.
Well, it's just not happening. I mean, I appreciate the phone call,
Thank you,
but
buddy.
They've said over and over again, as recently as 10 times again this season, they're not going back to the Redskins. I don't think the league would allow them to do it. I don't think they want to do it. I don't think they want whatever fight is following. So, I mean, we could discuss that again if we need to and go back down that path. But, we could also talk about, Patrick Mahomes helping them next year get to the Super Bowl.
Right.
That's not happening either.
Yeah,
By the way, this is
our
our
2012 draft. Yeah, I mean, I understand the sentiment. I'm not ripping him because I understand his point, but I'm operating from an assumption that since that's not on the table, we can deal pragmatically with what is instead of what should be, right? So this is a what is conversation. And I guess what I'm asking for is you might have to come up with something brand new to match these correct jerseys that isn't the dumb Block W, isn't reflective of this brand that nobody likes, and maybe it's the spear, which they've already done this in introductory rollout on, is that's, it's not just Native Americans, it's gladiators. It's a lot of military people throw spears. Look it up, dude. They're starting to do that, so maybe that's the path forward, which I'd be excited about.
Grant and Danny poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. We've made this question our poll of the day on Twitter. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com. Right now, about 60% are saying they'd be fine with the Redskins Super Bowl era jerseys and the Commanders helmet. 40% are saying they wouldn't like, the juxtaposition of the two. I think you'd have to match colors, right? Because the newer burgundy's a little bit redder, I would think, than being able to match the unis. Let's go to Andrew in Warrenton on Grant and Danny. What's up, Andrew? How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, bud?
It's a really simple question, and by the way, unlike the other guy, I am somebody who wants these colors, but will never want that name back. Is the burgundy that we want? Not the burgundy they told us was burgundy, but is obviously not the burgundy we should be having. Is it the gold, this gold, not a pyrite fool's gold? Are the stripes correct on the helmet and the pants? Is everything about it correct except for that one piece? Imagine letting 5% of a uniform ruin the entire concept for you.
It couldn't be me. I mean, I'm looking for perfection here, so we're just saying what would you like most. But, yes, when I watch this thing on Sunday night, Danny, I'm not going to be crying about the helmet. I'll hope if it becomes the permanent uniform, they do something differently. But this is going to be the best uni they've worn in years.
Well, when you say it that way, like anybody that disagrees with you, of course, sounds like a buffoon, and that's taking any kind of emotion and sentiment out of it, right? Like, of course, if you're like, you're going to really throw something away because it's 95% perfect and the 5% isn't what you want, so you can't handle it. So when you frame it that way, of course, I sound like a horse's ass. And I guess we're talking about laundry here. So what are we really discussing? But to me, it's more than that. It's anything that is this current thing. I just can't handle it. I can't. And so you can make fun of me if you want, but the fact is that 5% is all I see. It's like somebody with a giant zit on their nose. They're a complete person. They may be a great person. They may do nothing but charity work every waking hour of the day. Right now, they have a giant zit on their nose, and that's all I can look at. You know what I mean? It doesn't make them a bad person. It doesn't mean that the gesture isn't good. It's just I can't help but notice that thing, man. I hate it so much.
There's a scene in Uncle Buck about this. You give him a quarter and have someone gnaw that thing off. That's what John Candy said.
Good point.
Mike in Alexandria. What's up, Mike? How are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Cool. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, man. Hey, are you guys doing a good cop, bad cop bit? Because Danny, I feel like you're a little bit over the top on this, man. If I'm a person who's colorblind. Yes. I'm colorblind, and I can still do. I can't handle the bad burgundy. So if they get the burgundy back, I'm into it.
I smell what you're cooking. I disclosed at the beginning. I am irrational about this. I'm over the top. I'm the most extreme on this issue of anybody that I know. Most of my friends kind of either don't care anymore, shrug their shoulders,
which
or
is odd, by the way, because you've professed to not care about uniforms for as long as we've done the show.
Well, but it's less about uniform and it's more about this the 2222 lead up branding. This name, I have so much anger and visceral hatred for it that anything new that has it, I'm re angry again. It's like I haven't had any waning of my furor over how irritated and embarrassing the whole thing was, and everything reminds me of Dan Snyder. That's connected to it. So I see that dumb block W, and I go, Dan's on his yacht right now. He did it, and it's just him again, and it's incompetence, and it's the worst. I can't get over that. That's a me issue. I fully admit that I'm the weird one.
We'll scout the Seahawks as we continue, and we'll get to the bottom of how you would feel about these new alternates, throwing it back to the early 90s with the Block W as permanent uniforms. As we continue, it's a Halloween Friday on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. Taking a look at the injury report, Jaden Daniels is good to go. He's going to start for Washington on Sunday. Other players injured, though. Terry McLaurin going to be out. John Bates, Laramie Tunsil, and Johnny Newton are all listed as questionable for the matchup for Seattle. Some of the notables: safety Julian Love has been ruled out. Wide receiver Cooper Kupp is listed as questionable. Some other injuries around the league: Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is going to be good to go. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco is out, as well as Bears running back DeAndre Swift and Patriots running back Ramondre Stevenson. Hockey tonight, Caps and Islanders at home. 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We'll take you up to 6:30 on The Fan tonight. Welcome back. It's Grant and Danny on this Halloween. It's Friday night. Hopefully you've got a lovely evening and weekend planned with the fam. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They'll help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com to do that. Mention us, you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. The Seahawks are coming to town for a primetime tilt on Sunday Night Football. Let's go scouting. This Seahawks team is fantastic. They are number 3 in yards per play on both offense and on defense. To get more information on just how well they've played this year, let's talk to Corbin Smith, who's a reporter on Seattle for the Emerald Spectrum. Corbin, thank you for hopping aboard. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
You got it.
Sure thing.
So I guess because they're out of sight, out of mind, cross-country, Pacific Northwest, I get the sense Commanders fans don't have a very good beat on what Seattle is. So catch us up to speed. How's the season gone so far?
Well, they've gotten off to this 5-2 start, but the way that they've done it to an extent has been a little bit surprising. The defense was expected to be one of the best in the NFL, and even with some injuries, Julian Love's missed a bunch of games, Devin Witherspoon's missed a bunch of games. Even with some of those guys being in and out of the lineup, they've still got a top 6 scoring defense in the NFL. They've been generating pressure as well as anybody. They're getting back to quarterbacks for sacks. The defense has lived up to the hype for the most part, other than having one little setback against the Buccaneers. That was expected. What was not expected by many people is that this was going to suddenly be a top 3 passing offense in terms of explosiveness. They have been just eviscerating opponents with downfield throws this year. And Sam Darnold has thrived in Clint Kubiak's offense. The run game has been a work in progress, and they've had some issues on that front, but it hasn't mattered because Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba, that's been as good of a QB receiver duo as you're going to find in the NFL this year. Those guys have been they've been torching opponents. They've gotten good production from tight end A.J. Barner. Cooper Kupp's done some nice things. They've been able to get rookie Torrey Horton involved quite a bit in their passing game. So the way that they've put points on the board as a top 5 scoring offense this year in the NFL, I think a lot of people going into the year would have suspected, if that was the case, that the run game was going to be a big part of it. But it's been an offense that's been built around the passing attack, even after trading DK Metcalf and Geno Smith this offseason.
Corbin, one more kind of on this perspective. Why do you feel like, and maybe it hasn't been your experience to this point, I feel like people don't quite know how good this team is. Maybe because they saw them lose to San Francisco or that epic back and forth with Tampa that they dropped. But this is a really, really, really good team, and I feel like they're not in anybody's power rankings or not in anybody's top 2 or top 3, just because everyone's always seems to be focused on something else. Have you felt that, and why do you think that is?
I think the Seahawks are more than happy to keep that going and just kind of be hovering under the radar. But I don't know if it's a location thing. I don't know if it's because the preseason expectations for a lot of people were so low. I mean, I could speak to this. I'm going, obviously as a Seahawks reporter, I look at it from an unbiased perspective, but I thought this team was going to be good going into the season, but there were a lot of people outside of the Pacific Northwest that I think the biggest thing is they didn't think Sam Darnold was going to be able to do what he did in Minnesota away from Minnesota, especially with Seattle trading DK Metcalf. I think there was a lot of skepticism that Sam Darnold could still be a top 10 quarterback like he played last year in Minnesota. In many ways, he's been better this year than he was with the Vikings last season. The most notable thing is he used to say, like, I know he got a lot of flack for saying that he saw ghosts in New York. He's seeing ghosts now, but he's a ghost buster. Like, the dude has been outstanding against pressure this year. He's thrown a number of touchdowns while taking hits from defenders. He's extended plays with eyes in the back of his head. Like, he just looks like a different dude in that regard, and he's playing with great confidence. I just don't think many people outside of Seattle expected that he was going to be playing anywhere close to this level, and that's really what I think was setting the low expectations of this team, even with a top defense. I think a lot of people were skeptical the offense was going to be good enough, and that has turned out not to be the case here in these first 7 games.
Darnold on pace for 4,300 yards and 30 touchdowns this season. Corbin Smith breaking down the Seahawks for us on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. How about the emergence of Jackson Smith-Njigba? It's not like it's out of nowhere because he's a high draft pick who was beloved coming out of school, but he has found a new gear. He's leading the NFL by almost 100 receiving yards right now with 819.
He's taken what he did the end of last year, and he has sometimes they talk about sophomore jumps. It's been a year 3 jump for him. He's gone from being, a lot of people don't realize that he had 1,100 receiving yards last year. It's not like he was an afterthought in their offense. And one of the reasons that I was not surprised that DK Metcalf got moved by the Seahawks, I don't think Metcalf was the number 1 receiver anymore the second half last year. It was Jackson Smith-Njigba. So he had already jumped into that role, and this offense just suits him so well in terms of that Shanahan West Coast style where there's a lot of attacking the middle of the field. He is a monster over the middle on crossers, drag routes, but he's also proven that he is one of the best deep ball receivers, which that was the one thing that I was skeptical about a little bit coming into the league is he going to be a guy that's going to be able to generate enough separation? But he's such a smooth route runner, and the thing that really sets him apart, and you could see this in his agility testing, he might not be a 4.3 guy, but he had one of the fastest 3-cone times you're ever going to see. The guy picks up speed fast as any receiver in the league. That allows him to come out of his breaks and get a couple steps real quick on guys, and he's able to take the top off defenses doing that. And so far, nobody's had answers for him. I thought the Texans might be the best equipped to handle him, and he still went for over 120 receiving yards against them. So he's been doing it to everybody, and he is right now clearly a first-team All-Pro receiver and might even be in the periphery when you're talking about MVP candidates. He's on pace to break Calvin Johnson's receiving record, just to put it in context.
Corbin Smith, Emerald Spectrum, joins us to break down the Seattle Seahawks here on G&D. Mike Macdonald, let's get into him. He's somebody, frankly, Corbin, that I wanted here when the hiring process was kind of going on, whenever I was doing that give him musical chairs. I'm a big fan of his from afar. All he's done is gone 10-7. They missed the postseason last year, but a 10-7 team in year 1, 5-2 here in year 2. They're good on both sides of the ball. What are the kind of the thoughts on him, early report card?
I think the thing that he has done that's been most impressive, you took over for the winningest coach in franchise history in Pete Carroll, a man that is beloved and is legendary in the Pacific Northwest. And one of the big things that Carroll did all his years here was build an incredible culture. Mike Macdonald's been able to come in and leave his own imprint, but he didn't completely dismiss what was already there. And he has dudes bought in. And the thing that was really telling this offseason, guys, OTAs, a lot of teams in the NFL, veterans stay away for a good chunk of those. That was not the case this spring for the Seahawks. You had Leonard Williams, you had Cooper Kupp, you had DeMarcus Lawrence, all of these veterans. They had 2 or 3 OTAs that were open that reporters were at where they had a 98+% participation rate, like for OTAs. That's all you need to know. Mike McDonald has these dudes bought in, and he's had them bought in since he arrived. And you're seeing it in that kind of setup on the field, too. These guys will run through a brick wall for him. I think schematically he is as sharp as anybody on the defensive side of the football. He does a great job of making in-game adjustments as well. He has proven to be an outstanding young coach here now midway through his second season that just continues to get better. And I think now that he's got offensive assistants that are more in the vision of what he wants, last year didn't work out with Ryan Grubb, went out and got Clint Kubiak. Now that he's got coaches that really fit his entire vision, both sides of the ball, you're seeing it manifest into one of the most complete teams in the NFL.
Corbin Smith covers the Seahawks with us on Grant and Danny to Scout Seattle. So we've talked a lot about the offense. You were just talking about the mastermind of the defense. Let's go to that side of things. I mean, this defensive front, just going back and watching some of their games, it's pretty amazing. What Leonard Williams is doing, Byron Murphy's just incredible. Jaron Reed has been good against the run. DeMarcus Lawrence, who chose Seattle over Washington. The comments he said at the time where he thought Washington was too close, which is funny to think about now. But that front's really, really good, and they're number 1 against the run. They also rush 4 at the highest rate in the league. They barely ever blitz. What do you make of the way that group's playing?
Well, last year this was a strength for this football team, and they just doubled down on it. Big Cat Leonard Williams is still playing at an all-pro level. I don't know how he did not make an all-pro team last year with 11.5 sacks, 16 tackles for loss, a pick 6 that went 92 yards. I mean, he had stats that nobody else had in the NFL, and he didn't even get second-team consideration. So he's a guy somehow that keeps hovering under the radar for what he should be, but he's having another great year. And Byron Murphy II, talk about a sophomore jump. He had half a sack last year. He's got 4.5 already this season. He has been incredibly dominant against the run. Teams are doubling him, and Big Cat, they're trying to mix and match that, and it's just not working because both these guys can 1 and 2 gap. And it just opens things up for Ernest Jones and Drake Thomas, their linebackers, to be able to stay clean and go make plays. And setting the edge, DeMarcus Lawrence still as good as anybody at doing that, brings the physicality, the toughness. That is rubbed off on everyone else. It's really helped having a healthy Uchenna Nwosu back. He's got 5.5 sacks in what is turning out to be a comeback player of the year worthy season after 2 injury-marred years. That has really given this team an incredible amount of depth and balance, and they're going to be even better with Derek Hall coming back from injury and ready to play this week as well.
So here's my devil's advocate. By the way, just for the sake of argument, I think Seattle's really good. I think their defense is excellent. Okay, but let me do the guy grasping for a little bit of hope here, Corbin. The one good offense they've played is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who scored 38 on them. How did they do it, and how did they maybe expose potentially where Seattle's vulnerable against a good offense?
I think the biggest problem that game is that the Seahawks were missing Devin Witherspoon, Reek Woolen, and Julian Love all at the same time. And they were playing a lot of backups together that had not played snaps in games together. Since then, some of those guys have played more snaps together, and they have looked much better. There was a number of communication breakdowns. They really missed Julian Love's presence in that game, but they've been able to weather the storm the last few weeks. The other 3 games that Julian Love has missed, they haven't given up more than 20 points in any of those games. Ty Akata has played really sound football in his place at the free safety position. They've got Reek Woolen back healthy. They're going to have Witherspoon back for this weekend. So, not to try to derail hope, this is a defense that has given up some big plays, and they have missed a lot of tackles. That is the one thing I would say for a team playing the Seahawks is, hey, if you've got guys that can create after the catch, this has been a team that's had a hard time getting guys to the ground at times. That has been better the last few weeks, but that Tampa Bay game was kind of a perfect storm. And I also think Tampa Bay, I'll tell you this right now, when they've got everybody around, like they didn't have Mike Evans in that game, that offense is as dangerous as any in the league, and they scheme as well as anybody. And there were some plays there that they just flat out schemed Mike Macdonald, which does not happen very often. So I think it was the scheming and the injuries that the Seahawks had that were the real problem in that game.
Have they been tested much by mobile quarterbacks, thinking about some X factors maybe with Daniels running around? And what's your expectation for this matchup with Washington?
Yeah, they actually, it was before Kyler Murray got hurt. That was a couple weeks later, but Kyler Murray's always a guy that you got to be cognizant of his running ability. And he had one long scramble in the fourth quarter, but in the first three quarters, he had less than 7 rushing yards. So they did a really good job bottling him up. They sacked him 6 times in that game. Mike Macdonald has a good understanding of how to build a game plan because he had to practice against Lamar Jackson for a couple of years as a defensive coordinator. So he's got a lot of experience with that. I think he's comfortable with that. Not that they are going into this without concern, because certainly they respect Jaden Daniels' talents. But this has been a defense that's held up pretty darn well against mobile quarterbacks. I think some of that's been the edge guys' athleticism, and they got linebackers that can run sideline to sideline that have the ability to be able to run down quarterbacks too.
What's the ceiling for the Seahawks team? Like, is this a championship caliber team in your mind?
Right now, I'd have them just outside the Super Bowl contenders. And could they be there by the end of the year? Absolutely. They've got a lot of good young players who, if they improve enough in quick time here as they gain experience, Nicky Manwari, their rookie safety, being one of them that I think is an absolute game changer. He missed 3 games with an ankle sprain, but he's been really impactful since he came back from that. This is a team that could very easily, if they get their run game going a little more consistently the way they wanted to, and some of their young players really take off in the second half, Sam Darnold can quarterback a Super Bowl team. I am convinced of that at this point. They've got weapons. They've got a defense that's got weapons at all 3 levels. I just think right now there's enough question marks for me where I can't securely put them in a Super Bowl window, but by the end of the year, I could see this being a team that absolutely could be in that discussion.
Corbin, I'd mentioned 3-point favorites on the road for Seattle. Would you be surprised if they didn't win this game?
I think Seattle should be the favorite, and not just because of the way that they are playing and the injuries that Washington's got, but they've got this really weird mojo going on the road. I mean, Mike Macdonald's on pace to break the record for the most road wins by a coach in his first 2 seasons. They went 7-1 last year, and they're 3-0 this year. They have been really good away from Lumen Field. Ironically, they have lost a lot of games at home, which is still mystifying to me. But whatever they're doing, these guys have been ready to play, and it hasn't mattered what time it is. They have been ready to play when they go on the road, especially on the East Coast. So I think Seattle should be favored. They have had some issues with self-inflicted mistakes, though, and if you make enough of those on the road, especially with Jaden Daniels being back, the Commanders can absolutely find a way to get this done. I think probably 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 games between these teams right now is constructed. I'd take Seattle, but I would give the Commanders an outside shot to win with their quarterback and some of the pieces they have on their defense.
Corbin, great insight, man. Really appreciate the time. Enjoy the game.
Thanks.
Much appreciated. Good info. That's how we scout the opponent. Seattle is good. They're coming in here on Sunday night. Jaden Daniels returns. He's going to play. He will be starting. He is healthy. I want to have a conversation about Daniels now, looking out over the rest of this season as we get ready for the second half. Number one, getting him and keeping him healthy, but then also his performance, and should we be grading on a curve because of all of the bodies missing on this team on offense and defense? That's next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. A great time. I'm talking about it. A great time to go see him right now at my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Fairfax, Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. Some unbelievable deals. I'll tell you about them. Would you like some examples? Sure you would. $26,000 off a new 2025 Ford F-150 truck from Ted Britt, your F-150 HQ, plus no payments for 90 days. You can grab a whip. Why are you emphasizing the H that way? Just like mine. A new 2024 Mustang Mach-E, $10,500 off the MSRP. And again, no payments, 90 days. 2025 Bronco Raptor, $7,000 off, or almost $5,000 off for Bronco Sport. Both again, no payments, 90 days. Tick on that fall rush in a new 2025 Explorer from Ted Britt Ford, over $6,300 off. Plus again, you'll notice the theme here, no payments for 90 days. And I bet you didn't know your trade-in is worth more now than ever. That's right. Let my guys at Ted Britt Ford show you just how much. Bring it over, get that top dollar offer, and put that value towards something brand new. I'm telling you, go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford. You won't regret it. When you do, tell them Danny sent you.
Commanders getting set for Sunday Night Football as they'll take on the Seahawks at Northwest Stadium. We're coming in 3-5. It'll be the debut of their Super Bowl era uniforms. Taking a look at the injury report for the game. For Washington, Terry McLaurin has already been ruled out. 3 players listed as questionable: tight end John Bates, left tackle Laramie Tunsil, defensive tackle Johnny Newton. A couple of notables for the Seahawks: safety Julian Love has been ruled out. Wide receiver Cooper Kupp is questionable. Other injuries around the league: Bears running back DeAndre Swift is out for Sunday's game. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco is out. Ramondre Stevenson for the Patriots is out. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is off the injury report. He's going to play, as well as Mac Jones. He will start for San Francisco. For the Panthers, quarterback Bryce Young is good to go. Hockey tonight, the Caps taking on the Islanders at home, 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. World Series, Game 6 tonight. Dodgers and Blue Jays at 8 o'clock. Yoshinobu Yamamoto takes on Kevin Gausman. Potential closeout scenario for the Blue Jays. They lead 3-2. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Happy Halloween to those of you driving home to get ready to pass out candy or get the kids ready to go trick-or-treating. Hopefully you're ready for a fun Friday night. We're Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Danny, I just saw this story. I wanted to pass this along because it's pretty hilarious. So head coach of the Dallas Cowboys is Brian Schottenheimer. Apparently he had a gigantic owl in his house last night, and I'm seeing the pictures of this thing, and it's huge. Like, bird flies into your house, which in and of itself, that's a big story.
Yeah.
This is an owl. That's a massive bird. So he was telling the media today, he said, I don't know if the owl was looking for the snakes. Apparently he had snakes at his house that bit his dogs recently. So this is an ongoing nature thing with the Cowboys press conferences. But he goes on to say, I don't know what was going on, but it's actually the story of a coach's wife. So I'm in the game plan meetings last night doing some red zone stuff, and I leave the meeting about 10 o'clock, and I go back to my phone, and I had literally 72 text messages on my phone. 72. I'm a popular guy, so that's nothing abnormal. He kind of makes a funny joke. He says, literally started with a text from my son to his mother saying, there's a big hawk-sized bird in here, and I began to look down, and there was an owl. My son was doing some work, and he has the sliders open, and all of a sudden an owl came into the house. We're not outdoorsy people, so he wasn't really quite sure what to do. So he called my soon-to-be nephew, who's marrying my niece, and the two of them together, frickin' frack, tried to figure it out.
Oh, my God.
He says they couldn't do it. All they did was make the owl mad. And so in typical coaching fashion, this is what's amazing to me, okay? In typical coaching fashion, Brian Schottenheimer says, I call my wife and I say, honey, I'm going to stay at the condo tonight. You got this. But they got the owl removed. The owl has been returned to its safe domain. They called animal control. A gentleman came with a net, like a pool net. I might have to look at that as another job, just kind of become an animal control guy. I'm so experienced now with wildlife in and around Dallas. Danny, if there is a wild animal in your house and you call your wife and say, I think I'll stay at the condo tonight, babe. You got this one, though. Can you imagine her just saying, yeah, no problem, sweetie. We'll cover this.
We'll get it sorted. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it.
The balls of Brian Schottenheimer. You think 4th and 1 is a big decision? To call your wife with an owl in your house and say, not only am I not going to be home to help you out right away, I'm busy. I'm not going to come home at all because of this nuisance that's ongoing. I'm just going to go straight to the condo to get some extra sleep.
Well, the part you're sleeping on, I know we differ about this, but the impetus for the owl was probably the snakes that were already living there that have already bitten the family pet. So that's all I would be thinking about is the owl's not here just to say hello. The owl's here hunting. And what's he hunting? The thing that's slithering around in the dark corners and recesses and will probably end up in my bed at one point, just like that lady in Silver Spring, and I've never slept right since. Like, the wildlife is winning in the Schottenheimer household right now.
Apparently.
That to me is the major takeaway. But yeah, the huevos to let the old lady know, this seems like a you thing. I'm going to go get some rest at the condo.
I think we can, this is relatable content. We're probably brothers in arms here. But my wife does a ton at our house, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just inevitable with some of the hours and the crazy schedule and stuff. But there's more stuff, frankly, that I put on her plate and ask her to do than I'm comfortable with sometimes, right? But she does a ton. She's the MVP. There are certain things, though, that she just says, that's your job. Very old school, like, hey, you're doing this, that's the guy's job. Whether that's cutting the grass, totally understandable. Taking out the trash every single, Tuesday, Friday, that's my gig. Anything to do with, kind of like putting the trash can in the kitchen out or putting a new bag in or whatever, like she wants me to handle those types of things. I would imagine an owl loose in the house qualifies.
Yes, it would.
Like when we had a mouse problem, it was my job to get to the bottom of it. Now, I don't know how to do that. I can't do anything. But I called a bunch of people and spent a bunch of money, and eventually we stopped having a mouse problem. And so that's all I would be able to do. But if you even call, there's an owl in your house, I wouldn't even know where to start.
1-800-OWL. Owl
right.
Get? Like what?
1-800 the owl guy? Like, and some dude who wears an owl costume comes out and like gets the for you?
Yeah, you call the St. Joe's hawk mascot because he just starts flapping and it's a predator of the owl?
Yeah, you got to look up a picture of this, by the way. This thing is, I'll bet you wing to wing. It's like several feet. I mean, this is a gigantic bird in his house.
You think it's an Anthony Rendon?
It's pretty damn big. It's a Jeff Neiman, for
Looking
sure.
for a Rice Owl reference, and you picked it right up, and I love that. But I can't do much, as you and I have both discussed. We have that in common. I have found myself enough times, though, I'm on dead animal duty. That one I can handle ish. You know what I mean? Like, hey, there's a dead bird. It's in the garage. Or hey, there's a dead mouse, or there's a dead whatever. There's a squirrel. You're not gonna believe this, but right outside, that's the height of my expertise. I can deal with that. I don't like dealing with that. It's not fun, obviously, but like that's as far as I can go. The live animal, real time situation, nope, total non-starter for me. Can't do it. Can't coach with them. Can't win with them. Can't do it.
If I have any snakes in my house, I'm calling you. I'll let you come over and handle that.
You can call me all you want. You can enjoy that. I'll tell you, I'm staying at the condo tonight.
I told you about the one story where I don't know how or why. I think I got like a trash bag out of my garage that had been in there, like some trash in it or whatever. And I was cleaning the basement, and it was very little trash. So I'm like, I'll fill this trash bag up. And I like laid it on the ground, and a little snake slithered out of it.
Just slithered right out.
Onto my basement floor carpet. And now it's just like slithering around, and it's tiny. This thing's like a foot long.
Yeah.
Borderline cute if it wasn't a snake.
If it wasn't the personification
right. If
of
it
evil.
wasn't the worst thing ever. But yeah, man, that's scary. All right, I want to go round the horn here before we get into Jaden Daniels and the Commanders next segment. I want to go. This is based on your current mood right now. Okay, so we're going to go probably different year to year, but right now, this moment, if you were going trick-or-treating tonight, what candy would you love? What would you like being thrown into your bucket that you'd like? And then what would you hate? I want to love it, like it, hate it. We can get the producers involved as well. But, Danny, you go first. Give me your candy tonight, right now, based on just how you're feeling. Love it, like it, hate it at Halloween.
I'm in a Twix mood. I love the Twix. I got chocolate. I got the shortbread cookie that's in there. And, of course, the caramel, which is just cooked sugar, right in between. The Twix would excite me right now this minute. The Twix.
Okay. I respect that as something that you would love. I'm not a Twix guy, as you know. Caramel's not for me, but this is your list. What would you like?
I think I would like the Big Three Musketeers bar. The Three Musketeers bar. It's uncomplicated. It's chocolate, and then that's just that soft, pillowy, cloud-like substance in between. Some people call it nougat. I don't know what you want to call it. But that Big Three Musketeers bar, because you get more of that bar than you do a lot of the other candies. Give me that Big Three Musketeers bar thing that I would like.
All right, and hate.
Candy corn right now. I think candy corn gets beat up a little unfairly. Again, it's just sugar and food coloring. But I just, right now, this minute, it's not what I'm feeling. It's a little waxy. You know what I mean? Like something about it right this second. Normally I'd go, yeah, I'll eat that, dude. It's just sugar with some food coloring on it. What's the problem? Something about it right now is not striking me in the right mood. So candy corn would be the thing I hate.
All right, let's see what you think of my list. Mm-hmm. I will love Starburst. I will like Reese's Cups. Mm-hmm. And I will hate Whoppers. those chocolate balls, whatever those things are.
Yeah.
Love Starburst, like Reese's Cups, hate Whoppers.
So if we did a candy swap, you could give me all your Whoppers.
Cool.
I'm housing those.
But I don't want your candy corn, bro.
Well, I know. We'd have to negotiate some other kind of trade there.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? If we're talking about things we want to get rid
your
of.
candy corn is going to be on the market for a while. I don't think anybody's calling.
It's sitting around and nobody's calling.
Danny's looking for a 7th-round pick 3 drafts from now, and he still can't do a pick swap.
A conditional 7th rounder and a pick swap. Yeah, I get steamed up for a good Whopper. I'm a fan. It's malted milk bar with some chocolate on the outside. A little crunch.
All right, Darius, love it, like it, hate it. You're going trick-or-treating tonight like you're 13 years old again.
Love it would be Nestle Crunch bars. I like I love the crispy rice and chocolate. Love that very much. Like it, Milky Way. I do like some soft caramel and chocolate. What's not to love about that, of course. And then hate it, Almond Joys or Mounds. Please stop putting those in kids' baskets and making those available. Both of those suck, respectfully.
My dad likes Almond Joys for some reason. He's the only person I know who does. So he'll clean up in trades after a Halloween excursion.
They're always available. People that like the Almond Joy or the Mounds, like you can clean up on that one because everyone's like, oh, take that coconut thing away from me.
I'm in lockstep with Darius other than a little bit too much caramel in the like category. But again, that's my own thing. It's my own proclivity. All right, Tobes, love it, like it, hate it, Halloween style.
Love it. Give me a Kit Kat any day. Kit Kats are the best.
Love Kit Kats.
There's so many in the chocolate category, so I'm fine with a lot of them. But if we're going with a like it, I do like Skittles a lot, so I'll be fine with Skittles. Hate it. I don't like licorice stuff, like Good and Plenty's. I don't mind like a Mike and Ike. I wouldn't really be a fan of Twizzlers, so something along those lines.
Oh man, Tobes, you're doing so good. So you're linking Twizzlers with Good and Plenty's?
Yeah,
Twizzlers are fantastic.
They're different. They're different, but to be honest with you, Halloween's a wasted holiday for me because I'm not going to eat any of the candy. But I would take one Kit Kat for tonight.
So the correct ranking on Skittles then, Tobes, just to make sure we're together on this, I'm going red, green, yellow, orange, purple in that order. Red, green, yellow, orange, purple.
I'm going to need orange a little bit higher. I've always had a proclivity for orange, so that's going to be a little bit higher, but I don't think your ranking's horrible.
Danny?
So give me red, that's the strawberry first, orange 2, grape is the purple one.
Grape's last.
No, grape's the purple one, so that's 3.
Yeah, the purple one goes definitely 5th.
Yeah, so 3rd. And then the green apple was kind of the lime one, that's the lighter green. And then the yellow lemon. All lemon things should be loaded on a rocket ship and headed towards their home, which is the sun.
You know what's a sneaky, silly snack on Halloween night? Someone's going to pass out Airheads tonight. Those, not Airheads, Warheads. The yellow, really sour lemon ones that you would probably hate.
Yep.
I love a Warhead.
You would. Lemon's so dumb. Would you just eat a lemon? Of course you wouldn't. And
No.
that's the basis for the dessert? No.
It doesn't really taste like a lemon. It's the candy version of a lemon.
I don't know. See, the basis for caramel is sugar, right? And it's like when you start there, when you start with a lemon, I would just sit there, dab a little pile of sugar. It's delicious. Or chocolate, right? Those are the basis. That's the fundamental part of the candy or the dessert that we're talking about. Look, you got this lemon. You're going to put it in your water for some electrolytes? Get out of here.
Let's talk Jaden Daniels returning to the Commanders' offense. Can he get them going again on Sunday night? Next on The Fan. Hey guys, Grant Paulson for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel's your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or you want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who's going to score in the fourth quarter and who's going to score the next basket to who's going to come back. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a much bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/GP to get going today at FanDuel.com. Promo code is GP. Must be 21 and present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30 on The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your Friday, part of your end-of-week Halloween schedule. All of our football discussion on The Fan today is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Danny Jaden Daniels will be back on Sunday. Dan Quinn said as much today. We've known that throughout the week because he's been a full participant in practice. But I'm starting to wonder, as it pertains to just grading out his season, juxtaposing him with the other guys in his class, Bo Nix, Drake May, Michael Penix, whoever else, looking at his sophomore year and pitting that against his rookie year and whatnot. Whatever the dialogue's going to be when this season ends, are we going to end up having to grade this on a curve, either because of his health, because of the games missed, because he's been in and out, or because of the injuries around him? I think there's enough health in a week like this. Yes, you don't have Terry McLaurin, but missing a receiver here and there is going to happen in the NFL. Last week the Falcons didn't have Drake London as an example. They go out, they get bludgeoned. That's going to happen from time to time. But you got Debo, you got the rest of the receiving room outside of Noah Brown, who's not been healthy all year and is not really a guy you can totally count on. They've got their running backs, they've got their tight ends, they've got their offensive line. For me, there's enough there if Daniels is healthy that we should be expecting him to play at whatever level he's capable of. But I also understand if people are saying it's kind of a botched situation now, and you're grading on the curve of his ceiling has been knocked down a bit. Best case scenario is lowered because of situation and team around him.
That's closer to where I am, and we always do this. I don't say always. A lot of times we'll do this, and the outcome is predetermined because of how we feel about the player, right? I'm still such a fan that I'm choosing almost to grade it on a curve instead of, I wonder how I'd look at it if I was just emotionless robot automaton right down the middle. But to me, you've got a slightly diminished, aging version of Zach Ertz that doesn't separate, that can't really move, has dropped 5 passes. Still productive, still helpful, mind you. I'm not suggesting anything other than that, but that is what it is. Debo hasn't been himself since, a few weeks ago when he last played and was dynamic. You could see he was limited against Chicago, didn't play at all against Dallas, hadn't been the same guy. McLaurin has been in and out of the lineup. The offseason circumstances of practices, Daniel's own injuries, which, by the way, are part of a different conversation, I would think. It's my only worry about him generally. So I'm still grading on a curve, the same way that I kind of did when, Joe Burrow, who's incredible, who's better than that guy, his team was terrible in Cincinnati for the first half of last year. It's not because Joe Burrow's bad, 1-4, because the world was crumbling around them before they kind of figured it out and went on that run and almost made the postseason, right, as he played splendidly.
But last year, don't you think the beauty of JD5 and what we harped on all the time, what we praised him for, was that he elevated. That all this stuff around him wasn't that good. They have more talent around him right now than they did last year at this time, unless you're a super big Olamide Zaccheaus fan or something like that, right? But, you've got a 60-catch tight end. You've got a more dynamic player if Debo is healthy than you did at the receiver position, last year, not named Terry McLaurin. Missing him is obviously significant. But until a couple of weeks ago, they were the number 1 rushing offense in the NFL. And from a running back standpoint, Bills' metrics are better than anyone they had in the backfield last year. Let's say it's not an A. I think that's totally reasonable. Let's say it's a B- or a C. The whole beauty of it last year was they've unearthed this guy that will take the C group around him and you'll get A-level offensive production. So it's just not fair to expect that again this year?
Not for me, no. Because I said it going into the season. I go, that's not a fair ask to anybody. Who's better than Pat Mahomes? Right? Nobody. Maybe in the history of the game. Their offense in Kansas City, now it's good, but for a couple of years, he's putting up moderate numbers. He's putting up, 1987 starter numbers for a group that can't really move because they didn't have much. It's an aging Travis Kelce and Isaiah Pacheco moving really fast for 3.5 yards at a time with arms and legs everywhere, and Kareem Hunt and no good receivers. And sure enough, the offense suffered, and they were a different kind of team. So to me, it's not a fair ask for anybody to go into this situation. So last year at this point, McLaurin in the middle of a career year, Austin Eckler, for the most part available, a couple easy buttons on offense, a slightly better version of Zach Ertz, especially down the stretch. Now it's no McLaurin, limited Debo, no Eckler, I know McNichols has been good in small amounts, but it's not, the 50, 60 catches that Eckler would have been on pace for. To me, it's, maybe a slightly improved offensive line that is pretty good. But, again, Daniels' injuries to me are the central factor for it. So, no, like expecting someone in year 2, year 1, year 3 or whatever to just go, wave your hand at it and fix it, I've never thought is fair for anybody. Let alone
I don't have a problem with that logic, but then I don't want to be yelled at all the time about how he's an MVP and a top 5 quarterback. Mahomes, 4,100 yards, those 2 years you're referencing in 27 touchdowns, finished 6th and 7th in MVP voting. Was still, it wasn't 5,500 yards to lead the NFL or 41 touchdowns or 50 touchdowns, which he's done to lead the NFL. But it's 4,000 yards, it's 27 touchdowns, it's finishing 6th or 7th in MVP for a team that is having success running it, playing defense, doesn't really need to throw the ball, and is winning a dozen games or what have you. This is not the same situation, obviously. I'm not suggesting that it is, but there's probably a happy medium for me where I don't need him to go win 11 games with this roster. I don't think that's a reasonable ask at all. I don't think it's fair in any way. But there is a gap between what you've gotten this year and that, where I'd like to see him close that gap and split it in half maybe, if we're going to have this conversation of him being a top 7 or 8 or 9 quarterback in the NFL, because they just haven't gotten that at any point really this season. We can get back to this in a moment. Also, Danny, want to take a look at the Week 9 schedule again with some of the storylines. Who's feeling the heat in the NFL? We'll make some picks as well before we get out of here. Taking you up to 6:30. It's a football Friday, and it's Halloween night on The Fan.
Packed football weekend around the DMV, and it's time for the Nova High School football preview presented by Northern Virginia Community College. Coming up in about an hour, Freedom from South Riding set to take on Stonebridge and Ashburn. The Freedom Eagles are 5-3 on the year. They lost to Potomac Falls last week, 35-10. They're taking on the number 9 ranked team according to Max Preps in the state of Virginia, Stonebridge. The Bulldogs are 6-1 coming off a bye week. They won at Riverside 2 weeks ago, 76-0. Nova helps your student earn a degree, start a career, save on tuition, and make you proud. Northern Virginia Community College. Stop at nothing. Get started at go.nvcc.edu. For the Commanders, getting set to take on the Seahawks Sunday Night Football, they're going to be without Terry McLaurin. John Bates, Laramie Tunsil, and Johnny Newton are all listed as questionable. Jaden Daniels is going to start on Sunday. Julian Love is going to be out for Seattle, among others. Wide receiver Cooper Kupp is questionable for the matchup. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. They're going to get you squared away on a last will and testament, a living trust, or a medical power of attorney, whatever you need. Schedule a consultation with their team today for free. You can do it at kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Great sports night tonight, by the way. In addition to being Halloween, kids getting their candy, coming out, dumping their treats out all over the floor and eating candy all night long. You got the Dodgers and the Blue Jays, Game 6 of the World Series. Believe it or not, Danny, Toronto can finish this thing off in Game 6.
They got to beat Yamamoto, which is a yeoman sass. He's probably going 9, probably
Right.
going to give up 2 or less hits. But if they can, they're champs. But no matter what, they're not done tonight. It's been incredible.
Dodgers, understandably favorites tonight, about minus 125. But yeah, they're trying to force a Game 7 here. I don't think many people outside of Toronto would have had the Blue Jays coming in favored in this World Series. And if they would have won that game that never ended, 18 innings, this thing would be over in 5 games right now, 4-1. Instead, it's 3-2, and they're trying to put the finishing touches in Game 6. They will throw their ace, Kevin Gossman, in Game 6 against Yamamoto. So for Toronto, for a lot of reasons, they want to get this thing finished for sure. There's also a bunch of college football on tonight as well, including Bill Belichick's North Carolina Tar Heels at Syracuse. This was one of those games when it was scheduled that looked pretty good. It hadn't worked out that way. 2-5 against 3-5. The Belichick era in North Carolina couldn't be off to a worse start.
It's been pretty horrendous. I mean, it's one thing to lose games with a roster you mostly inherited, to some degree. I mean, it's a normal transfer portal, so whatever. But it's another to have the weird, petty, fights that they're picking with like media members, and these scouts are banned from the Patriots and all this other kind of stuff. There's no good energy surrounding them at this point. You know what I mean? Like it's lots of teams lose every week, but somehow they lose without it being a hot shebingus.
They're getting destroyed. Then you've got the controversies of, the storylines where people are digging and finding out you're not allowing Patriot scouts to come to your practices. What are you talking about?
What are you doing?
And a lot of those types of things that have come out that have led to him bristling with the media. But beyond all of that, the backdrop is just, how long is he going to be there? I mean, they had to put out a joint statement, he and the program, like 4 games in, where both were saying, we don't want a divorce. Like, we're happy together. This is not a 5-week thing. We're in this for the long haul. So when you're already putting those statements out just to quiet everybody down, it tells you that the whole thing is toxic from the inside out.
Yes, it does. Again, nobody puts out everything's fine press release. Like, hey, it's going pretty well. Like, we're 3-1. We're happy with everything. You don't do that. You have to put out a presser because everything is swirling. The Wolves are at the door and nobody's happy.
All right, speaking of wolves at the door, there might literally be wolves at the door for a lot of people getting candy here in short order as costumes are getting thrown on around the DMV by the youngsters. So I looked up a list, Danny, of the top costumes this year on Halloween for the kids. I want to run through some of these and just get your reactions, see what you dig, what you don't. So here we go. These are your top Halloween costumes this year. Elphaba and Glinda from Wicked. What do we think?
So I thought you were actually doing a bit. By the way, there's somebody sneaking up on you behind you.
I do. I see that.
In costume. It's terrifying. I thought you were doing a bit. You know how sometimes you'll quote your kid saying it like their own way?
Yes.
The word? You know what I mean? Which is, we all do. You know, like my he's now 7, but when he was a toddler, he used to say "dedounce" instead of downstairs, and we
Correct.
still call it "dedounce." Anyway, I thought you were doing a bit where that's how you said the character, where one of your kids, that's how they said the character's name. Elphaba, that's the name of the character?
Yeah, Elphaba.
That's a terrible name for a character. Just throwing that out there.
That's
Danny.
the name of the bad witch from Wicked. That's who my daughter's literally being tonight.
Yeah, the Wicked Witch of the West or the East. Like, we got that, but it's Elphaba? That a bunch of people sat around a table and said, let's name it Elphaba? Terrible idea. But yeah, that's what I have for you.
Good analysis. By the way, do you have your costume on right now, it looks like?
I do. Yeah, I threw it on last commercial break.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Got the Jedi robes. So this is obviously not canon. This is not accurate. This is
tough.
an orange lightsaber.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan Kenobi did not have an orange lightsaber.
No,
I'll
he did
just
not.
tell you that right now. But this is going to be utilized so that the kids that I'm supervising can find me. So it'll glow enough and
Smart.
you'll be able to see it. Yeah.
It looks like it's like a blow-up thing.
It
Like
is. Yeah, it's inflatable.
Okay. That's tough all the way around. The Addams Family from Wednesday. How do we feel about that?
That's good. What's old is new again, right?
Yeah. I guess that's like the show that is remade that is in the image of the Addams Family from when we were kids, right?
Yes.
Netflix has the series about the girl. All right, then you've got, this is a good one, old is new again, Superman, because it was a big year for Superman at the box office.
Superman is back. So
apparently it's a huge thing for kids this year to be Superman.
My 7-year-old is Superman, although his twist on it, he decided zombie Superman.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's canon. I don't know if that's comic book accurate. I don't know where he got that, but he looks awesome. Like, he's got a Superman outfit on with like the abs and the like the whole deal. Plus he's got like makeup and like scars on his face now.
Let's go.
And I'm like, yep, you are a zombie Superman. Terrifying.
Here's one I'm not going to let my daughter do, but apparently this is one of the main costumes for kids this year. Okay. Sabrina Carpenter. The singer.
How do you be her?
How do you be any singer? I would imagine you like wear something that she wears and do your hair like her. I don't know.
Okay.
Like Taylor Swift is always popular. You know what I mean? People are being Sabrina Carpenter this year.
How would they do that? Like, I know you can do Britney Spears. You do that one dumb time where she had like that big yellow snake around her and was scantily clad. People do that. Like, oh, look, I'm Britney. Again, I don't know how you do Sabrina Carpenter. I wouldn't recognize it. Someone have to explain to me.
Well, that's the other thing with a lot of these. Maybe not the kid ones. They've got like K-pop Demon Hunters, Lilo and Stitch, right. Steve from Minecraft, who I think is Jack Black. I really don't know anything about Minecraft.
Okay.
But the adult ones, I never was the pop culture costume guy. And the reason is, unless it's super timely, even if it's really creative and good, I feel like you have to re-explain things to people.
You always have to explain it.
Because the news cycle just moves on. Like, apparently, this is one website, right? But one of the most popular costume ideas this year for grown-ups is the Ratliff family from White Lotus. The one with the 2 brothers and the mom that talked
Piper,
like
no!
Right. That would have been perfect if the White Lotus was being watched by everybody right now.
Right.
But if people walked into my house, I would have I'd be like, who are you? And they go, we're the Ratliff family from White Lotus. And I'd be like,
Ratliffs. Is that what
which ones are they? Like, the pop culture things never work for me. This one maybe. Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce engagement photo because it's become such a meme. So I guess I would recognize that. But most of the ones on this list, people get really creative. They do some really cool, fun things with TV shows or movies. I'd feel awful. And this is the worst, by the way, when someone's like, you know what I am, right? You know what I am. No, man. I have no idea. You have to explain it to me.
I saw one. This was posted not too long ago. The guy's tall, so it's a couple, right? The guy's pretty tall, and he's got a pitching glove on his right hand.
Okay.
And he's holding a ball on his left, and the ball's got a little bit of blood on it. He's got a Diamondbacks jersey on, tucked into a pair of pants, baseball pants. Again, a little bit of blood on it. His girl is basically has a couple of feathers stuck to her. She's in all white. It's the Randy Johnson exploding pigeon.
It's great.
And If you don't get it, you're like, wait, what? What happened? Then you show them the video.
But imagine that couple walking around the party. I guess for the 3 people that get it, it's incredible.
That's why you do it. This is exactly. I was going to get ready to tie it all together. You know the feeling that you get when someone goes, "Oh, look at that jersey," and it's a dude that like played one time for 4 seconds and then got sent down to Hershey. That's the feeling, and that's what they're searching for. That's the high. Someone who gets the reference.
I just don't know if it's worth the rest of the night where nobody knows who you're being.
Yeah, it was around 2000. Randy Johnson threw a ball in spring training.
Like, that would get so exhausting.
All right, we're getting ready for Week 9 in the NFL season. Let's go game by game here, rapid fire. Get you set. There are 4 bye weeks, by the way. In the division, the Philadelphia Eagles are idle, 6-2. So are the Tampa Bay Bucks, one of the best teams in the NFC right now, at 6-2 out of the NFC South. AFC, the Browns and the Jets, who both stink, are both on byes this week. Interesting game for the Bears and the Bengals. Chicago's at Cincinnati. Joe Flacco's not healthy. Chicago's 4-3. Bengals are 3-5. A Bengals loss would feel like they can't keep their season alive long enough for Joe Flacco to come back. Meanwhile, for the Bears, they'd ripped off 4 in a row. Bad loss to the Ravens without Lamar Jackson last week. They can't afford another one to an AFC North team with a backup quarterback.
Yeah, both teams need this one. Chicago to keep pace. Cincinnati kind of the same. They don't have a great wild card path, talking about the Bengals, but that division's very much up for grabs, where the Ravens at 3-5, identical record, are now the favorites to win that division, and the odds makers give them around a 50% chance to do so. For Chicago, you're right. That loss last week was bad. You know, you go down by a point or something like that, no problem. Losing by a couple touchdowns, really depressing. But, yeah, they needed to keep pace in a really crowded NFC.
Bears 2.5-point favorites. If they win, they're 5-3, and they're in a decent
They're in a good spot
to hang in the wild card picture. Speaking of the wild card in the NFC, the Vikings have fallen out of the image at this point at 3-4, and now they've got a really tough task. J.J. McCarthy comes back, first start since week 2, off a high ankle sprain on the road in Detroit against the Lions. The Vikings at 3-4, taking on the 5-2 Lions. Despite not having the best record in the conference, I think a lot of people feel like they might be the best team in the NFC right now. They are 8.5-point favorites in a division game at home over Minnesota. I don't know if that says more about them or the Vikings. Probably Minnesota.
I was going to say it's a little of both, maybe a little bit more about Minnesota. But Detroit, to me, I don't think there's anybody better than the Detroit Lions at home right now, if that makes any sense. Their losses on the road at Green Bay, on the road at Kansas City, they have been excellent when they have tuned people up in their house, and that's where this Minnesota game is. There's uncertainty at quarterback. I mean, Minnesota's defense, again, should be a little bit better than it is, and I don't think they'll have a good week this week against the Fighting Goffs.
The Panthers are playing the Packers at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. Carolina's 4-4. The Packers are 5-1-1. There's not a weirder NFL team to try to peg than the Panthers right now. If you look at it, when they win really big, 40-0 over Atlanta. They had the great game against Dallas. When they lose, they're not showing up. They're just, we don't need to hang. The Buffalo Bills last week destroyed them. How about this betting line, though? This feels like a lot to me.
Crazy.
13.5 points for the Packers at home over the Panthers, who run the ball, who keep games close. With that style of play, when they're able to protect the football. Bryce Young is off the injury report, so he will start in this game. Another interesting thing, with a really, really big point spread, it's a low total, 43.5. So odds makers basically don't see Carolina scoring much.
It's such a strange one. Like, I feel like the Packers don't do that to anybody, right? Even if they're a lot better, they only end up winning by 8 points or something like that. But yeah, I can't predict Carolina very well at all. I thought they'd show up and give Buffalo a game last week. And how did that work out for me? Not well. There's a lot of red. Fitting it's Halloween. It looks like a bloody crime scene on my confidence points picks from last week. I can't predict Carolina at all. But this feels really fishy to me, that line being that big.
Houston Texans are 1.5-point favorites over the Denver Broncos. I will say again, the 3-4 Texans favored over the 6-2 Denver Broncos.
Second straight week?
Yeah, they were favored over the Niners, and you and I looked at the spread and said, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Stay away from this one. Well, they beat the Niners, and they did so convincingly. Somebody knows something. Odds makers all over the Texans in Houston. I like Denver to win this game. I'm not going to bet it, though, because those buildings are big for a reason.
Yeah, I'm going to steer clear of that one. Houston, I keep beating the drum on this. I don't think they're dead yet. Their losses are close. They've, kind of getting their feet underneath them. Offensively, they haven't clicked. This isn't a great week for them to click because Denver's defense is for real. For the Broncos, they're trying to stay out in front of, the Chiefs are rapidly gaining on them and playing better football than they are. The Broncos are good. Houston, I think, is okay, but still with some upside there in I don't know for the division, but to be kind of a sneaky wild card team.
By the way, a lot of people were down on Bo Nix a couple of weeks into the year saying he had the sophomore slump thing going. He's now up to 15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and about 1,800 yards through 8 games. He's gotten right. Was really, really good after an early interception against the Cowboys last week. Falcons, Patriots in New England. For Atlanta, Michael Penix back under center at quarterback. Well, they're never under center. Back in the pistol, I guess. The New England Patriots at 6-2 with Drake May and Josh McDaniels making sweet music on offense. Drake May's an MVP candidate, playing as well as anybody in the league. Their defense has come around as well. New England is a home favorite by 5.5.
Patriots are this year's Washington football people. This is what's happening, right? A relatively easy schedule, quarterback playing out of his gourd, and with all those things, they're building themselves a moat, right? I mean, you could afford to drop a game or two. They got Tampa next week, who could absolutely beat them and probably should. But if you harvest your nuts here, Eddie Jordan style, you're 7-2 at past the midway point of the season with only really one excellent high-quality win on your resume, the Buffalo Bills, but that doesn't matter. You stockpile that many wins, you get yourself a good seed.
The 49ers are back on the road on the East Coast. West to East, 1 o'clock, always difficult. Maybe part of the reason why. They are only 2.5-point favorites in New York to take on the Giants. San Francisco's 5-3, and get this, Brock Purdy's been ruled out again. I feel like every week, I follow this kind of loosely from afar, right? But every week it seems like Brock Purdy will be back next week, and Mac Jones has one more start, and then a week later he's still starting. I don't know how this is dragging on so long with Purdy, but at least one more Mac Jones start, this time against Jackson Dart. Cam Scatterbu out for the year for the Giants.
Yeah, San Francisco just doing this. Again, if they, end up with double-digit wins and are a playoff team, this is among Kyle Shanahan's best coaching jobs. For the Giants, this is find out about Jackson Dart time, and obviously not having Scatterbu is a bummer. That was all the momentum and all the rage that the frat bros were giving some juice and life to the Giants fans. But for San Francisco, again, they got to keep pace. This NFC West is really, really good. The other two teams in the division, which we'll go over, have very winnable games that they're looking up at in the standings.
Big portion of your 1 o'clock slate on Sunday. We already told you our favorite game of the weekend in the NFL is the Chiefs and the Bills, 4:25 kick Sunday afternoon in Buffalo. The 5-3 Chiefs come in hotter than the 5-2 Bills. Kansas City's won 3 in a row, 5 of 6. I actually think they roll Buffalo here. Maybe it's not a decisive, 10, 12, 14-point win, but I think it's one of those games where they are, when it's over, clearly head and shoulders the aggressor and the better team throughout the contest. I like the Chiefs to win going away. If they don't, by the way, and if somehow, some way, the Bills are able to pull this off, it's a huge deal for them in their quest to get the 1 seed, make Kansas City and everybody else come through Orchard Park.
Absolutely. To me, I think Buffalo keeps this close, and it's going to be eerily reminiscent of Week 1, that epic Ravens comeback. Just when they need it, when all else fails, you break glass in case of emergency, Josh Allen puts a Superman cape on, and that's scrambles, that's 4th down conversions, that's throws to guys you've never heard of. This just sort of feels like his moment to me, where they're playing Kansas City at home. I feel like it's going to be a tight one, and maybe Buffalo wins a squeaker.
So there you go. Quick look at some of the big matchups around the NFL on Grant and Danny. Let's give you your player to lock in on as far as the Commanders and the Seahawks go on Sunday Night Football. Your player to lock in on is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. For auto keys and fobs, visit baldinos.com. I'm locking in on the returning quarterback, Jayden Daniels. It is time to turn the clock back to 2024. I need you to lead the lads to a victory. And to do that, I think it's going to have to be special. It's going to take 250 passing yards, 60, 70 rushing yards, and against a top 5 defense. Not going to be easy, not a realistic expectation, but time and time again last year, he overachieved and exceeded expectations, and that's how this team accidentally won 12 games. And you need him to pull one out of the hat and wear the cape this weekend.
I'm looking on Marshawn Lattimore coming off his best game. I thought in addition to the interception, which was a fantastic play which we haven't seen much of since he's been here. Here comes one of the best receivers, if not the guy playing the best of anybody in the NFL, Jackson Smith-Njigba. They're going to remember his name, Daron Payne and company, after this one. He is really, really good. Now, I don't know if he's going to be matched up on him all week, all game long, or if he's traveling or how it's going to work, but there will be a time where he's going to have to cover this guy. Nobody has this year. So you're able to hold your own, maybe a second turnover in consecutive weeks somehow, some way. Wouldn't that be fun? But you do that, I think you got a shot in this game. I think you got to turn Seattle over a couple times.
All right, speaking of having a shot in the game, let's give our final predictions. I want a score, and I want the most valuable player in the contest. Danny, I'll let you go first here.
I don't like it. I don't like this matchup. I don't like anything about this. Seattle's much better than everybody realizes, and they're going to show it in prime time. It's going to be another dud showing for Washington. We'll be left with more questions than answers. A 30-18 final. Sam Darnold, 2 touchdowns, throws for 265, takes care of the football. Everybody eats a little bit. Jackson Smith-Njigba goes for 100 on 6 catches and a score.
If they lose by double digits again, 3 straight in that regard, that's going to be tough. I've got a higher scoring game here, certainly for the Seattle offense against this defense. Number 1 passing yards per play of the Seahawks, number 1 passing yards per play allowed of Washington. I think Seattle scores 34 points, and I'm going to say Washington ends up scoring 27 with maybe like a backdoor situation, possibly a late touchdown or something. I could see them trailing considerably throughout. It's a really good defense, but I think maybe they could give up a chunk or two through the air. I think Jaden Daniels is going to come back slinging it around some. So I'm going to say 34-25, 34-27, something in there in this game. Washington keeps it close, but I hate the matchup, frankly, for the Commanders on both sides of the ball, but especially defensively. I really believe that Clint Kubiak's going to dial some things up in the middle of the field passing game.
Yeah, this defensive group, thinking of Dan Quinn, Joe Witt hit this tree, has not handled this offensive style very well at all. I don't expect that to start this week. And I think Seattle's offense is offense that is made up of human beings, which means Washington defense can't stop it. So in addition to the fact that they're good, they've got some weaponry, and they know what they're about. I do not like this matchup at all.
I hope we're both wrong. Boy, do they need a win
Yes,
to halt this skid before it gets to 4. It's time for a Caps power play on Grant and Danny. Halloween hockey on the Fan tonight. Capitals welcome the Islanders in town. Danny Ovi needs 1 goal for 900. Halloween, barn hopping, supposed to be a packed house tonight. Would be a nice way for Ovi to do it.
Should be fun. Islanders are in last place in the Metro. Caps on a little bit of a schneid here. Haven't played their best hockey of late. I have no doubt that they will get right back on the good foot. Hopefully it starts this evening. But, yeah, just every time Ovechkin scores the goal, that's the new record, right? And 900 is a pretty sweet round number. I mean, I can't remember who it was. You'll probably know it. The other day, somebody got to their 500th as like a grizzled old gray-haired veteran. I'm like, that's adorable. You're about 55% of the way to Ovi.
Thank you for listening. Happy Halloween. Go enjoy yourselves. Pass out good candy. Hopefully the kids get full buckets of their favorite treats. For Danny and our crew, I'm Grant saying so long. Enjoy your Friday night and your weekend on Halloween.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.